Deputy President. I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples, who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area, and pay respects to the elders past and present of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Senators, I invite you, as I read the prayer, to pray or reflect in your own way on your responsibilities to the people of Australia and to future generations. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to vouchsafe thy special blessing upon this Parliament, and that thou wouldst be pleased to direct and prosper the work of thy servants to the advancement of thy glory and to the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever and ever. Amen. Are there any documents?
Yes, Deputy President, I table documents pursuant to statute as listed on the dynamic red.
Are there any proposals for committees to meet during the sittings of the Senate?
Yes, Deputy President. Committees have lodged proposals as shown at item 4 of today's order of business.
If there is no objection, the meetings are authorised. The Senate will now... The President has received a message from the House of Representatives forwarding the Treasury Laws Amendment Tax Reform No. 2 Bill 2026 for concurrence. Minister.
Thank you, Deputy President. I move that this bill may proceed without formalities and be now read a first time.
The question is this bill be now read a first time. Those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the law relating to taxation and for related purposes.
Minister.
Thank you, Deputy President. I table a revised explanatory memorandum relating to the bill and move that this bill be now read a second time, and I seek leave to have the second reading speech incorporated in Hansard.
Is leave granted? There being no objection, leave is granted. Senator Cash.
Well, what an absolutely extraordinary capitulation by the Albanese government. After all the denials that we have heard from those opposite, after all of the excuses, after all of the arrogance, they are now voting to repeal the widow's tax, which they said did not exist. Anthony Albanese has finally been dragged, kicking and screaming, to the position the coalition has been arguing for from the very, very beginning. In fact, before this legislation was even rammed through the Parliament by the Australian Labor Party, with, don't you worry, the dog wagging the tail, the Australian Greens, they were salivating as it went through. Get rid of Labor's widow's tax. The Prime Minister was specifically told prior to the legislation being rushed through that this toxic tax passage would impose a tax on widows, would impose a tax on divorcees, and shamefully would impose a tax on those fleeing a violent relationship. Indeed. But do you know what the Prime Minister of Australia did? Do you know what the Minister for Women did? Do you know what every single person in the Albanese government did? They voted to impose this tax. They legislated a tax on widows. They legislated a tax on divorcees. And, as I said shamefully, they legislated a tax on those fleeing a violent relationship. The Prime Minister of Australia legislated a tax change that punishes Australians at one of the most difficult periods of their lives. That's what he did. He taxed them. But what is worse is this. The legislation was rushed through. Real-life examples came forward. And what did the Prime Minister do when he and his government were finally exposed? What did the women on the front bench of Labor do when this tax was finally exposed? When they were questioned on this tax and the impact it was having in particular on women in Australia. Did they say, we got it wrong, we need to fix it? Did they admit they made a mistake? No, and it is on the Hansard record, time and time again, denying that there was a problem. Then when they worked out this is actually true, we should have listened to the coalition when they raised these concerns, they tried to minimise the problem. And then when real life examples came forward of the impact of Labor's tax on them at this most difficult time in their life, do you know what they then tried to do? They tried to explain the problem away. I think they were hoping that Australians would just not see through a tax on widows. I mean, seriously, what a disgrace. What type of government who stands up and says, we champion women in Australia, then knowingly votes for a tax on widows? But what is worse, because again, history records this, the coalition introduced a bill. They introduced a bill and said to Labor, we will actually get rid of the tax you have imposed on widows. This is your opportunity to work with us to fix what you have done. Do you know what Labor did? They voted against us. Let that sink in. On the 29th of June of this year, the coalition moved amendments to remove Labor's widows tax. Labor could have said then, we made a mistake. Taxing widows is wrong. But instead of fixing their mistake there and then, instead of ensuring that in particular women in Australia were not actually subject to this distress at one of the most horrific times in their life, Labor said no. And what's worse is the Australian Greens. I mean, they almost sicken me when they stand up and say they're champions of women's. What a joke. They were salivating as the widows' tax passed the parliament. So I'd say to the Australian people, don't listen to the rewriting of history that those opposite will try and do today, because it is there in black and white on the Hansard record. Anthony Albanese, the Prime Minister of Australia, and every single Labor person in this place, Labor senators on the front bench, you were told that you were legislating a widows' tax. You looked Australians in the eye and you said you didn't care. You rushed this legislation knowing the impact that it would have on some of the most vulnerable people in this country through the parliament. You then denied there was a problem. Worse, you sought to minimise it. And then when presented with an opportunity, done in good faith by the coalition, to abolish this toxic, shameful tax, you didn't take it up. You didn't vote for it. And now, here we are today. Why? Because the Leader of the Opposition, Angus Taylor, he wasn't going to let you get away with that. He wasn't going to let you get away with knowingly legislating a tax on some of the most vulnerable people in this country. And on behalf of Australians, he stood up to the Prime Minister. He called the Prime Minister out and he told him he was wrong. And as I said, you now have a capitulation. Not one that the Prime Minister wanted to do. Let's make this very clear. The Labor Party have been dragged kicking and screaming to this position today, and they're going to stand up and tell you, well, we were consulting, we had to understand the impact of our tax, we knew that we would have to bring in amendment legislation to actually fix up some of the messes we created. Well, that's not good enough, because guess what? There was little to no consultation on what they are proud to say is a major reform to the taxation system in this country. So spare us your words when you stand up here today and saying you had to consult to get it right. You knew there was a problem. We told you there was a problem. We said we'd work with you to fix your problem. We even introduced a bill to do just that, and you laughed in the faces of Australians, but in particular the widows, and you basically told them you didn't care. But sadly, as Australians have come to know, That's the nature of the character of this Prime Minister. It's been on display now in relation to the podcast he did, in relation to the disgusting, crude comments he made about the female Prime Minister of Japan. It's on display with the Labor women standing up and saying, we'll defend our Prime Minister's crude and disgusting comments every step of the way. It's amplified with Labor women voting knowingly to tax widows in this country and then standing up and saying, oh, don't look here, because really, we actually champion the causes of women, except when it comes to knowingly legislating a tax on widows. You're capitulating today, and I have to say I welcome the capitulation. Welcome aboard, Prime Minister. It took you long enough, but the coalition has been clear. This tax should never have existed. And once its consequences became clear to the Prime Minister of Australia, you should have actually eaten a little bit of humble pie. And you should have come forward immediately and brought in the legislation to actually change it. But that is the pattern of behaviour Australians now see. Deny, deflect, delay, and then when none of that works, you get dragged kicking and screaming to what a solution is, but only when it's proposed by the coalition. Imagine the impact of this tax on people. People who have saved hard their whole lives, they've paid their taxes, they've saved. They may have bought an investment property, not because they're rich, just average Australians. They bought the investment property to provide some security in retirement. They have done exactly what governments tell them to do. Work hard, save, and try and provide for yourselves in your retirement. And then tragedy happens. One partner dies. The surviving husband or wife, they're grieving. Their life has been turned upside down. And because ownership of that property changes, the widow's tax, knowingly legislated by the Prime Minister and all of the Labor women, potentially now changes the tax treatment of that asset. And that's why it's known as the widow's tax. That is the problem that Labor knowingly legislated. So Labor can't stand here today and now say, well, there was never really a problem. Because if there's no widow's tax, as you kept on telling us, what exactly are you now repealing today? If there's nothing wrong with your legislation, why are you changing it? The coalition is supposedly playing politics. Why has the Treasurer and the Prime Minister now adopted the coalition's position? And that's because the answer is obvious. Labor got caught. They rushed through their massive tax changes with little to no consultation. They clearly had no clue about the actual real-life impact on the ground of some of the most vulnerable people in Australia, even when the impact was raised directly with them. They basically looked Australians in the eye and said, we actually don't care. We're going to legislate anyway. And that is exactly what they did. They rushed through a massive tax change. They didn't understand the consequences, but worse still, and this is where it's so shameful, they didn't listen when those consequences were identified. They rushed them through instead. This is what happens when a Prime Minister attacks aspiration. This is what happens when a Prime Minister attacks Australians just trying to build financial security. This is what happens when a Prime Minister knowingly misleads Australians. He gaslights them over 50 times prior to an election. That press conference where a journalist says, will you rule out changes to negative gearing and capital gains? And the Prime Minister, it's there for all to see, snaps at the journalist and in his own word says, for the 50th time. Well, for the 50th time, Prime Minister, it's not good enough. It's not good enough that you gaslighted Australians. It's not good enough that you say, well, actually, now that we've consulted, now that we've had real life Australians coming forward at the most vulnerable time in their lives that have been impacted by your changes, oh, suddenly you've woken up and you made a mistake. That is just not good enough, because the Coalition's position has been very simple from the beginning. This was hurting Australians. You needed to exit. The legislation had unfair consequences. You should never have passed it, but you knew it had unfair consequences. You refused to fix it. So I have to say, I welcome the capitulation by the Prime Minister today. It doesn't go nearly far enough, quite frankly, because our commitment to the Australian people, and we'll take this all the way to the election, and if we're elected, we'll implement it. We are going to axe all of Labor's toxic taxes, because we believe in aspiration. We believe in the Australian people. We believe in you getting out there and doing what you can every day to actually just have a fair go and perhaps build some wealth to plan properly for your retirement. But sadly, that's not Anthony Albanese's record. Anthony Albanese's record as the Prime Minister of Australia, and Labor, when they stand up shortly to try and defend their actions, is you legislated a widow's tax. That's on you. And the Australian Greens. But that's on you. You legislated a widow's tax. You knowingly legislated pain on the Australian people. A widow should never have to worry that Canberra is waiting with a tax consequence when her husband dies or when someone's wife dies. So yes, we welcome the humiliating capitulation by Anthony Albanese today. After all the denials, all the excuses, all the arrogance, after knowingly taxing the most vulnerable Australians at just the most terrible time of their life. Even if today the vote will go through, that's something you all need to live with.
Senator, Senator Darmanin.
Thank you, Deputy President. This bill represents the next stage of the government's ambitious tax reform agenda. Rather than rewrite history, as Senator Cash has just said we were doing, I would like to take the opportunity in this debate to focus on some of the other important schedules that this bill covers that were neglected in the contribution that we just heard from Senator Cash that was laden with hyperbole, which focused solely on Schedule 4. As part of the government's 2026-2027 budget tax reform package, this bill does contain 3 other measures designed to support investment, strengthen business and resilience and advance important national priorities. The bill includes Schedule 1, which introduces a 2-year loss carryback tax offset, Schedule 2, which makes the $20,000 instant asset write-off permanent for eligible small businesses, Schedule 3, which provides an income tax exemption for players and staff associated with the PNG Chiefs, and, as you just heard, some discussion around Schedule 4, which ensures a property owned on budget night will retain that certain properties that are owned on budget night will retain access to negative gearing in some circumstances. Taken together, these measures help deliver a better tax system for business, encourage investment and innovation, and support a simpler and more sustainable tax system. These reforms, as we know, sit within a broader agenda focused on helping more people buy their own home, cutting income taxes for workers again, and better aligning the tax treatment of labour and asset income. These reforms are part of a broader effort of our government to reshape Australia's tax system for the future. We want a tax system that makes it easier for Australians to get ahead, not one that locks younger generations out of home ownership or discourage productive investment. That means that we need to create a fairer balance between the taxation of labour and assets, reducing unnecessary complexity and ensuring that the system supports growth, productivity and opportunity. This bill takes another important step in that direction. The first schedule introduces a 2-year loss carryback tax offset. This measure is about helping businesses manage uncertainty, navigate difficult periods and recover more quickly from setbacks. And it is a practical reform that responds to the real-world needs of Australian businesses. Businesses do not always operate in straight lines, as we know. Industries experience disruption, companies invest, take risks, and sometimes face periods where losses arise before growth and profitability return. The loss carryback measure recognises that reality. At its core, it's about improving cash flow and helping businesses remain resilient through periods of adjustment or broader economic shocks. By allowing eligible companies to carry losses back against previous taxable profits, businesses can access support when they need it most. Importantly, this measure is expected to benefit more than 85,000 companies annually. It encourages businesses to be able to take those sensible risks while providing a practical mechanism to help businesses remain viable during challenging periods. Businesses that can weather difficult conditions are more likely to keep investing, retain workers and continue contributing to their local communities. And there is strong support for this reform. Business groups, including the Australian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, the Business Council of Australia and the Housing Industry Association have recognised the role it can play in improving cash flow, strengthening resilience and supporting business investment. The second schedule makes the $20,000 instant asset write-off permanent. This is a really significant reform. Up to 4.1 million businesses with aggregated turnover of less than $10 million per annum will be able to immediately deduct eligible assets costing less than $20,000 from 1 July 2026. This bill provides a permanent framework that gives businesses confidence when making investment decisions. The $20,000 threshold will continue to apply on a per asset basis, meaning eligible businesses can instantly write off multiple assets. For assets costing $20,000 or more, businesses will still be able to access the Small Business Simplified Depreciation Pool, depreciating those assets at 15% in the first income year and 30% in each income year after that. The bill also continues the suspension of the lockout rules until the 30th of June 2027. These rules currently prevent small businesses from re-entering the simplified depreciation regime for 5 years if they opt out. Their ongoing suspension ensures businesses can continue to access the arrangements that best meet their needs. We are making it less complex for small businesses to do what they do best and just get on with it. The instant asset write-off forms part of the government's broader commitment to reduce red tape and compliance costs by $10.2 billion annually. It is estimated to reduce ongoing compliance costs for small businesses by around $32 million every single year. At the moment, the instant asset write-off threshold is just $1,000. This government increased that threshold to $20,000 and we are making it permanent. That means greater certainty, less paperwork and stronger incentives for businesses to invest in productive assets. Again, stakeholders have strongly backed this reform. The Business Council of Australia stated, "Making the instant asset write-off permanent and delivering loss carryback are useful steps for small and medium-sized businesses and will help businesses invest, grow and create jobs." CPA Australia described the measure as a critical step towards giving small businesses the certainty that they have long been calling for. PwC similarly welcomed the reform, observing that the instant asset write-off is no longer a moving target and that small businesses now have a more stable basis on which to plan investment in productive assets. The Housing Industry Association also highlighted the benefits for builders and trades, noting that these measures will improve certainty and financial resilience across the sector. When business groups, tax professionals and industry representatives all point to the benefits of greater certainty, reduced compliance and stronger incentives to invest, it is clear that this is a reform that is worth supporting. Now I want to turn to the third schedule. Schedule 3 provides an income tax exemption for players and staff associated with the PNG Chiefs. This measure forms part of a much broader partnership between Australia and Papua New Guinea and reflects the important role that sport can play in bringing people together. The Albanese Labor government has committed $250 million over 10 years to the Pacific Rugby League Partnership. This forms part of a broader $600 million investment that includes support for a Papua New Guinea team, now known as the PNG Chiefs, to enter the NRL competition by 2028. It also includes investments designed to strengthen rugby league participation across Papua New Guinea, Fiji, Samoa and Tonga. This partnership is so much more than the game. It includes expanding youth engagement and violence prevention programs to reach more communities, establishing primary and high school competitions across Papua New Guinea, Tonga, Samoa and Fiji. It includes programs to promote girls' participation in rugby league. And it includes building men's and women's national competitions across a range of age groups while continuing to support Pacific Championship matches and identifying opportunities for NRL and NRLW matches to be played throughout the region. All of this, the partnership and initiatives, help build pathways in education, in leadership and in employment, strengthen communities and create great opportunities. It also strengthens relationships between Australia and our Pacific neighbours. Sport, as we know, has a unique ability to connect people in a way that few other things can. While the direct beneficiaries of the tax exemption are the players and the staff of the PNG Chiefs, the broader benefits extend far beyond the team itself. This measure is one part of a wide partnership designed to strengthen regional relationships and support long-term community development. Now, Papua New Guinea is making a substantial contribution to this partnership. To ensure that Australia does not inadvertently undermine that contribution through the operation of domestic tax law, this bill provides a targeted exemption for PNG chiefs, players and staff. The exemption helps support the success of the team, which in turn contributes to the success of the broader partnership and grassroots development programs connected to it. The Prime Minister of Papua New Guinea, the Honourable James Marape, has been a champion of this project. In a country with more than 800 different language groups and cultures, he has recognised the power of sport as a common language capable of bringing people together and building national pride around one team and one nation. That vision and pride shines through this partnership. And on to Schedule 4. The amendments in Schedule 4, as I said earlier, ensure a property owned on budget night will retain access to negative gearing in certain circumstances. They ensure that an individual can retain this treatment for an ownership interest in a property where the property was acquired from a spouse through an inheritance or relationship breakdown, or someone inherits part or all of a property in which they already had an ownership share. They also ensure new builds will retain access to negative gearing and concessional capital gains tax treatment in the same circumstances. The government released drafts of these amendments on the 4th of August for consultation, reflecting our intention to consult on the more complex aspects of these reforms. Our intention had been to progress this legislation as a priority following the consultation process. Finally, I would like to acknowledge the work of the Senate Economics Legislation Committee in its examination of this bill. As Chair of the committee, I'd like to thank all of the individuals and organisations who contributed to the inquiry, whether through written submissions or by appearing before the committee to provide evidence. Their contributions assisted the committee in its consideration of these important reforms. The second tranche of the government's budget tax reform is a set of practical measures that will help businesses invest, grow and remain resilient. But as we know, it's part of something bigger. The government's agenda recognises that our tax settings should be working for people, support investment and productivity, and help more Australians achieve the security that comes from owning a home. We are making it easier for Australians to buy a home. We are delivering tax cuts for workers, and we are creating a fairer balance between the taxation of labour and assets, and we are building a tax system that supports productive investment rather than complexity and loopholes, and I commend this bill to the Senate.
Senator Bell.
Thank you, Deputy President. So, why are we here today? We're here today, again, to fix a mistake from this hapless Albanese Labor government. We're here today to fix their widow tax that they legislated after everyone told them not to. After we all said that your legislation is flawed, and in your rush to implement a big tax grab on the Australian people, you're making a terrible mistake. We warned you over and over again. You did it anyway. You rushed the legislation through, and now we're having to clean up the mess. People are dealing with the consequences. I was listening to Senator Darmanian's speech through you, Chair, and I was very interested as to when they would get to the part where they address the mistake, they address the widow tax, and I believe we got to that when Senator Darmanian said changes are being implemented to correct an issue where people lose their negative gearing taxes exemptions in certain circumstances, I think is what the Senator said. Well, those certain circumstances, she's talking about people dying. That's the certain circumstance that Labor is talking about. They're talking about divorce. That is the certain circumstance that they're referring to. Someone dies, and they have a wife or a husband. The legislation that Labor put in meant they would lose a tax exemption that would be grandfathered in. That is the certain circumstance that we are here today to fix. Divorce. That's another certain circumstance, as Labor puts it, that we are here to deal with. Because we all warned you that your legislation would essentially be increasing taxes on people getting divorced. We all knew this, and you did it anyway. Let's think about that. They drafted the legislation. They introduced the legislation. They defended the legislation. And then, despite being told what they were about to do, what everyone knew they were going to do, they passed it anyway. And it wasn't passed in an orderly process. They passed it like we're doing to this legislation today. Moved a motion in the Senate to limit debate, to limit scrutiny, to rush it through. Probably because they would hope that people didn't pick up on their mistakes. You know, how else can you treat their actions? People rush things through, they limit debate because they want to limit scrutiny, because they want to get away with making mistakes or sneaking things through. And again, we're doing it again today. Like this legislation that we're actually dealing with, the Treasury Laws Amendment Tax Reform number 2, the fix for the widow tax, that wasn't initially in this legislation. That was added in, and I suspect they've picked this bill because they desperately needed a Treasury Laws amendment on which to attach this fix. Had to find a solution. They knew they'd screwed up, so they've gone, picked this one, and gone, okay, we'll shoot that up the list and rush that through too. And then part of the process for fixing the mistakes they caused by rushing everything through, trying to hide scrutiny, they've done a guillotine with many, many, many more bills attached to it. Many, many more bills that are all going to be dealt with without debate, without scrutiny. One has to wonder, why are we doing it again? Why are we doing it like this? Shutting down debate, blocking scrutiny. Because as we have seen with this legislation, as we have seen with the widow tax, when you do this, Labor makes mistakes. In their rush to grab your taxes, their desperation, they literally legislated a version of a death tax. That is what they have done. And today we are here trying to fix it. And let's look closely at this. The legislation that they put in meant that when somebody had a relationship change, their partner dies tragically, they get divorced, exemptions that exist for everyone else on their property would be eliminated because they were going to count that as the property changing hands. This is not some obscure circumstance that could not have been anticipated. We know that because, again, I'll say it again, we all warned you it was going to happen. People pass away. Properties pass between spouses. Marriages end. Assets are transferred. And yet the Labor Party, writing the laws of the Commonwealth, managed to create a situation where the death of a husband or wife left the surviving spouse with a tax bill. I mean, something so horrendous that only this Labor government could have thought that was a good idea. Could have sat down, wrote the bill, debated the bill, defended the bill, and then voted on the bill. They voted for their widow tax. The Undertaker does their job, and then Jim Chalmers started his. That was the plan. Now we are here, back in Parliament, trying to put that Band-Aid over the bullet wound that Labor shot into the economy. And this tells us almost everything that we need to know about the Albanese Labor government's economic competence. They start with the ideology. They start with, the plan to grab those taxes so we can spend them on our preferred ideological goals, regardless of who pays it. We just need the money in the budget. Then you rush the legislation, you hide the scrutiny, and then if someone manages to pick up on the mistake or the trick that you've played, you go, well, we can deal with those consequences later. And we'll continue to gaslight the Australian people. Perhaps we won't talk about the fact we legislated a death tax or a divorce. We'll just refer to people dying or getting divorced as a certain circumstance. It's just typical Labor spin. Imagine trying to diminish a person passing away, one of the most horrible things that can occur in someone's life, that their partner dies, and then just trying to claim that is a certain circumstance. And again, then we've got the further consequences just beyond that. Beyond that, in a relationship, you have the consequences to the economy at large, because when Labor does this, the consequences are very severe. It creates a huge amount of uncertainty. When Labor is forced to amend or recall defective economic policy, it's the Australian public who pays. It's businesses. It's individuals. Anthony Albanese and Jim Chalmers have been running this country into the ground for years. They're running out of people to blame their mistakes on. And soon they'll have to look in the mirror and realise that the only people they should be blaming are themselves. And again, let's just reflect again on the sheer level of incompetence required to produce the result that we are here fixing today. Passing legislation that failed to take into account the fact that people die and properties pass to spouses. Failed to take into account the fact that marriages end and assets get transferred. These are not bizarre hypotheticals or certain circumstances, as Labor might like to refer them, but yet Labor has passed its laws, defended its laws, and now here we are, back again, rushing to fix them. This is what happens when political objectives come first and competent legislation and competent process comes second. This is what happens when the Albanese Labor government treats Australian money as their own personal piggy bank, where they are desperate to do whatever it takes for them to grab an ever-increasing chunk of it. It is not your money. It is the Australian people's money. And the disregard that you have for the hard work that the Australian people do to earn that money, the failure of due care, the failure of process, It's quite shameful. Yeah, and again, it gets to, just look at how hard they defended the indefensible. How hard, and look at how hard, and they constantly do it. They constantly do it. Let's look at Labor's housing policy. I mean, they keep talking about how they're spending more and more money. They keep announcing funds and schemes, and yet prices keep going up. Like, let's look at the broader consequences of their big tax grab in their budget. Let's look at what they said in their budget. The Albanese Labor government told Australians that the effects of these rushed changes they are putting through, that included the widow tax, would be that rents would not increase more than $2 a week. They said that in their budget. And yet, what do we see? NAB modelling came out and warned that rents could rise by 20 to 30% under this legislation. Immediately, the Albanese government rushed out trying to discredit them, but unfortunately, we have seen real estates come out and go, no, it's very likely. I mean, we actually can see in Jim Chalmers' own electorate, Rankin, some properties are already increasing rents close to 30%. I think one example I saw was $240 increase in rent, after you said in your budget that the effects on rent would be less than $2 a week. Now, if you're wrong about the widow tax, I think you're also wrong about this. I think the effects we're going to see on rent from your rushed tax grab are going to be terrible. And again, Labor's budget also said that its tax changes, this tax grab that included the widow tax, would actually not drop the price of housing. In your budget, you said that housing would continue to grow just at a slower rate. And yet, what have we seen? Prices dropping across the country. And now Labor are changing, they're arguing now the merits of the price drop, as opposed to arguing the fact that their budget was wrong. The budget said that house prices would continue to grow just at a slower rate. We are seeing the price of housing go down. So the question is, did you know that was going to be the effect? Did you know that was going to be happening? And did you mislead the Australian people, or did you get it wrong? Just like you got the widow tax wrong. And how soon before we are back in this place having to fix those mistakes as well? You said that rents would be going up $2 a week. They're going up more. You said that the price of housing wouldn't go down. It's going down. You said that you weren't doing a widow tax, but you did one. We are here having to fix your mistakes, and unfortunately for the Australian people, I think we're going to be here often, having to fix these mistakes for a very long time. And again, let's just point out, while Labor is fiddling with tax settings, announcing housing deals, you continue to add extraordinary population demand to the housing market. And if people can think back in time, prior to the first Albanese government, you actually promised to cut immigration. You actually said immigration would be lower, yet you delivered some of, I think, the record net immigration in Australian history. And then when you start to slowly wind that back from its record peak to it's still extremely high, you ask for credit. Give us credit for reducing net migration from, I think, over 500,000 people a year to something close to, I think, net 350, trying to get towards net 250. And again, if we're talking about mistakes, if we're talking about misleading budget figures, nothing has been more wrong than your continued failure to predict immigration figures. Every single budget, you have completely blown past your immigration targets. You know, the failure to manage some of these economic laws is only rivaled by your failure to manage our immigration system. And then we have to come back, we have to fix it, and then in the process of fixing it, you move a guillotine, you rush things through, you have a compounding effect. Bad legislation, rushed process, mistake. Fixed with more legislation in a rushed way. Like, we're not going to have appropriate time to go through and do a proper committee stage on half of these things. We'll do our best, but that's not your intention. Your intention is to take away our time. Your intention is to rush things through. And it's hard to say what mistakes are going to be laid within the further tranches of legislation that are coming this week, but I'm sure they'll be there. And I'm sure it won't be long before we're all back here in this place arguing again about how to fix the mistakes you have made. And I think the Australian people deserve significantly better than this, and they also deserve the truth. You know, we're not here dealing with certain circumstances. We are here dealing with the fact that you legislated a tax on widows. You legislated a tax on divorces. That's not good enough.
Thank you, Senator Chandler.
Thank you, Mr Acting Deputy President. Every government says that it supports small business, but the real test is whether the policies of that government give business the confidence to invest. That is the test that we in the Coalition have applied to the Treasury Laws Amendment Tax Reform No. 2 Bill 2026. Now, I want to be very clear, Mr Acting Deputy President, the Coalition will be supporting this bill, but those opposite shouldn't be smiling too broadly, because the evidence before the Senate Economics Committee inquiry into this bill, in which I participated, was very clear. While Australian small businesses welcome the measures in this bill, many believe that they do not go far enough, and that particularly given the broader impact of this government's budget, more support is required for our business sector. If you speak to small businesses today, and we heard from many of them during the committee inquiry, I speak to many in my home state of Tasmania, the overwhelming feeling at the moment is not one of confidence. It is caution, it is uncertainty, and increasingly it is a concern from businesses that survival is becoming more and more difficult. Business owners are asking themselves simple questions. Can I afford to invest? Can I afford to hire? Can I afford to grow? And the answer depends largely on whether government policy settings make those decisions easier or harder. Now, the Coalition supports this bill because it contains measures that improve cash flow, encourage investment and provide some certainty to businesses around the investment environment that they find themselves in. But we also believe, Mr Acting Deputy President, that this bill can and should be stronger. Anyone who has run a small business knows that success is rarely a straight line. Markets change, costs rise, demand fluctuates, and challenges emerge. Now, that doesn't mean a business has failed. It just means a business is operating in the real world, and that is why the Coalition supports the loss carryback provisions in Schedule 1 of this bill. These measures recognise that one difficult year shouldn't wipe away years of hard work, investment and success. They improve cash flow when businesses need it most, and they are a sensible reform that the Coalition is pleased to support. Mr Acting Deputy President, every government, like I say, says it wants businesses to invest and to grow. And the question is whether government policies are actually encouraging them to do so, because when businesses invest, they grow. When businesses grow, they create jobs, they employ more Australians. And when more Australians are in work, then communities prosper. And that is why the most significant part of this bill is the instant asset write-off, which will support many Australian businesses to make more certain decisions around investing in assets for their business. The certainty around the instant asset write-off, making it permanent, is welcome, and indeed we heard that through the Senate committee inquiry. Small businesses shouldn't be in a position where they're having to wait until every May, when we come into this place and hand down a federal budget, to find out whether a sensible investment incentive like the instant asset write-off will be extended for another year. Business owners need to plan ahead. They need confidence, they need certainty, and making the instant asset write-off permanent will provide them with that confidence and that certainty year on year. But while we in the Coalition believe that making the write-off permanent is the right decision, we also believe that the government has set the threshold for the instant asset write-off far too low. The committee heard consistent evidence during the Senate inquiry that the $20,000 threshold no longer reflects the real cost of productive business assets in today's economy. COSBOA, AXI, CPA Australia, HIA all raised concerns about the adequacy of that threshold. And like I say, while the Coalition has long supported a higher threshold, the government has chosen to proceed with a $20,000 limit. And I think that reflects a misunderstanding of how much business costs have changed. $20,000 doesn't get you anywhere near as far as it used to. And that the type of assets that we want businesses to be investing in to increase their productivity often exceed that $20,000 limit. Like I say, business costs have changed and investment incentives need to reflect that. They should encourage businesses to invest and to grow and to create jobs. Now, the government says that it wants businesses to be in a position to invest, and the Coalition agrees with that. But the evidence before the committee was very clear. A higher threshold would make a real difference to business investment, particularly to small business investment in relation to that instant asset write-off. $20,000 simply doesn't buy what it did 10 years ago. Ask any tradie pricing a new work vehicle or a manufacturer upgrading their machinery, a construction business investing in equipment, or any small business seeking to modernise through technology. The kinds of assets that genuinely improve productivity often cost well above the government's proposed threshold of $20,000. If the government's objective is to drive investment and productivity, that threshold should reflect the real-world cost of productive assets in 2026, not the cost of what those assets might have been a decade ago. Now, the question isn't whether $20,000 helps. I'm not here, Mr Acting Deputy President, saying that it doesn't, and certainly the evidence to the committee that we heard was that it does. But the question is whether $20,000 is good enough. A permanent write-off is good policy. A permanent write-off of $50,000, noting that that is Coalition policy, Mr Acting Deputy President, would be even better. Just as important, good tax reform should provide certainty. Australians should be able to understand and navigate through the rules, plan for the future and have confidence that their tax system will operate fairly. This is an issue that we traversed significantly when the first stage of these tax reforms, Tax Reform Number 1 bill, came through this Senate before the winter break. And as we heard through the debate around that bill, which has now come into law, unfortunately, certainty has not always been the case with this Labor government's broader tax agenda. And a clear example of this has become known as the widow's tax. Australians have now spent more than 90 days waiting for Labor to fix a problem of its own making. Now, let's be very clear about what happened here. It took the government far longer, I suspect, than 90+ days to create this problem. After all, it was the Labor government that designed and developed the policy. And when concerns were raised regarding this problem, well, Labor promptly dismissed them. Stakeholders were warning the government, we were warning the government here in this chamber and outside. The consequences of this widow's tax were identified before the legislation was even introduced. But the Labor government guillotined debate, particularly in relation to the Tax Reform Number 1 bill, and we can argue the same thing is happening here today, and forced that bill through the parliament anyway. And do you remember what happened next, Mr Acting Deputy President? Do you remember what happened when the Tax Reform Number 1 bill passed this chamber? Those opposite celebrated. They applauded. They congratulated themselves on the passage of this legislation. Well, I wonder whether they're going to be quite as enthusiastic here today when the vote to unwind part of that legislation passes this place. I wonder whether those opposite will be quite as eager to celebrate the repeal of the widow's tax as they were to celebrate its passage. So the problem wasn't that the Labor government didn't know or didn't understand the consequences of what they were doing. The problem was that the government, frankly, wouldn't listen to concerns that were being raised. And now they have scrambled to fix the very problem that the government, I should say, spent months denying even existed. Not because they've suddenly discovered the problem. Let's be very frank about this. The reason that we are debating this legislation as amended here in this chamber today is not because the government suddenly woke up and realised that there was a problem. It's because the problem became impossible to ignore from the advocacy of many people in this place and many people outside this chamber as well. Let's be very clear, Mr Acting Deputy President. The people caught up in the mess of this seemingly inadvertent tax are widows. They are people going through a divorce. They are people trying to leave violent relationships. They are Australians dealing with some of the toughest moments that life can throw at them. And this government spent weeks and weeks and weeks telling Australians that there wasn't a problem, while Australians were living with the consequences. And they are now moving to fix what they were warned about from day one. Now, that is welcome, Mr Acting Deputy President. We welcome this fix, and I'm sure those opposite will hail this as a success, but we call it something else. We call it a policy backdown. I think there was every intention from this government that this tax should continue, and the only reason that it has made this fix here today is because of the attention that has been brought to it, like I say, by many inside and outside this chamber. Mr Acting Deputy President, in concluding my remarks on this legislation, it was very clear through the Senate Economics Committee, the inquiry that they had into this bill and the broader advocacy of the small business community in this country since the budget was handed down in May, that businesses aren't looking for special treatment. All they want to see is common sense and certainty and a fair playing field when it comes to operating their business, and policies that reflect the economic reality of what they are dealing with. And that is why the Coalition is supportive of the measures contained in this bill. The loss carryback provisions are about resilience. The instant asset write-off is about investment and certainty of investment. Both are a move in the right direction. But the evidence before the Economics Committee was very clear that Australian businesses are looking for something more. They are looking for a broader agenda from government that encourages investment, rewards enterprise and supports productivity. Now, this government needs to take that message seriously. The government also needs to take seriously the lessons of the widows' tax debacle. Listen to businesses. Listen to stakeholders. Listen to the warnings. Don't wait almost 100 days before fixing up your own mess, because when governments stop listening, Australians end up paying the price. Small businesses pay the price, families pay the price, and confidence throughout the economy suffers. Australian families and Australian businesses, Madam Acting Deputy President, deserve far better than that.
Senator Duniam.
Acting Deputy President, we are truly a hot ticket today with the amount of people that have come to observe debate in this place. But as I rise to speak to the Treasury Laws Amendment Tax Reform No. 2 Bill, I find myself asking the question whether what has happened here was intentional or whether it was an oversight, especially when it comes to matters related to the so-called widows' tax that we thankfully have seen a government pivot on as a result of a sustained campaign by the opposition and frankly by the community around bad policy that was punitive, policy that was in no way humane, and policy that was, I'm fearful, designed to hurt vulnerable Australians, all in the name of something this government is renowned for, and that is tax grabs, looking for money to prop up a budget that is beset by bad management and over expenditure. A government that has not been able to rein in its bloated expenditure, has not been able to find the discipline required to manage the books in this country. So instead of reducing expenditure, they find ways to take other people's money. And this very cynical attempt at doing that was something they were caught out on, something that Australians noticed and that we as an opposition proudly railed against, with support from, of course, the crossbench. But again, that question, was this intentional or was it incompetence? Was it something they overlooked and was not intended? And either way, it is a very, very alarming set of events to have occurred for a government that is supposed to be in charge and doing the right thing by the people of Australia. All of this happening again against the backdrop of an economic crisis in this country. And we've heard others already in this debate talk to some of the issues faced by Australians as a result of this government's policies. And while there is somewhat of a reprieve in parts of this bill, and we'll come to those details shortly, it is worth revisiting on some of those things that Australians are experiencing right now. And let's start with what's happening to Australian homeowners. Let's start by looking at what's happening to first home buyers. Let's start by considering what experts are telling us about the rental market in this country. And this response by this government, the denial that there is an issue when it comes to house prices and therefore the value of the most secure and stable asset most Australians will ever own, going through the floor, pretending there is no issue here and it's a correction, it's something to be celebrated, is alarming. As a result of government policy, people's number one asset, in most cases, their homes, have seen a massive dip. Of course, when we're seeing auction clearance rates plummet, when we're seeing the number of houses brought to market similarly plummet, when we're being told by experts, banks like the NAB, backed in by real estate agencies, Australia's largest property management agency, Ray White, you get, of course, this concern outlined that rental prices are going to increase by 30%. That is something Australian households cannot afford. And of course, when prices are going down, people are not going to be selling their assets if they don't have to. They're going to get less than they want for the asset they're seeking to sell. This is, again, as a result of government policy. Was this the intention or was it not? I've heard government ministers having a bet each way, that they wanted to bring down house prices, but then, of course, running away from that claim when confronted by members of the press gallery around whether what we are actually seeing was as a result of government policy. I assert that it is. I assert that, of course, the economic carnage we are seeing inflicted upon Australian households is precisely that. But again, back to elements of this bill, against that backdrop of economic carnage, of Australian communities being let down by this government, which have no capacity to manage our budget, no capacity to grow the economy, no capacity to rein in their expenditure, is frankly gobsmacking. And this widow's tax, again, as Senator Chandler rightly pointed out, a tax that would have penalised people who lost a partner through a deceased partner, a widow, a widower, who, of course, through the transfer of an asset would have been pinged by Labor's approach to this tax. The exemptions previously available to this cohort of people no longer exist. This bill changes that. This bill wasn't coming. We were told by government ministers that this was not an issue, that it was something that we were running a scare campaign on. But the facts bear out, and the biggest fact of all, the fact that the government have backflipped, demonstrates that this was an issue all along. That denial, that pretence that this was not an issue was completely false, and they knew it all along. The fact that they were willing to consult on this and take as long as they did demonstrates that they knew there was an issue, but again, I guess we'll never get to the bottom of whether this government knew what it was doing or was completely incompetent and out at sea on this issue, penalising widows across the country, or indeed people who are going through that terrible life-changing event of a divorce or escaping domestic violence, penalising these people who are going through something they don't have a choice in, and of course attracting a higher rate of tax on the transfer of an asset because of the dissolution of a relationship. How is that a government with heart? How is that compassion? How is that anything that is good for the Australian community? It's not. It's a blatant tax grab. It was this government coming after your money, hoping no one would notice, hoping that no one would see that this was the intention of their policy, and that in the cover or under the cover of a big budget which had a lot of terrible measures in it, people wouldn't notice it. But unfortunately for this government, it was spotted. People across the country saw exactly what was going on here, and I am proud of my colleagues for having sustained a campaign to call on the government to wheel back this punitive set of taxes, to make the changes necessary to restore some humanity to the budget, to vulnerable communities in this country, people that frankly should not have had to experience this. Again, I have a question that remains outstanding, and that is, did this government intend to do this, or was it an oversight? Either way, I think, Acting Deputy President, shame on this government. I commend Angus Taylor, the Leader of the Opposition, for sustaining this campaign to bring about change, and I do therefore commend the bill to the Senate.
Minister.
Thank you, and I thank other senators who have contributed to the debate this morning. This is a good bill to get done and to have passing the Senate this week, and we're very pleased to have been able to facilitate the passage of this legislation. It is one of those rare moments where the Senate comes together and is able to deal with an issue like this, or a number of issues actually that are contained in this bill. As people and as others have commented on through the debate this morning, this was a series of amendments that we were consulting on, which were due to report on the 21st of August. However, with the agreement of the Senate, and it is unusual in tax law reform, and as we said from the beginning of this process, that we would be dealing with subsequent pieces of legislation in tranches, and that is exactly how Treasury has gone about this work. But with the agreement of the Senate to do something quickly, which is quite unlike the Senate in most instances, the government is very happy to have taken the opportunity presented and to make sure that we can deal with this bill this session. And I would like to thank not only those who have contributed in this debate, but also the Treasurer and his team and the Treasury officials who were able to ensure that the TLAB 2 bill arrived in this Senate on time, and that we were able to deal not just with the amendment that people have focused on today, but also other elements of the bill as well, which is a great outcome, because this continues to progress the tax reforms that we included in our budget. And I know there's a lot of concentration on one element, but also on all of the other elements that we have, including around instant asset write-off and the loss carryback, and all of those measures that form part of a much bigger and much more ambitious tax reform agenda than any recent government has put forward, but also one that seeks to balance a whole range of competing or reforms, much of which hasn't had much analysis post-budget. There has been a lot, obviously, on capital gains tax and negative gearing, and I'm sure we'll continue to discuss trusts as well as the legislation around trust progress. But other elements of the tax reform measures haven't had the scrutiny that those elements have. And in fact, we were very pleased that the Senate committee had already reported and provided some recommendations, one of which we were able to pick up, I think, from the Coalition, recommendation 4, which was to amend to include dealing with the issue around transfer of ownership in certain situations, and that has been able to be dealt with in this bill. And I thank those who have contributed to this debate, and I welcome the passage of this, and I know the Treasurer welcomes the passage of this bill, and the PM also welcomes the passage of this bill, because it's another step forward in delivering on the tax reforms, the comprehensive tax reform work that was included in the budget in May. There will be further legislation to come, and I can only dream and hope that it passes the Senate with as smooth as this bill is passing the Senate this morning. So perhaps we can deliver that. I will be one very happy repping minister in this chamber.
Thank you, Minister. The time for the debate has expired. Pursuant to order, the time allocated for debate on this bill has expired. I will put the question before the chair and then put the questions on the remaining stages of the bill. The question is that this bill be now read a second time. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the law relating to taxation and for related purposes.
The question now is that the bill be now read a third time. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the law relating to taxation and for related purposes.
Senators, that concludes consideration of this bill. Messages. The President has received messages from the House of Representatives forwarding the Interactive Gambling Amendment Gambling Reform Bill 2026 and 2 related bills for concurrence. I call the Minister.
Thank you. I move that these bills may proceed without formalities, may be taken together and be now read a first time.
So the question is, the motion is moved by the Minister be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Interactive Gambling Amendment Gambling Reform Bill 2026, National Self-Exclusion Register Cost Recovery Levy Amendment Bill 2026 and Interactive Gambling Cost Recovery Levy Bill 2026.
Minister.
Thank you. I table a revised explanatory memorandum relating to the Interactive Gambling Amendment Gambling Reform Bill 2026 and move that these bills be now read a second time, and I seek leave to have the second reading speech incorporated in Hansard.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Thank you, Minister. And I call Senator Henderson.
President, good morning, and I'm very pleased to rise to speak on the gambling reform bills. And I have to say, and start by saying, these bills, and particularly the Interactive Gambling Amendment Gambling Reform Bill 2026, is a vastly different bill to the one that the government presented into the Parliament a very short time ago. We have worked constructively with the government to secure a wide range of sensible amendments to this bill to ensure that children are better protected. There is much greater protection for vulnerable Australians, including those suffering from gambling harm. These amendments also include a very significant crackdown on illegal gambling, ads, particularly on social media. But we want to ensure that in prosecuting these amendments and in bringing forward a vastly strengthened bill, that we preserve the personal choice for millions of Australians who gamble responsibly. Now, we have had constructive discussions, and I do acknowledge and thank both the Prime Minister and the Communications Minister, but it has not been an easy road, because we have seen more than 3 years of delay, deflection and deception from the government in relation to gambling reform. The government presented before the Parliament a greatly flawed and deficient bill which did not get the balance right. It is extraordinary that that bill allowed for up to 3 gambling ads per hour to be served during children's television programming. It is extraordinary that the government's bill, unamended, did not combat predatory inducements and the shocking tactics used by gambling companies to target those suffering acute gambling harm and addiction. It is extraordinary that the government's unamended bill weakened the protections online and undid so much of the coalition, the former coalition government's good work with the reforms that were passed by the Parliament back in 2018. It is very disappointing, and I note the Prime Minister is no longer saying this, but he continued to say for a very long period of time that this bill, unamended bill, banned gambling ads during live sport, when in fact those prohibitions, the banning of gambling ads during live sport, including the 5-minute blackout window before and after live sport between 5 a.m. and 8:30 p.m, were very significant initiatives of the former coalition government. And when I talk about deception, that was a very misleading and disappointing claim by the Prime Minister, taking credit for the work of the former coalition government. But I do want to work through and discuss these amendments, which deliver sensible safeguards, but importantly do not punish most Australians who gamble responsibly, whether they want to have a bet on the races, take their chance on a lottery ticket, or have a flutter on the race which stops the nation, the Melbourne Cup. In bringing forward these amendments, we also recognise the importance of the wagering sector and, of course, sectors such as racing. Thoroughbred racing alone is worth more than $13 billion to the Australian economy, directly employs 100,000 Australians, half of whom work in regional Australia. But it is absolutely not good enough that the government's unamended bill did not combat predatory inducements, allowed gambling ads in children's television programming, and weakened online protections. So now the bill amended in the House, which is now before the Senate, includes a wide range of significant amendments delivered by the coalition. Tougher restrictions on broadcasters. The blackout period before live sport, before the game commences, has been extended from 5 minutes to 15 minutes between 5 a.m. to 8:30 p.m. And of course it was 6 a.m. under the government's bill. We've now brought it back to 5 a.m. as was the case with the current law. There will be no gambling ads allowed in children's television programming or programs directed to children. For the commercial networks, commercial television networks, which apply the same broadcast rules, and that includes a maximum of 3 gambling ads per hour between 5 a.m. and 8:30 p.m, where they apply the same broadcast rules to simulcast of those programs on BVOD platforms, which is now permitted, because of course many Australians, when they watch their smart TV, they don't know whether they're watching a network through the aerial, the terrestrial aerial, or through the app. But we have made sure that no gambling ads will be allowed during video on demand catch-up television programs where that triple lock opt-out exemption applies. There will now be tougher online restrictions. So Labor's bill, as I mentioned, weakened the rules online. It dropped the 5-minute blackout before and after live sport. It allowed ads, gambling ads in unscheduled breaks, such as after a goal was scored, which was a huge shock when we first read the government's proposal. I'm very pleased to say that one of our amendments has fixed this, and now the broadcast rules mirror those online. Very significantly, there will be a complete ban on the direct marketing of predatory inducements. There will be a ban on staff commissions related to customer activity, such as customer spending and betting losses. So no longer will wagering companies in this country be allowed to target those who are incurring very large losses, targeting those who are addicted to gambling and making their lives hell. The direct marketing of inducements, including the targeting of these individuals through social media advertising to red flag customers, is now banned. There are very strong obligations to monitor customers to make sure that the gambling companies are appropriately red flagging customers who are showing signs of gambling harm, and there are big fines for breaches. This has never been part of our law. Responsible wagering talks about frameworks. Well, frameworks are meaningless. There are no laws up until now, as before the Senate, which ban predatory inducements, and that is where so much of the harm is occurring. And we heard that compelling evidence in the Senate inquiry, including from Mr Bateman, Mr Luke Bateman, a former NRL player, who told a shocking story about how he was being targeted, addicted to gambling, targeted by these so-called VIP managers who were, of course, causing such enormous harm. There will be no inducements for 14 days for all new account holders. This is not just important for anyone signing up to a betting account, but it also means that if someone was with one betting company and they'd reached their limit, or they'd been red flagged, or they'd been restricted, they can't just go and sign up with someone else and keep betting in an uncontrolled way. So there is an important cooling off period there. And for BetStop customers, those who have registered with BetStop, another very important initiative of the former coalition government, we legislated BetStop, there will be a 3-month cooling off period following customers deregistering from BetStop. There will be AdStop, a global opt-out register which ensures that every Australian can go to the register, a one-stop shop, to opt out of all gambling ads no matter where they are online. And this is a very significant initiative. The idea that Australians have got to find every single opt-out button on every website, on every social media platform, from our perspective, was untenable. Now, this register will take up to 12 months to design and implement. The government needs to make sure it gets it right. Privacy, of course, and data has to be properly protected. But this is now one place where Australians can go to opt out of all gambling ads in this country. And this is a huge warning to the gambling companies. If you want to try and get around these laws, if you want to abuse your privilege to operate in the Australian marketplace, I can tell you every single Australian will have the opportunity to opt out of wagering advertising through a very, very simple mechanism. So this, as I say, is a very important initiative of the Coalition. We have also tackled the scourge of illegal gambling ads online, particularly on social media. Publishers of gambling advertisements are now directly liable for publishing illegal gambling ads online, including from illegal offshore casinos. Prior to this, ACMA, the regulator, had some limited powers. They were playing whack-a-mole with overseas illegal websites, but they were popping up as soon as they were being taken down. We've got to make sure that the publishers of gambling ads in this country check to make sure that they are only publishing ads from licensed wagering providers in this country. Illegal offshore gambling is causing enormous harm to Australians. It is costing Australians some $3.6 billion. The trajectory is that in a number of years it will cost up to $5 billion. And they are an absolute scourge on social media. They are very deceptive, and we are cracking down and shutting them out. There will, very importantly, be a statutory review in 3 years, another coalition amendment that we fought very hard for. This will be independent. This will include public submissions. This will drive accountability and transparency. We want to make sure that nothing falls through the cracks. And this is a big warning to the gambling industry. This is a big warning to all stakeholders: television, radio broadcasters, gambling companies, other online platforms. If you are going to try and get around these laws, if you are going to try and continue to hurt Australians, there will be full and complete transparency and accountability through a statutory review. So the Coalition has worked very hard to ensure these amendments are practical, they're proportionate, and they respect personal choice and responsibility. And I have to say, and I do commend others in the Senate, including the Greens and the crossbench, we drove the government kicking and screaming to a Senate inquiry. The 2 days of hearings shone a very significant light on the extensive gambling harm that has been caused in this country. I want to thank the courage of those who did testify in the Senate inquiry. That was very, very influential in convincing the government that they needed to do so much more. So I do want to also just reflect on the Coalition's record when we were in government. I did call out the Prime Minister in relation to the fact that back in 2018 we banned gambling ads during live sport, including that 5-minute window before and afterwards. We legislated BetStop, the National Self-Exclusion Register, to support gamblers who needed support to take a break from gambling, and that is now up and running, and that is working very well. And we did pass laws to prohibit betting companies offering sign-up inducements as part of the National Consumer Protection Framework. But now, as we know, we have much tougher provisions before the Senate. Australians lost approximately $32 billion on legal forms of gambling in 23-24. 25% of those losses were as a result of wagering. The consequences extend well beyond financial loss. Gambling addiction can contribute to psychological distress, relationship breakdown, financial hardship, and workplace impacts. Families often bear the consequences alongside the individual gambler. But we also recognise that we've got to get the balance right. This is a very important industry, including, of course, the racing industry. And we think, Acting Deputy President, that in bringing forward these amendments, which have now, of course, been passed in the House, that we have a much better bill, and commend the bill to the Senate.
Senator Ananda Raja.
Thank you, Deputy President. Deputy President, I rise to speak on the Interactive Gambling Amendment Bill 2026. We have in Australia a generation of Australian adults and Australian children who have grown up in an environment where gambling has become normalised, dangerously normalised. And this has led to all kinds of harms, both to the individual and to broader society. We know that around 1 in 10 Australians experience gambling harm. However, that belies the fact that this harm has a knock-on effect, a ripple effect onto families, onto communities. It's not just mental health impacts, but it means that families are unable to, and individuals are unable then to pay their bills, unable to put food on the table. Sometimes businesses are put at risk. Sometimes people end up homeless or worse. The trend line when it comes to gambling losses is one of an upward direction. Last year, gambling losses amounted to around 36 billion. That is nearly 100 million per day. That is money from hard-working Australians going out the door in the midst of a cost of living crisis and into the coffers of gambling corporations, some of whom are not even domiciled here, so it's going offshore. We know that this package of reforms are not going to please everyone, and I understand that. This is a morally charged issue, but I believe that these reforms are highly significant. I want to thank the Coalition for working collaboratively with the government on these reforms, and particularly Senator Sarah Henderson, who sits with me on a committee that has also prosecuted this work. But I also want to pay tribute to one of our own, the late Peter Murphy, the member for Dunkley, whose seminal work kicked off this response. And this has been going for a number of years. Now, we didn't fulfill all of Peter's requests, but I think we have delivered in this package of reforms highly significant changes that will make a tangible difference, bearing in mind that this is building on other reforms that we introduced in our first term of government. And the work of social policy, as the Minister says, is never done. It is never done. So I will go through, broadly speaking, what this package entails. It involves shielding children from gambling ad exposure, creating one set of rules for every screen, whether you're watching it free-to-air or online through TV in an app, for example, giving people control over what they see through the triple lock function, which gives them an opt-out if they're an adult and they're logged in, closing off inducements at vulnerable pressure points, and banning commissions, which have driven predatory marketing behaviour, having an industry pays approach and enforcement with teeth. And of course, bearing in mind that this package of reforms is complementary to what we introduced in our first term. Now, in 2024, on some channels in this country, you could sit through 8 gambling ads an hour, 8, in the middle of news. These bills cap it at 3. 3 an hour on broadcast TV, meaning free-to-air TV, between 5 a.m. and 8:30 p.m, brought forward from 6 a.m, and none at all during live sport inside those hours. The blackout around a game goes from 5 minutes to 15. 15 minutes before the first bounce and 15 minutes after the final siren. On radio, gambling ads disappear in the morning and in the afternoon, around the time of children's programming, which is to say that every time a child is strapped into the back of a car on the way to school and on the way home, they're not going to hear these ads. It's really important ensuring that we don't normalise and socialise our children into believing gambling is part of the furniture in their lives. It isn't. It isn't. Online, the ads are off by default unless a person is logged in, verified as over 18, and given a way to switch them off. That is the deluge damned. Now, as a former medical practitioner, I can tell you that gambling harm almost never walks through the door of a hospital announcing itself. It manifests in other ways. It presents as a mental health crisis. And I saw plenty of those. I saw plenty of young men coming through the emergency department door, some of whom were jaundiced from nearly drinking themselves to death. And these were people who had really good jobs, had everything to live for, and something had gone badly wrong. And they would come in silence. It was incredibly difficult to extract what was wrong with them, but then we chipped away, and we found that in many cases, gambling was travelling with alcoholism and with other problems. It may also present in other ways. A young bloke who has chest pain, but not a single cardiac risk factor to explain it. Chest pain can be a manifestation of anxiety. It presents as a family sitting in the waiting room who have stopped speaking to one another. Family breakdown is real. You treat what is in front of you, but very often you may not find out what is underneath it. We're not very good at picking this because it is a highly stigmatising disorder. Gambling harm runs into mental health, into family violence, into financial counselling, into homelessness services, into our emergency departments and into our family courts. One ecosystem of pain and harm and suffering. Break one part of it and you will find the cost somewhere else. Everyone is paying for this harm. There are some scenarios worth considering. This one should be familiar to every Australian. Saturday afternoon, you've got the game on. Your kid is on the floor watching telly. And by the time the second quarter is done, she can recite the odds back to you. Not the ladder, the odds. I didn't even know what the odds were when I was a kid. I don't think I really still do either. Not really, because I've never grown up gambling. Wasn't part of my life. It's very different with a generation of young kids in Australia today. She thinks that the odds are part of watching football because that's what her entire life has been like. Here's another scenario. You're 19, you've just opened your first betting account, and for the next fortnight, your phone lights up. Bonus bets, match deposits, a little push notification at 11 p.m. at night telling you there's money waiting for you. Under these reforms, under this package, that first fortnight will go quiet, completely silent. There won't be inducements, there won't be direct marketing for 2 weeks after an account is opened, because it's in those first 2 weeks that a habit is formed. And in that first 2 weeks, a lot of Australians will also be exposed to information on how they can gamble responsibly and the risks, particularly for young men. Then there's another scenario, and this is one that should trouble us most. You've done the single hardest thing a person with a gambling problem can do. You've taken that first step, which is to put your name down on BetStop, a self-exclusion register. Some months later, you come off that register, and within days, the offers start again, timed almost to the hour, from a company that knows precisely who you are and precisely what will work. They know your buttons and they will press them. Under these bills, that stops for 90 days. That's a significant reform. That's a significant cooling off period to protect you. And here's the fourth. You've been flagged by a company itself as a customer at risk of harm. Flagged by their own systems. They know you. They know what buttons to press. The marketing keeps coming anyway. Under these bills, direct marketing of inducements to those customers will be banned outright. Gambling companies know exactly who to target. They have always known. They have the data, they have the models, and they run them with skill. These bills take that intelligence and turn it around. Use it to protect people instead. We are also banning commissions to staff and to affiliates. And we base this on the explosive testimony that we heard in the Senate inquiry. And with regards to advertising, our starting principle is simple. What you see on telly should match what you get online. It hasn't, and everyone in the building knows that. So we are taking the protections that sat in the Commercial Television Industry Code of Practice, an industry code enforced by industry, and we are putting them into law. Then we are extending them to streaming. The rules on live sport and the rules during children's programming will apply on platforms like 9Now and 7plus, and on streaming platforms like Netflix and Prime. One set of rules for every screen. The first is simulcast, where a broadcaster is running a straight live feed on its terrestrial channel online. It may elect to follow the broadcast rules rather than the triple lock. This comes with some transparency obligations. Providers must declare to their viewers and to the regulator which rules they are operating under, and the whole framework will be subject to review at 3 years. If, however, you're watching something on a TV on an app like 7Now or 9plus, and it's not a live simulcast, you can opt out of those ads. There will be a button. There should be a prominence feature on those platforms to enable you, as long as you're logged in and you're over 18, to actually opt out of gambling ads. So it's not a given that just because you're going to be online watching a streaming platform or a broadcasting platform like a TV in an app, for example, that you will see these ads. You may see them if it is a live simulcast from a broadcast channel, but if you opt out, then you're not going to see them at other times. The other reform is that we will be grandfathering stadium and jersey advertising. Existing commercial contracts cannot be voided by this Parliament. What we have done here is bring the cut-off forward to the date these bills were introduced, the 2nd of July this year, so nobody can rush in and sign a decade-long deal before Christmas. And we have also added a sunset, so the whole arrangement expires after 5 years. Beyond advertising, these bills also go to enforcement, and enforcement is where reform either bites or it doesn't. Civil penalties have increased for at 1,000 penalty units and 5,000 for corporations. In dollars, that is around $364,000 an offence and roughly $1.82 million for a company, more than 5 times the highest advertising penalty currently in the Act. The penalties do matter, so does the opprobrium that comes from the community if these are breached. These are the difference between a rule and a suggestion. On illegal offshore operators, since 2019, the ACMA, which is the Enforcement Authority, has had more than 1,700 illegal gambling sites blocked. It's a lot of work, but the operators are quick, they are evasive, and they are sophisticated. And the whole process has frankly been too slow. These bills will streamline the blocking process, extend the obligation to app stores and search engines so that they must proactively keep these sites away from Australians and their feeds. Even if you reach the site, you will not be able to send funds to it from an Australian bank account. This is important. And ACMA gets the power to issue takedown notices directly, including to an influencer spruiking an illegal service to Aussie kids. On BetStop, which is a reform we introduced in our last term of government, as of July this year, more than 67,000 Australians have registered, with around 41,000 who are currently active. This is a self-exclusion register. Before we came to government, that register did not exist. These bills deliver every recommendation of the Eccles Review, a mandatory minimum 3-month exclusion once you come off BetStop, and friction added to the cancellation process so that nobody walks out of it on a bad night. Restrictions are extended beyond email and SMS to apps and push notifications, and old and new accounts linked so harm patterns can actually be seen. Chair, these bills are not a prohibition, I accept that, and not everyone will be happy. But as a practitioner, I also don't believe in prohibition. I just don't believe it works. I never saw it work in my practice. If you clamp down, people find ways of circumventing those kinds of rules. These are significant reforms, and I believe they get the balance right, and they are a significant step forward in minimising gambling harm on individuals and in our wider community.
Your time's expired. Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you. The government has one core job, and that is to protect its citizens. The piece of legislation before us today fails to do exactly that. The Prime Minister and the leader of the coalition have not just failed to protect Australian citizens, they have failed the most clearest moral test of all: to be honest about what they are failing to do. Labor has proven itself to be captured by the gambling industry. All of those political donation inducements over years and years, adding up to millions and millions, cashed in by the gambling industry to stop this law working, to protect the gambling industry and its self-interest above and ahead of the protection of Australian families. These laws are designed to fail. Labor has proven itself to be captured by the industry, and the Liberal Party has proven itself to be weak and toothless. It is gambling companies who are the winners today, not Australian families, not even Australian media companies. The gambling industry has won the House. This bill has become so convoluted, it looks less like gambling reform and much more like a protection racket for the gambling industry. It's full of loopholes, delays, complexities, carve-outs. It is designed to not work. There was a very, very simple proposition put to this Parliament and put to the government off the back of the Murphy Review. That report recommended the ban of gambling advertising. It said clearly, Halfway measures do not work. It said there needed to be a ban on inducements because of their predatory and harmful nature. It said there must be a national regulator because the gambling industry has proven itself incapable of doing the right thing. This bill fails on all three of those points. There is no ban on gambling advertising across any medium. There is no ban on inducements, and there is no national regulator to hold gambling companies who have shown themselves to be immoral, to be improper, to be corrupt, to do the right thing. They have proven themselves unfit to be an industry. And yet the key recommendation to have a watchdog to hold them to account is missing from this entire bill and entire conversation from both the Labor and the Liberal parties. I'll tell you one thing. Ads work. Advertising works. That's why the industry has fought tooth and nail to stop any attempt to ban ads. I'll tell you why we know it works. Because the gambling industry have done everything they can to get a piece of legislation that does everything but stop them from being able to advertise their dangerous product. We know that ads for gambling works because the gambling industry, in just one single year, spends $600 million on gambling advertising. In 2023-24 financial year, Australian gambling companies spent $600 million flogging their dangerous and predatory product. You don't spend $600 million if it doesn't work. I mean, what's even more galling is not only are they spending $600 million on gambling, but it's 6 times more than they pay in tax. 6 times more than they pay in tax. No wonder the gambling industry wants anything but a ban on their advertising. The Labor and Liberal parties are so addicted to the gambling industry and the inducements that come from this industry that despite all of the evidence, all of the stories of heartbreak and damage, they cannot bring themselves to do the obvious and simple thing. And I foreshadow that I will be moving a second reading amendment to ban the inducements that the gambling industry fork out to Labor and Liberal parties and MPs here today. You know, Australians have lost $104 billion to gambling since the Murphy report was handed down. That's $666 million a week. $666 million a week is what Australians are losing, going straight into the coffers, to the profits of the vultures in the gambling industry. And since this debate over the last few weeks has been elevated and we've seen the Senate inquiry, we've seen the experts and people tell their personal stories, I've been inundated with accounts from Australians right across the country of their stories of absolute and complete and utter devastation. Stories that are so shameful to tell, but Australians have been desperate to be heard. So many stories of people driven to suicide because they couldn't see any other way out of their gambling addiction. For one victim who wrote to my office, even in death, the gambling companies would not let him go. His widow kept receiving inducement offers after her husband had killed himself. What a pack of bastards. How disgusting. Mothers who have had to bury their sons will never, ever get to meet their grandchildren. Fathers who will never know retirement because they have to keep going back to work to support their children's addiction, rehab or addiction habit. The love of parents, brothers, sisters, uncles, aunts, as they are desperately trying to keep their loved ones from doing the ultimate heartbreaking act of ending their life to end the suffering for them and their families. Decades worth of savings, millions of dollars, houses lost, vanished to save a son who has a gambling addiction. Entire small businesses that have gone bankrupt because someone in the business stole from the company in order to feed their gambling illness. The list goes on and on and on. And yet it doesn't seem to matter how many bodies pile up on these companies' watch. It doesn't matter that the Murphy report set out a detailed roadmap of how this harm could be stopped. Expert after expert have told this Parliament what needs to be done. But the Labor Party and the Liberal Party and the National Party and One Nation don't care. It's all too hard. Cowards. And as they cowardly today come into this place to pretend, to beg for a pat on the back, for putting through a piece of legislation that is designed to fail, the body count will continue. I mean, I feel exhausted by this. Australians and Australian families feel exhausted by this. And this is what is wrong with the state of politics in this country when all of the evidence is so clear, when the public have been crystal clear. The majority of Australians don't want these ads. Even if you like a flutter, you don't want to be bombarded with gambling advertising. You're worried about what it does to the vulnerable person next to you. But it doesn't matter because vested interests have won the day. I mean, this opt-out register. I mean, what an absolute joke. It's as if people in this place or the Prime Minister's office doesn't understand how the internet even works, and they expect a pat on the back for a fancy new product called AdStop, when we know the ads are not stopping, they're not being banned. I mean, how will this opt-out register even work? The government can't even answer it. But what we do know is that every person in this country who doesn't want to receive ads will have to give their name, their email address, their phone number to the government, who will then take their name, their phone number, their email address to every website in the country that runs advertising. Every app, every gaming platform. I mean, It just beggars belief that the government and the opposition come in here today and think they can sell this rubbish. I mean, we're not idiots. The Australian people are not mugs. But they can see what has happened here. That the Labor Party and the Liberal Party have been played. And the inducements. The Murphy report said that inducements needed to be banned immediately because they are so harmful. And on one hand, the government recognises they're harmful because they've had to do something. But it's just to look like they're doing something. Because if inducements are so harmful, then they should be banned. I mean, we're going to let the gambling companies decide who is vulnerable to their inducements. And Andrew Wallace, the Liberal Party MP in the other house, is right. This is putting Dracula in charge of the blood bank. I mean, the gambling companies are already on radio today saying they already identify these vulnerable people. Oh, I bet they do. They know exactly who to target, and they do it. And there is nothing that is going to stop them from doing that further. Because the one thing this government has refused to do is to establish a national regulator. So these companies all run their dodgy, predatory, grooming activities through the regulator in the NT because it's a free-for-all. Everyone knows it, and you haven't had the guts to do anything about it. And the gambling companies are getting away with murder. And they groom people like pedophiles groom their victims. They have no social licence in this country anymore. And yet here you have the Labor Party and the Liberal Party rolling over for them. What a bunch of cowards.
Senator Little.
Thank you. Well, the Coalition has agreed to support this bill only because it changed significantly from what Labor first put on offer. This is a better bill today than the one they first put forward, and it is a better bill because the Coalition did the work Labor should have done itself. I commend my colleague Senator Henderson for her continued efforts. The Coalition acknowledges the importance of protecting children from gambling harm and gambling advertising while respecting the choices of adults who gamble responsibly. The Coalition did the hard work that Labor should have done itself. There's tens of thousands of Australians, including thousands of South Australians, whose job depends on a wagering and racing industry that operates within the law. They deserve that scrutiny. Now, the Murphy report, you win some, you lose more, was handed down in June 2023. It was a thorough piece of work led by the late Peter Murphy, and it deserved a considered, timely government response. Instead, after 3 years of Labor delay, we now work constructively to fix serious holes in Labor's bill and deliver practical, proportionate reform. 3 years. That's how long it took this Labor government to respond to a report warning about the harm gambling is doing to Australian families, and in that time, Australians caught up in addiction or not yet punters, but ripe for recruitment have grown. And when the response finally came on the 12th of May this year, it was tabled on Budget Day, the one day guaranteed to bury it in the news cycle. So much for transparency and accountability, but we've seen that promise broken over and over again by this Labor government. South Australians deserve better than a government that treats gambling harm as a media management problem rather than a policy problem deserving real attention. When the exposure draft of this bill was released in May, and the bill itself introduced into the House in July, it became immediately apparent that it had serious shortfalls. That is why Coalition senators strongly backed referring this bill to a Senate inquiry conducted by the Environment and Communications Legislation Committee. Time and again, as is commonplace with government bills, the inquiry heard that the bill in its original form was not good enough. So we listened and then we acted. The committee heard from former NRL player Luke Bateman, whose testimony about the tactics used by some licensed wagering companies to target gambling addicts was confronting and courageous. We heard from allied professionals, from advocates, from families who lived through the damage of gambling addiction and what it can do to a household. And we heard again and again that the bill as drafted did not go far enough to stop predatory targeting of vulnerable gamblers, and in some respects actually weakened protections that already existed. After 2 days of hearing, Shadow Minister for Communications and Digital Safety was clear and public about what she saw. The Coalition could not support this bill in its current form back then. This was a considered judgment based on evidence and is precisely the kind of scrutiny this Parliament exists to provide. Because of that position, because the Coalition was willing to say no until the defects and shortcomings were addressed, here we are today, finally talking about a bill with real, substantive improvements. Sport time should be family time. Parents should be able to watch footy with the kids without gambling advertising being pushed at them at every turn, whether they are watching on television or streaming online. I think of Adelaide Oval on a Saturday afternoon, of families packed onto the hill or gathered around the TV at home watching the Crows or Port, kids in club colours, pets in club colours, parents just wanting to enjoy the game together with the whole family. That is what this reform is about. Labor's original bill could have allowed up to 3 gambling advertisements an hour during children's programming. That was never going to be acceptable, and the Coalition won't wave that through. We have strengthened protections around children's programs and live sport, including bringing online streaming rules into line with broadcast protections. That's the right thing to do. This matters because the way Australians watch sport has changed. A blackout on gambling advertising that only applies to free-to-air television, while mainstreaming services are left untouched, is a loophole, not a protection. South Australian families streaming the football on their tablets deserve the same protection as those watching on the television in a lounge room. The Coalition insisted that online platforms be brought up to the same standard as broadcast, and that is now reflected in this bill. We have acted on predatory inducements. The Senate inquiry heard confronting evidence about vulnerable gamblers being targeted with significant inducements. Labor's original bill did not properly deal with that problem. This was, to my mind, one of the most serious gaps in the government's original approach. We heard directly through this inquiry that some operators are identifying so-called red flag gamblers, people already showing signs of harmful behaviour and specifically targeting them with inducements designed to keep them betting. That's predatory conduct, not acceptable to the Coalition. The Coalition would not accept a bill that left that loophole open, and we pushed hard to see it addressed. We have secured tougher action against illegal gambling advertising, flooding social media, as well as global online opt-out registers, so Australians have a one-stop shop to opt out of gambling advertising online. It's simple and makes opt-out services easily accessible to vulnerable Australians should they need it, should they choose to do that. Illegal offshore wagering operators do not play by Australian rules, and they should not be allowed to advertise as though they do. Strengthening payment blocking and website blocking powers and giving Australians a genuine, simple way to opt out of gambling advertising altogether are practical measures that will make a difference to households who want to reduce their exposure to this content. It will make a difference to Australian families. This is a sensible middle ground. We should be tough on gambling harm and protect children without treating every Australian who enjoys an occasional punt as a problem gambler. I want to be clear about something because I think it gets lost in this debate. Gambling done responsibly is a legal and legitimate form of entertainment for millions of Australians. The gambling sector directly employs around 33,000 Australians, and gambling taxes generate more than $10 billion a year for the essential services Australians rely on. Thoroughbred racing alone contributes more than $13 billion in economic activity and supports over 100,000 jobs, half of them in regional communities, including right across regional South Australia, from Port Lincoln to Mount Gambier. None of that changes the fact that gambling causes real harm, though. In 2023 to 24, Australians lost more than $32 billion on legal gambling, among the highest rates of loss per person anywhere in the world. Wagering losses make up around a quarter of that figure, and gambling addiction can bring psychological distress, broken relationships, financial ruin and workplace harm. Both things are true at once, and good policy has to hold both truths at the same time rather than pretending one does not exist. The Coalition has a strong record of practical gambling reforms, including BetStop and delivering the National Consumer Protection Framework, which banned betting companies from offering sign-up inducements. This agreement builds on the Coalition's record. It was the former Coalition government that introduced the 2018 ban on wagering advertising during live sport broadcasts, including that 5-minute blackout before and after the game, because we understood that footy time is family time. It's the best time. It was the former Coalition government that legislated BetStop, the National Self-Exclusion Register, which has already made a genuine difference to thousands of Australians trying to manage their own gambling. And it was a former Coalition government that banned sign-up inducements through the National Consumer Protection Framework. This builds on the Coalition's record. This Parliament's task on all sides is to build a framework that protects Australians from foreseeable harm while preserving a lawfully, properly regulated industry that supports real jobs and real communities. It is incumbent on all of us to guard against causing unnecessary harm to the wagering sector, and in turn to the racing industry, and in turn to the tens of thousands of Australian jobs that depend on it, while never losing sight of the families who have been hurt by gambling addiction, and doing what we can to protect those who are caught up in addiction. The government took more than 3 years to bring forward serious reforms in this space. It is because of the Coalition, because we referred this bill to scrutiny, because we listened to the evidence, and because we held firm until real changes were made, that this bill is now one we can responsibly pass and support. Protect children, protect vulnerable Australians, respect choices of adults who gamble responsibly, and protect the jobs of tens of thousands that depend on lawful, properly regulated industry. That's what this is. This is the balance this Parliament should and must get right. Labor continues to govern with balance. Well, they continue to fail to govern with balance and respect for our most vulnerable people. This is a better bill because the Coalition did the hard work that Labor should have done from the very beginning to protect Australian families and also protect the industry. Thank you.
Senator Whittaker.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I rise to speak in support of the Interactive Gambling Amendment Gambling Reform Bill 2026. Australians love their sports, and And in my home state of Western Australia, we've been spoilt for choice with local and international sporting events coming to our great state in recent years. From the Matildas opening the AFC Women's Asian Cup last March in Perth, to the AFL bringing games to the southwest town of Bunbury, where North Melbourne played the Dockers. And might I just say, the mighty Freo Dockers are having an excellent season at the moment. Just on Sunday, the Freo Dockers women's team played their very first game at their new home in my local community of Coburn. I can't wait to take my son to a game just down the road at the Dockers' amazing facility at Coburn Arc. But when I do, I don't want him to be exposed to gambling ads on the sidelines as we're watching the players play the game. And I know many families feel the same. When they're taking the train on trains manufactured in WA, thanks to a Labor government, trains that are running along the Metro network funded by both state and federal Labor governments, they should be able to do it knowing that when they arrive at the game, their kids won't be bombarded with ads that expose them to betting. Families deserve to be able to go to a stadium and watch the game without being worried about the ads that their kids might see. Children should not grow up believing that sports and gambling go hand in hand. Because Aussies love sports, but they love it for the game, not for the odds. And when gambling advertising gets in the way of enjoying the footy or the rugby with your kids or with your mates, we should step up and make change. Gambling ads have taken over our sports, our stadiums, teams, TVs, iPads and phone screens for too long. Without these changes, you haven't been able to watch your favourite team without being told to have a crack. This legislation is groundbreaking. Not only does this bill represent the largest reform to online gambling in Australia's history, it is the first time a federal government has taken proactive steps to regulate gambling advertising. The Albanese Labor government is taking the strongest ever action to tackle the harms of gambling. We will protect Australians from the harms of online gambling, and especially we will protect children and young people by minimising their exposure to betting ads. This bill places limits on ads so that no more than 3 gambling ads can be broadcast each hour between 5 a.m. and 8:30 p.m, the time that kids are most likely to watch any television. And new measures announced this week that I'm really pleased about enshrine what is in the Code of Practice into law, to legislate that gambling ads cannot be shown during shows for children. There will be a total ban during live sports broadcast within those hours, with the marketing blackout starting 15 minutes before each game. On the radio, ads will be banned during school drop-off and pick-up times between the hours of 8 and 9 a.m. and 3 to 4 p.m. We are banning wagering advertisements online unless you have a logged-in account, are over 18, and we will make sure that everyone has the option to opt out from these ads should they wish. For people that need to stay away from gambling-related products, this will make it easier for them to reduce their exposure. Because opting out should be easy and straightforward. The new wagering advertising opt-out register is designed to allow Australians to choose not to be exposed to wagering ads through a single, simple mechanism, and it will have effect across all online platforms. These are sensible and good measures. The Albanese Labor government will also impose a levy on gambling companies to cover the cost of this register and other measures on inducements. Because if companies are ready to make a profit from gambling, they should also be ready to pay for the measures that keep people safe from gambling-related harm. After the passing of this bill, online betting companies will not be able to enlist high-profile celebrities and sports players in their ads. We know that the endorsement of these figures can be highly influential, especially with young people. Sporting fans will no longer be targeted by odds-style ads, limiting the ability of betting platforms to induce bets around sporting events. These reforms will also prevent gambling companies from plastering their logos and slogans across the uniforms of players and officials and from around sporting venues. In recent weeks, our government has strengthened our reform following significant consultation, the evidence heard by the Senate inquiry, and also from the advocacy of many Labor members around the country, which led to a platform change at the ALP's National Conference last month. We've added additional measures around inducements, and these are really important measures. Inducements can very quickly become toxic. I think we've all seen some of the most terrible examples of those inducements in the evidence given at the Senate inquiry over the last few weeks. And there is absolutely no place for that in our country. We cannot stand for it, and we condemn that action in the very strongest of terms. Our strengthened measures in this bill include additional protections for consumers at the critical points that they risk tipping into gambling harm. These measures include banning inducements for 14 days after signing up with a gambling company, banning inducements on all red flagged customers, banning inducements for 3 months after a person deregisters from BetStop, banning commissions to staff or affiliates based on consumer activity. These are sensible measures that I think add a lot of important weight to this bill. Banning ads during live sport, banning ads during children's television shows, banning radio ads during drop-off and pick-up, limiting ads online, giving people choice to opt out simply, banning ads featuring celebrities, banning odd-style ads, keeping gambling companies off players and officials, and reclaiming our stadiums for sports. These are concrete, achievable reforms that will protect Australians. These changes will be complemented with a comprehensive range of measures to address risky products and integrity concerns. The government will crack down on services that provide access to offshore lotteries. These foreign-matched lotteries sell tickets locally but match their draws and prizes to products overseas. Larger jackpots are promoted to encourage higher spending, but because the draws are being conducted overseas, they are outside Australian regulation, creating a big risk for consumers. The agencies offering these products are exploiting gaps in the legislation and competing with Australian regulated lotteries that means they're diverting funds that might otherwise go to supporting local businesses, news agencies and community organisations through programs like Lotteries West in my home state. We know that many charities and community groups rely on the funding raised through those lotteries. From now on, to sell lottery tickets in Australia, you will be required to run a local lottery. This will strengthen consumer protections and contribute to the financial sustainability of local community and charitable organisations. Access to new technologies, which are ever-changing, it feels often day by day, makes these kinds of reforms an ever-evolving challenge. Our government will ban emerging harmful online pocket pokies, and we will keep working to address harms related to online gambling. In line with these changes, we will boost enforcement against illegal offshore gambling providers, making sure the reforms have the intended effect of keeping people safe. Protecting Australians from the harms of gambling also requires protecting them from illegal activity that smears the reputation of our sporting codes. We've seen cases of criminal organisation fixing matches in order to make a profit from wagering. Sport Integrity Australia leads the way in countering competition manipulation by working with sports codes, clubs and international agencies to identify and prevent instances of match fixing. We will build on these efforts by making match fixing a criminal offence consistent across the country, improving sports integrity and reducing appeal of our local competitions as a target for illegal activity. This bill has been designed with people's safety front of mind. These common sense reforms are an important milestone in Labor's long track record of safeguarding Australians from gambling harm. We have already legislated a ban on credit cards, digital wallets and digital currency for both online and telephone betting services. Getting into debt to place bets is an extremely risky practice. It is already illegal for wagering companies to offer or help you access credit for the purposes of gambling. We know that sometimes, for people that need to step away from gambling platforms, self-exclusion is the only viable option. That's why we created BetStop, the National Self-Exclusion Register. And since its inception, more than 59,000 Australians have willingly registered. Almost 40% of those opting for a self-imposed lifetime ban. We will continue to strengthen this scheme following the recent statutory review. Mandatory pre-verification imposed on online platforms ensures that children under 18 and people that have opted for self-exclusion will not be allowed to place bets. In addition to these measures, our government will expand access to financial counselling support for gambling and work to continue to raise awareness of the risks associated with online gambling. This bill strikes a balance between protecting an individual's right to have fun safely, but importantly, shielding our children and young people and people who are vulnerable to harm from gambling, advertising, keeping them safe and putting in place safeguards that can protect them. I know that there are people in this place and outside of this place who feel like this bill doesn't go far enough. But I think we can be really confident in the work that our government has done diligently over the last few years to come to a set of reforms that are the most significant to come to this Parliament on gambling ever. No government has done this before. And it is really important that we take this strong action to protect children and young people and people who are vulnerable to harm from gambling action. Thank you.
Minister.
Acting Deputy President, interjections are disorderly and the Senator deserves to be heard in silence.
Senator Whittaker, have you finished your speech? Thank you, Senator Whittaker. Senator David Pocock.
Thank you. Acting Deputy President. Well, today, colleagues, is a very sombre day. It is a tragic reminder of why we're seeing declining trust in politicians, in politics, in governments. I only started calling myself Australian in 2002 after my family moved here, and in that time I've never seen a Prime Minister with such a mandate to do something. A Prime Minister who has a unanimously backed parliamentary inquiry that looks at the harms of gambling in this country and has 31 recommendations to turn things around. Not a dissenting report, not additional comment. A Prime Minister who has the support of his party, parliamentary colleagues, rank and file Labor members and branches. A Prime Minister who has 80% of Australians saying, ban the damn ads. We're sick and tired of seeing these ads on TV, online, on social media. Get rid of them. We see the impact it's having on our kids. We see that it's setting them up for failure in the country that is the biggest loser per capita in the world. And yet we have a Prime Minister who, despite all that, has not just capitulated to vested interests. Over the last 3 years, has actively engaged in watering down reform, in providing an off-ramp from the Murphy Report, delaying the response, giving us talking points straight from the industry that no experts can actually point to being based in any sort of fact. And now, this bill, which is a betrayal of an incredible legacy. This is a missed opportunity to change the country for generations of Australians. And this is a victory of vested interests over the community, over the people that we're meant to be in here to serve. Today, those vested interests have won. They managed to get to the Prime Minister, and it seems like he has single-handedly stopped the Labor Party doing what 80% of Australians wanted them to do and assumed that they would do. Vested interests may have won this battle, but they will not win the war against the Australian people who want our children protected, who want a predatory industry put in its place. Together with fellow independent members, members of the crossbench, senators from the major parties who disagree with this legislation, we will all keep pushing hard to actually implement the Murphy Report in line with what communities want, in line with what the Parliament said was necessary. I don't know about colleagues in here, but I continue to read the most tragic emails from constituents and from Australians further abroad, emailing in from Brisbane and Perth and Adelaide, Melbourne, with their personal stories of the impacts of gambling in a country where it's become so normalised, the impacts of inducements, the impacts on their family of losing a brother, a son, a grandson to gambling addiction and suicide. I've heard from Canberrans who are furious that their elected representative in the south of Canberra has not mentioned gambling reform a single time in the Parliament since the Murphy Report. Not one single time. I assume people are emailing the member for Bean. They're certainly emailing me about this. Yet he couldn't muster a single mention of gambling reform over the last 3 years. And then we've got the independent candidate for Bean, Jesse Price, who's out there engaging with the community. And last week I tabled a petition of over 700 Canberrans who've had a gutful and want the Labor government to act on this. I thought I would just echo some of the concerns I've heard from Canberrans about this. And I'll quote directly. This is the first time I've ever written to any member of Parliament. The very communities that I live in are appalled at the voracious predatory industry of gambling. It's a social cancer. Its impact on people's lives in general in our society are so detrimental. Another one. What or who is stopping the ALP from doing what Australians want? More emails saying that they're faithful Labor voters, but no longer. They feel betrayed. They feel like they've been sold out to vested interests. And I've seen, and we've obviously heard, Labor members out there trying to defend this weak package, which basically doesn't implement a single recommendation of the Murphy Report in full. And actually vastly overselling what the bill actually does. So let's quickly look at the facts. You already can't have ads in live sport between 5 a.m. and 8:30. This bill doesn't change that, it just preserves the status quo. You're lifting the code and putting it in law. That's not something to be applauded. You already can't play betting ads during G-rated programs. Again, why should we applaud you for doing something that you already cannot be done on television? And it's already the rule that inducements can't be sent to people who are struggling. It's just never enforced because we have this industry that is regulated out of the NT, and the regulator there is basically functionally useless, asleep at the wheel. We heard evidence in the Senate inquiry that the regulator in the NT that regulates all of these big multinational gambling companies has no full-time staff. No full-time staff. And we've since heard that after the allegations were aired at the Senate inquiry, they still have not contacted a single gambling company to say, hey, were you offering cocaine as an inducement? Were you hooking up drugs? Were you offering sex workers? And that continues. The Anthony Albanese Labor government is very happy for the NT regulator to continue to have a very light touch. And that is exactly why the Murphy report called for a national regulator. Offshore betting providers are already banned. Illegal offshore gambling is illegal. It's in the name. So that's not something that you're delivering with this. There is so much spin, and it's just devastating to hear Labor members trying to sell this reform to Australians. My team has been working tirelessly on amendments, and I really thank the drafters. I know there's a huge amount of pressure on you at the moment. But I'll be moving a host of amendments to try and strengthen this bill and make it a true reflection of what the Murphy report called for. Some I personally would find hard to vote against, but that's in senators' hands. One is an amendment that would ensure that proceeds of crime have to be returned by betting companies. We heard time and time again in the inquiry, and this was canvassed in the Murphy review, that where people have stolen money and bet it, gambling companies have no obligation to actually return that money to the people it was stolen from. That's surely something that the Senate could fix. I'll be moving a full gambling ad ban as recommended by Murphy. Peter Murphy was clear. Partial bans on gambling advertising do not work, and I'm going to take her and the committee at their word. And rather than these weak cooling off periods that we've heard from the Prime Minister and Labor members about, I'm proposing a full ban on inducements as recommended by Peter Murphy. She stood up and said, this is the most urgent part of all of this reform. We should ban inducements today. That was 3 years ago. They should be banned immediately. And 3 years on, we're still seeing inducements. And now we've essentially legitimising inducements with this legislation, basically just saying inducements are fine as long as they're not within these certain bounds or scenarios. And that's really hard to stomach. I'm proposing to replace the unworkable opt-out mechanism with an opt-in one. No one's saying, despite what the PM might say, that we want to ban gambling in this country. That's ridiculous. We just want to ban these ads. And if you are over 18 and you enjoy the ads, then you can opt in. It shouldn't be on everyone else to have to go through some convoluted process, and then maybe in 12 months, hopefully, maybe, we will have this opt-out register that's modelled on the do not call register. I don't know how many Australians are signed up for that and still get pestered by telemarketers and all sorts of people calling their mobile phone. Exactly. And check your identity. Also propose extending the ban on ads during children's programs to PG-rated shows as well. Most family viewing shows, Lego Masters, etc., are PG. And Prime Minister Albanese, and it seems now Angus Taylor, think that getting the balance right is 3 ads per hour during those shows. We're still normalising gambling if kids are seeing those ads during Lego Masters. if they're seeing them during MasterChef. Whatever the shows you are that you love sitting down as a family and watching, you're still going to see gambling ads during those shows. One of the things that the Murphy report talked about was breaking the nexus between gambling and sport. And I'll be moving Peter Dutton's, former opposition leader Peter Dutton's proposal to extend banning ads during sport, live and replays, really importantly on replays as well, to 60 minutes either side, in line with the Coalition's proposal. I think this is really sensible. Regardless of what time, Senator Scarr. We know that the vast majority of children, when they're watching Friday night footy, Saturday night games, they don't at 8:30 p.m. go, oh, it's bedtime, I've got to go off to bed. They watch the second half. And we know that half-time will be after 8:30 p.m. and they'll be seeing gambling ads. Also move an amendment that will force gambling companies to pay to promote the government's new ad stop, one-stop shop. If people don't know about it, how are they going to actually use it? And finally, mandating that warnings at the end of gambling ads include a reference to ad stop. I think that's pretty common sense. We heard during the Senate inquiry that SBS have had an opt-out option for a while now, but basically no one uses it because they're not aware of it, and they admitted that they're not going to promote something which is not good for them commercially. If less people are seeing gambling ads that they're being paid to air. And so I urge senators, colleagues, we have an opportunity to protect Australian children here today in this place, and I really commend the courage of colleagues in the parties who have crossed the floor in the other place, others who may be contemplating crossing the floor on amendments and potentially on the bill. Today is a historic day, but I think it'll go down in history for all the wrong reasons. And we will look back in time and say, there was a Prime Minister who squibbed it. There was a Prime Minister who had the opportunity to leave a legacy for this country. And instead, we got the talking points from industry and we saw the effect and impact of lobbying and of vested interests on public policy. And just finally, in my last 20 seconds, I really want to thank all the families that have told their stories, that have fronted up multiple times now to this Parliament, to all the advocates out there. This is a sad day, but the job's not done, and we'll continue to push this government and this system to put our kids and our future first.
Thank you. Senator Pocock, I understand you have amendments. Would you like to move those amendments? Second reading amendment?
Sure, I'll move my second reading amendment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Pocock. Senator Scarr.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. And I will be supporting a number of the amendments of Senator Pocock today, and I will be crossing the floor today. It'll be only the second time in the 7 years I've served in this place that I've chosen to do so, but I think this is such a serious issue for millions of Australians who've been impacted by gambling harm, and this is such a flawed piece of legislation that I have no choice but to do so. And it is a flawed piece of legislation. We were advised yesterday in the party room of the amendments that had been achieved, and I commend Senator Henderson for her work in relation to this. I do. And we shouldn't forget, this is the Labor government's bill. This is the Labor government's bill. I went through those amendments last night. I went through the legislation, and there are serious flaws in this legislation. Hence, I will be crossing the floor and voting in favour of a number of amendments which I believe address those glaring flaws. Now, let me just give you one. Let me talk you through what's going to happen during State of Origin. State of Origin, from my home state of Queensland, the biggest sporting event during the calendar year. More than 4 million people watch State of Origin. When I was a little boy, wild horses couldn't keep me away from State of Origin. From when I was 6 years old, 7 years old. State of Origin kicks off at 8:05 p.m. 8:05 p.m. So the first 25 minutes of State of Origin, this bill says, and I'm going to quote, if there is a scheduled break or unscheduled break in the sporting event, state of origin, any content provided on the service during the break is taken to be content in conjunction with live coverage of the sporting event. So for that 25-minute period, you can't play a gambling ad during the break when a try scored, penalty kicked, because it's taken to be in conjunction with live coverage of the sporting event. Now, after 8:30, everything changes. Everything changes. So at 8:30, the provision says, if there is a scheduled break or unscheduled break in the sporting event after 8:30, any content provided on the service during the break is taken not to be in conjunction with live coverage of the sporting event. And that's the loophole. That's the loophole. Black becomes white after 8:30 p.m. Black becomes white after 8:30 p.m. How many kids are going to be watching State of Origin from 8:05 to 8:30 and then go to bed at 8:30? And what happens at 8:30? It's open slather. It's open slather in terms of advertising. Every time a try is scored and there's a break, advertising. Half time, which will be after 8:30, advertising. Penalty kicked, advertising. Injury, advertising. Fatally flawed. Fatally flawed. And so for the Prime Minister to get up and say that this is addressing advertising during live sport, when our most totemic sporting event, State of Origin, is only going to be regulated for 25 minutes out of the 80 minutes, is just absurd. It's an absurdity, and I won't be part of it. I won't be part of it. I would like to commend all of those who are involved in the Murphy report. And the Murphy report was bipartisan. It was unanimous. And I've read the Murphy report. And I read it again last night as I was reflecting on what I'd do in response to the amendments which the Coalition had secured. And the Murphy report is clear. Gambling harm is a ravage through the Australian community, through Australian families. Can you believe that on latest estimates, 600,000 kids under the age of 18 are engaging in sport betting? 600,000. 900,000 Australians at risk in terms of gambling harm. And for every one of those, there's at least 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 people impacted. Millions of Australians impacted by gambling harm. And all we're doing by introducing this bill is changing the contours of the marketing and advertising budgets of those who are preying on the vulnerable. That's all we're doing. There was evidence given, evidence, plain, unequivocal evidence, given from gambling experts, from psychiatrists, from those who've studied gambling practices for decades. And the evidence was clear. Gambling advertising works. That's why the gambling companies use it. It's having an impact on our children. Gambling inducements work. And the research is that with the use of free bets and other promotions and inducements, people gamble more. They gamble more frequently. They're more risk at harm. And that is why, as Senator Pocock said, the Murphy report was clear and unequivocal. Inducements needed to end immediately. Immediately. In my view, Acting Deputy President, we should be spending less time listening to the gambling companies and spending more time to those wonderful people in the Australian community who are there to pick up the pieces, after the gambling companies have done their work. And I want to commend all of those organisations who provided evidence to this inquiry. I'd like to commend the Alliance for Gambling Reform. And I spoke to Tim Costello last night. I went through these amendments with a fine-tooth comb. Senators know me. I went through these amendments with a fine-tooth comb. And this is what the Alliance for Gambling Reform said in their release. I quote, because it's important that their words are on the record of this place when senators make their decision. The Senate inquiry into these reforms highlighted shocking cases in which gambling companies were abusing their power, offering illicit drugs, escorts and free luxury accommodation in order to keep people betting, even when their betting was completely out of control, Reverend Costello said. The reforms that will now go through the federal parliament are cosmetic over substance and reflect the major party's intent to prioritise power, money and vested interests over the welfare of Australians who lose more to gambling than any other country on the planet on a per capita basis, end quote. That's what Reverend Tim Costello said in relation to this package. And Reverend Tim Costello has been at the coalface in relation to trying to help people suffering from gambling harm. And some of the stories he has told are absolutely heartbreaking. Absolutely heartbreaking. So I commend the work of the Alliance in terms of their advocacy, and I know how profoundly disappointed they must be with the outcome that we're seeing here today. I want to deal with a number of other issues. As Senator Pocock said, no one is calling for a ban on gambling. Anyone who argues that in this place is misleading the Australian public. No one is calling for that. But this is a public health issue of the first order, and it needs to be addressed as a public health issue. Earlier in the week, I saw a video of a psychiatrist who specialises in addictive medicine put a gambling addict into an MRI machine and to see what was happening to that gambling addict's brain when they were gambling in an MRI machine. As soon as the addict hit the bet, even before the outcome was known, their brain lit up like a Christmas tree. It lit up like a Christmas tree. And then when they had the win, it lit up as a Christmas tree. That is the biology that is being exploited by gambling companies with their inducements and with their advertising. That is a reality. So people can talk about responsible gambling all they want, but gambling disorder is a recognised psychiatric disorder and it's a real thing. And the tactics the gambling companies use mean that people are spending money they can't afford, potentially not feeding their family and kids, and suffering devastating mental health consequences as a result of their gambling. So today, I will be crossing the floor. For the second time I've done so in this place in 7 years. I do not do so lightly. I do not do so lightly. I'll be crossing the floor to support a number of Senator Pocock's amendments, including his amendments for there to be a true independent statutory review in relation to the operation of these provisions. And I commend Senator Pocock in relation to that amendment, which calls for, and I wouldn't have thought this is a novel idea, that actual experts in relation to gambling harm, its impact on the young and the vulnerable, are the ones who actually engage in the review in 3 years' time. Because I have no confidence whatsoever, given what we've seen in this legislation, with respect to any review that is orchestrated by the Labor government. I have no confidence at all. Any review must be open, must be transparent, and it must be presided over by experts. So today, Acting Deputy President, I'll be voting with St Vincent de Paul, who helps people who've suffered from gambling harm, helps them and their families. I'll be voting with the Salvation Army. I'll be voting with Anglicare. I'll be voting with Suicide Prevention of Australia, who have talked about the impact of gambling in terms of rates of attempted suicide and suicide. I'll be voting for Relationships Australia, which has to deal with the consequences of relationships falling apart as a result of gambling. I'll be voting for Financial Counselling of Australia as well, because they've got to also try and put the pieces back together. I'll be voting with the legion, and there is a legion of experts in relation to gambling. There's a legion of them who've done the evidence, which is not reflected in this bill. It's not reflected in this bill. This isn't an evidence-based bill. It's some sort of awful compromise which doesn't achieve any substantial change. I'll be voting with those experts. I'll be voting with the psychiatrists and the medical practitioners and the addiction treatment specialists who all wrote to the inquiry. I'll be voting with them. And most of all, I'll be voting for those people with lived experience of gambling harm who've been the prey of these predatory companies. I'll be voting for them and I'll be voting for their families.
Senator Walker.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I'd like to begin with something that will be very familiar to pretty much everyone my age or younger. Gambling ads are literally everywhere. You watch the footy, they're there. You scroll on Instagram, they're there. You listen to a podcast, open a streaming service, and there they are. Sometimes it feels like you can't engage with sport in this country without someone, somewhere, trying to get you to put money on it. For a lot of young Australians, that has been the case for basically our whole lives. We have grown up with betting companies as sponsors, with odds appearing during sports coverage, celebrities and athletes promoting betting companies, gambling apps sitting on the same phone we use to message friends, check our bank account, order dinner and watch the footy. It has all become incredibly normal, and so now there's a whole generation of Australians who have never known sport without gambling advertising attached to it. This is something many of the young Australians I meet say over and over again. It comes up nearly as frequently as issues like housing and cost of living. Most young people understand perfectly well that adults are allowed to gamble. What they question is why gambling has to be pushed at us relentlessly. Why does watching a game mean we need to hear the odds? Why should betting companies be able to follow people across the internet? Why should celebrities and influencers be selling gambling products? And why have we allowed gambling to become so deeply embedded in Australian sport that sometimes it's difficult to tell where one ends and where the other begins? We should be able to love sport without being constantly encouraged to gamble on it. A kid watching their first AFL game should be thinking about whether they want to play footy themselves one day, who their favourite player is, or whether their team can come back in the final quarter. They do not need to know the odds. They don't need to understand a multi. They do not need betting to become part of what following a sport looks like. And this is something that the Labor Party has recognised. At National Conference, our platform specifically acknowledged that children and young people face a heightened risk of gambling harm and committed us to strengthening protections around inducements. The research backs up what young people are telling us. Exposure to wagering advertising has been associated with more positive attitudes to gambling, greater intentions to gamble, and increased gambling activity. There is also evidence of a dose-response relationship, where the more gambling advertising people are exposed to, the greater risk of participation and harm. And we're talking about repeated exposure across different platforms for years. You see betting advertising on TV, and then you open your phone and you see it again. You see a betting company associated with your favourite team, your favourite competition, a celebrity you like, or an influencer you follow. And the product being advertised is available instantly. There's no need to go anywhere. You can place a bet sitting on your couch, waiting for a bus, or lying in bed. That is a very different gambling environment from the one our laws were originally designed around. We've also heard from people and groups working on the front line of gambling harm. Their experience of gambling looks very different from the one we see in ads. These ads are usually fun, there are mates, there's sport, there's excitement, someone is having a laugh. You don't see somebody staring at their bank account after losing money they needed for rent. You don't see someone trying to work out how to tell their partner about a debt they've been hiding. You don't see the argument with family, the anxiety, the shame, or the stress. And you definitely don't see the people working in support services trying to help someone put their life back together when their gambling has gotten completely out of control. Frontline advocates see those consequences every day, and a lot of the time, by the time somebody reaches out for help, a lot of harm has already happened. There may be debt, financial stress, or relationships under enormous pressure. That is also why inducements are such an important part of these reforms. For someone who has a bet occasionally, an inducement may look fairly chill, but for someone whose gambling is becoming a problem, being offered another incentive to bet can be incredibly harmful. And betting companies have enormous amounts of information about their customers. They know who is betting, how often they are betting, and how their behaviour is changing. These reforms will require that information to be used to help protect people who may be vulnerable rather than encouraging them to bet more. This government's amendments will ban inducements for the first 14 days after somebody signs up with a gambling company. They will ban the direct marketing of inducements to customers who have been identified as at risk of gambling harm. And they will ban direct marketing of inducements for 90 days after someone deregisters from BetStop. They will also ban commissions to staff or affiliates that are based on customer gambling activity. These are important protections at exactly the moments when somebody may be particularly vulnerable. For a long time, conversations about gambling harm focused heavily on individual responsibility. We were told to gamble responsibly. Of course, people make their own choices, but government also makes choices about the environment in which industry operates. We decide what can be advertised and where. We decide what protections companies have to put in place. We decide what happens when companies break those rules. These bills make significant changes to the way wagering, advertising, and online gambling are regulated in Australia. One of the central objectives is to break down the connection between wagering and sport. The bill will prohibit wagering advertising in conjunction with live sporting events, with restrictions applying across television, radio, and online services. The government's amendments strengthen this further by extending the blackout period before live sport from 5 minutes to 15 minutes. They also bring forward the commencement of the wagering advertising frequency cap and live sport restrictions from 6 a.m. to 5 a.m. That means no more than 3 wagering ads each hour on broadcast television between 5 a.m. and 8:30 p.m, with a complete ban during live sport broadcasting during those hours. Wagering advertising on radio will also be prohibited during school drop-off and pick-up times. And importantly, what Australians see on television should broadly match their experience online. The current protections in the Commercial Television Industry Code of Practice will be enshrined in law and extended to online streaming services. The rules applying to gambling advertising during children's programming will also be enshrined in legislation. Online services will only be able to provide wagering ads when they take reasonable steps to ensure they are not being shown to restricted users. Users will need to be logged into a registered account, confirmed as over 18 years old, and given a clear way to opt out of gambling advertising. The government is strengthening that further through a new wagering advertising opt-out register, a one-stop shop where Australians can choose not to see gambling ads and have that choice applied across their online services. For services operating under the triple lock system, that opt-out choice will also have to be prominently displayed. People should not have to dig through 5 menus and a page of fine print just to tell a platform they do not want to see gambling ads. And the gambling industry will pay for the operation of that register through a levy. I think that this is entirely reasonable. The cost of protections introduced in response to a gambling harm should not simply be shifted onto taxpayers while the companies profiting from gambling walk away from the bill. This is particularly relevant to young Australians because TV is only one part of how we consume media now. We're watching videos on YouTube, we're using streaming services, listening to podcasts and music, and scrolling on social media, and sometimes all at the same time. There would be little point in having restrictions on the TV in the living room while the same advertising simply migrates to the phone in your hand. Another part of this bill I particularly welcome is the restriction on using notable people to promote wagering. That includes professional athletes, celebrities, influencers, and other prominent people. This is very relevant to younger audiences. The way influence works has changed enormously in the last 10 years. A young person might barely notice someone appearing in a traditional TV ad, but they might spend hours every week watching a particular creator online. They might follow that person on Instagram or TikTok, listen to their podcasts, and have followed them for years. So when that person recommends a product, the message can land very differently from a traditional TV ad. This bill also prohibits the promotion of odds in wagering advertising. For too long, odds have sometimes been treated like another sports statistic. Here is the injury list, here's the ladder, here's the weather, and here are the odds. We've become so used to hearing it that it barely registers anymore. But we can enjoy sport perfectly well without gambling odds being woven through the experience. This legislation will also prohibit wagering advertising on sporting uniforms and in sporting venues. Sport occupies a pretty special place in Australian life. For young people, local sporting clubs are places where friendships are made, communities are built, and people spend enormous amounts of their childhood and teenage years. Reducing the pressure of gambling advertising in those spaces is a good thing. This bill also strengthens BetStop, Australia's national self-exclusion register. Since BetStop launched in August 2023, more than 54,000 people have registered to exclude themselves from licensed online and phone wagering services. Behind those numbers are tens of thousands of Australians who have decided they need to put some distance between themselves and gambling. Making that decision can be incredibly difficult. Once somebody has taken that step, the system should help them stick with it. And we should recognise that the period immediately after somebody leaves BetStop can also be a vulnerable one. That is why the government's amendments will prevent wagering providers from directly marketing inducements to a customer for 90 days after they deregister. If somebody has taken the step of saying, I need to stop gambling, the last thing they need is a gambling company immediately trying to pull them back in. These reforms also deal with illegal offshore gambling. Whenever stronger gambling regulation is proposed, we hear the argument that people will simply move to illegal operators. I do not accept that as an argument for keeping weaker protections around licensed gambling. These reforms strengthen enforcement against illegal offshore providers, including stronger powers for ACMA. Social media services will also be required to ensure they only serve advertisements from licensed wagering providers in Australia. This bill also responds to newer forms of online gambling. Gambling products evolve quickly and our regulation needs to keep pace. There will, of course, continue to be debate about whether this package goes far enough. We know the 2023 Parliamentary inquiry recommended a comprehensive phase-out of online gambling advertising. We know many public health experts and gambling harm advocates who continue to support a complete advertising ban. And I've heard from other young people who would happily see gambling advertising disappear altogether. And I think those views should be taken seriously. And importantly, this government has continued listening throughout this process. Following the introduction of the bill, concerns raised through the Senate inquiry and by parliamentarians have resulted in further changes to strengthen these reforms. That is how this process should work. These amendments give us stronger protections around inducements. They extend the live sport blackout. They strengthen protections for children watching streaming services. They give Australians a clearer and more comprehensive way to opt out of wagering advertising. They strengthen action against illegal operators, and they make the gambling industry contribute to the cost of the protections we're putting in place. These are worthwhile reforms, and I support the bills.
Senator Waters.
Thanks very much, Acting Deputy President. I rise to speak on the Interactive Gambling Amendment Gambling Reform Bill 2026, a bill that the Greens have opposed from the moment it was introduced by Labor. Well, every member of Labor should hang their head in shame today. They say that the House always wins, and boy, are they winning big today with this deal between Labor and the Liberals to deliver for the gambling industry. With this cowardly deal, the Prime Minister has abandoned vulnerable Australians and given predatory gambling companies the freedom to keep overrunning our sport, our screens, every aspect of our life. The Murphy report was clear, and I quote, "Gambling advertising is grooming children and young people to gamble, and it encourages riskier behaviour. The torrent of advertising is inescapable. It's manipulating an impressionable and vulnerable audience to gamble online." End quote. 3 years on from this landmark report, after doing nothing for 3 whole years, we get this embarrassing excuse for gambling reform, the weakest possible version, the semblance of action in a way that actually delivers for the gambling industry. How very Labor. This is Clayton's reform that actually just delivers for their donors, the gambling industry. That same industry that in the last 5 years alone have donated $4 million to the Labor Party. But they're having a bet each way because they've also donated $2 million to the Coalition. Having a bet each way and buying policy inaction for 3 years and now buying a weak and ineffective response from government that was 3 years too late and is too little too late. That's the inducement that should be banned, as my colleague Senator Hanson-Young, who's done an excellent job on this for the Greens, that's the inducement that should be banned. The political donations that the gambling industry uses to buy the complicity of the Labor and Liberal parties, and boy, haven't they won big today. These laws will not work to protect Australian families. They will allow the gambling companies to continue on business as usual. This bill doesn't implement the Murphy report recommendations. It is the very half measures that report warned against. There's no national regulator, a recommendation ignored. There's no total ban on gambling ads. 3 an hour? It is 3 too many. It is the ultimate half measure, and it will not work. The minimal amendments that the Liberal Party have extracted don't fully address the inducements that prey on folk that have a gambling addiction, and there are so many of them, and our heart goes out to them. We should be helping them, not condemning them. And this bill still relies on an opt-out model for gambling ads, instead of putting people in control with an opt-in that they could choose to if they wish. And I bet barely anyone would, because no one likes these ads and they're sick of them and they want them gone. And you two have colluded to just deliver for the gambling industry. Now, the Liberals think they're really clever at creating some new powers for ACMA to administer basically a do not call register for the internet. Well, does anyone think that's going to work? It's costly and it's not going to work. The only guarantee that people could have to not be spammed with gambling ads would have been to give them the right, like the Murphy report recommendation suggested, to give them the right to choose to opt in, rather than having to opt out or send an email to ACMA and hope that they can somehow put some parameters on the internet. It just doesn't even match this century. After this bill passes with bipartisan support, Australians will still be the biggest gambling losers on the planet. Did you know we've got gambling losses of $666 million every week? And generations of Australians who've suffered through the gambling industry's bombardment will still have the ads relentlessly following them. With this dirty deal, Labor and the Liberals have teamed up to leave your living rooms, your car, YouTube, and even your kids' Spotify list at the mercy of gambling corporations. The predatory behaviours of the gambling corporations were laid bare through days of devastating testimony from people with a gambling addiction, from experts and from advocates. But instead of actually taking that on board and listening and then making changes that are based on evidence to protect people, we get this pathetic policy, this absolute capitulation to the gambling industry who donate to both sides of politics. Even some of the Liberal backbenchers are crossing the floor because this bill is too weak, and I commend them for doing so. I salute their moral stance. They're taking a stronger stance than the Labor government. How pathetic. How will you go back to your electorates and explain that instead of working for people, you've backed in laws that only benefit the gambling industry? Because last time I checked, that was meant to be the job of any government, is to look after people. But Labor seems to have completely forgotten that, and they seem to have forgotten that they shouldn't be supporting an industry that is making massive profits off people's pain and misery and loss, and in some cases, their lives. You're not meant to be here to run a protection racket for corporations that have offered people with a gambling addiction drugs, booze and sex workers to keep on spending. And you're not meant to be here to deliver for the companies that have breached the law over 500 times in the last 3 years. Oh, but you can't do anything about that because, oh, you took too long to investigate, and because there still won't be a national regulator. Instead, every chance they get, Labor bends the knee to their wealthy donors. They side with big corporations and they leave Australians behind. Whenever Labor and Liberal team up to rush through dodgy legislation, it means one thing: it's good for rich corporations and it's bad for people. These two parties have taken, as I said, over $6 million in donations from the gambling lobby in the last 5 years. So of course they will gang up to pass through weak gambling laws that will not protect Australians but will protect the profits of those donors. Corporate donations are the fatal flaw of the Labor Party, and when they come under lobbyist pressure, they fold every single time. A vote for Labor is a vote for the vested interests that they protect. A vote for the Greens is a vote for people. Think about it.
Senator Cadell.
Thank you very much. It's interesting we rise to talk on this bill and I hear what is said on the other side. And it's an interesting thing for me as we went through this process, because what was presented by this government was clearly unacceptable in its original form. I compliment Senator Henderson for undertaking this in a good way and talking with government about how it needed to be better. But we're coming from a position of weakness where there was a, if you don't like it, walk away with what we've got mentality. So tightening up to some extent on what we've done, it has improved this bill, and we know it's not perfect. We know it'll never be perfect. There are people suffering every day. We heard those examples in the committee, but equally people suffer from all of the things across our country, and when they can't all be removed, they can't all be protected from themselves. That's a real sad thing in this. For me, when we talk of many things in this world, things like smoking, things like vaping, and things like gambling, regulation is seen that we should do more and could do more, yet often leads to perverse outcomes. We've seen that with smoking now. Taxes there to encourage people not to smoke, to go out there not to buy cigarettes, have come to a point where we're now virtually responsible for a massive organised crime wave and profitability as they sell illegal tobacco on the market. We've seen vapes that are virtually illegal but for a prescription model that isn't working in this country fail. People are now buying imported vapes from China that don't have no restrictions on what is in them, no restrictions on who they are sold to, and they are out there in the market. So I see the point that over-regulation has failed trying to protect many Australians, and there needs to be some personal responsibility. I think this compromise goes a long way to getting that personal responsibility and in putting that into the bill. I think it is a good thing that we have done that. And of course, there will always be horror stories, as there is with any product or anything in the world. People can abuse many things, and hearing them was average. So overall, that is all I will say on the substantive motion of the bill, given some time, and I know I have about 30 seconds to go before we go into continuation, but I will have more after this, because I think the way this has gone about, there have been deals done. I think the Greens are right on certainly some of that deals done around how this has happened. Not all of them are good, not all of them are positive, and most of them aren't, where I think this government is protecting some of their mates and certainly punishing some people out there in the world for how they've gone about this and how they've engaged. And that does need to be brought out, because when you are making things tighter because of Murphy and loosening things because of Murphy, that is not consistent. I'll talk about more of that later.
Senator Cadell, you will be in continuation. It being 12:15, I'll now proceed to Senators' statements. With the concurrence of the Senate, the clerks will set the clock in accordance with informal arrangements for speaking times arranged and agreed by the whips. And I call on Senator Cox.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. Artificial intelligence is rapidly changing the world around us, and it's one of the most significant technological advances in modern history. AI will act as a defining marker for which countries are prosperous and secure, completely transforming the landscape of competitive advantage. It will draw a clear line between the nations that thrive and those that fall behind. Capturing those opportunities of AI are an existential juncture for our nation. It is, in fact, a sliding doors moment. In the first half of 2025, data centres and their computing equipment represented about 4% of the US economy, yet drove an extraordinary 92% of its economic growth. And without its growth, the economy in the US rounds down to, in fact, zero. There is no longer a question of whether AI boom will happen. It is happening, it's happening here, and it's moving quickly. The question is whether Australia shapes its future, or we let the future of AI shape us. Capturing these opportunities cannot mean leaving people behind. We must make sure that the transformation works for everyone, and that is at the heart of the government's national AI plan. Our ambition is not simply for Australia to use more AI, it's to build Australian capability, lifting living standards and making sure this technology develops in line with our interest and our values. We have every reason to be ambitious. We have world-class researchers and innovative Australian businesses, and we have some of the best solar and wind resources on Earth. We have the land to harness them at scale, and we have skilled tradespersons to turn that potential into power. But natural advantages do not automatically become national prosperity. Australia has learned that lesson before. A boom can happen on our shores without enough of its value staying here. Investment can flow in while the benefits flow out. And if a government wait until the costs are being felt by households and communities, the damage will be much harder to undo. We cannot afford to repeat those mistakes with AI. This time, Australia must set the terms from the beginning. This means building data centres and computing infrastructure that will power an AI economy, but ensuring they contribute to the country that in fact hosts them. I know data centres have become one of the most contested pieces of economic infrastructure around the world. Some see data centres as the engine rooms for our next industrial revolution, the foundations on which Australia has built new industries, new wealth and greater sovereignty. To others, they are nothing more than great big warehouses full of computers, drawing heavily on our power grids and water supply. Red flags of mistakes made in the past booms that enriched Australia without always enriching Australians. Each of those views captures part of the truth, but neither on its own provides a path that serves Australia's national interests. It is our job as a government to see the wood from the trees, to hold both sides of the argument as part of our decision-making process, and also to make sure that artificial intelligence is in Australia's interests. We have quietly become one of the most attractive destinations in the world for these projects. We sit in the middle of a Venn diagram that offers a combination of political stability, Five Eyes security, and an unrivaled potential for renewable power. So it ensures that we seize this opportunity while benefiting Australians. Our government has set some strong expectations. We expect them to bring their own new renewable power so that they add clean generation rather than competing for what's already there. We expect them to pay their fair share of transmission and distribution costs so they are not subsidised by the family down the road. And we expect them to provide flexibility with demand to help keep our power grids steady. These expectations make sure that the infrastructure of the AI age is built on Australian terms. But our responsibility does not end at the doors of a data centre, because most Australians will never step inside one. They encounter what comes out of them. And this, in fact, will impact on their workplaces, in the services they rely on, and in the information they consume, and increasingly in the decisions that shape their lives. These are the moments that will determine whether Australians trust AI and whether they simply believe this transformation is happening with them or simply being done to them. Australians need to know that embracing AI will not come at the expense of their jobs, their privacy, their safety, and also of their creative work. And that is why the rules must keep pace with the technology. If a company puts an AI product into the hands of Australians, it should carry a duty to make sure that product is safe. If an AI system relies on our personal information, our privacy laws must be strong enough to protect it. And if AI changes an Australian workplace, workers deserve a seat at the table and a voice in how that change happens. If governments use systems to aid in decision-making, those decisions must remain fair, accurate and open to explanation. And that is why the Albanese Labor government is establishing Australian standards for AI. And why we've established an Office of AI at the centre of government to drive this implementation. We are moving to legislate a digital duty of care, placing responsibility for safety where it belongs, with the companies who are in fact building these products. Privacy reform is being progressed to strengthen the protection of Australia's personal information. AI safety is now a national workplace priority, bringing unions, employers and governments together to shape how this technology is introduced. A new framework is being developed for the automated decisions made by federal agencies. And our government is standing up for Australian writers, artists and journalists whose work should never be taken from them and handed to an algorithm without their control. Behind all of this, the Australian AI Safety Institute will act as an early warning system, testing emerging technology and identifying risks before they spread, often referred as sandboxing, and giving Australians the confidence and trust that someone is looking beyond the promise of what AI can deliver, to the consequences of what happened when it goes wrong, because trust is not a barrier to standing in the way of innovation. Trust is what allows innovation to take root. Without it, Australians will not embrace this technology. Without it, businesses will struggle to adopt it. And without it, the opportunities sitting before Australia will remain exactly that, an opportunity, but not an achievement. And in the words of my good friend, the Minister for Industry and Innovation, Tim Ayres, he says, the biggest risk to AI may not be adopting it. The biggest risk may be being left behind. Thank you.
Well, Senators, we have the interesting situation. Senator O'Sullivan, you have just entered the chamber. Wonderful. Senator O'Sullivan.
Thank you very much, and thank you for that indulgence, my untimely attendance to the chamber. Well, I want to talk about childcare and the future safety in childcare. Childcare is central to the lives of over 1 million Australian families. It affects where the parents can go to work, whether they can afford to have another child, and whether they feel confident about the care that their children receive. So when we talk about childcare, we should talk more about that than the subsidies that we're spending. We should talk about the care and the quality of that education and the quality of that care. We should be talking about families, about quality, choice, and most importantly, the well-being of children. Former Treasurer Peter Costello has said, "The debt-free government is the best youth policy you'll ever come across." Well, I would like to extend that principle and say that good economic policy is good family policy. Families feel the economy in their mortgage or their rent. They feel it at the supermarket, in their power bill, and whether they feel secure enough to have their first child or even have another one. A sound economy gives families something no subsidy can replace: confidence in the future. In 2024, Australia's fertility rate fell to 1.48 children per woman. Yet Hilda data shows that Australian women reported wanting on average around 2.09 children in 2023. So the aspirations of women and families is actually higher than what they're able to or feel comfortable in being able to achieve. Around 80% of Australians aged 18 to 49 said the cost of raising children was an important or very important factor when deciding whether to have a child. Australians have not simply stopped wanting children. There is a growing gap between the families Australians want and the families they feel that they can afford. For many households, living on one income is simply not realistic. Many mothers have shared with me that they would love to have more children and would love to stay home longer after having their baby, to care for their newborn, to recover physically and to return to work when they feel ready. Often during this period, dads carry much of the financial responsibility for the household, but those early weeks matter for fathers too, to support mum, to stay at home, to be with their newborn, and to build those early family bonds. But most families feel that they simply cannot afford it. Government paid parental leave is paid at the national minimum wage. For a family with a mortgage or rent to pay, that can be a very significant hit. Some fathers rely on annual leave to return to work earlier than the family would otherwise choose. Then mum may also return to work, not because she is ready, but because the bills still need to be paid. If they secure a childcare place, another substantial cost is added, so both parents can work. They can find themselves wanting and working more, and paying more, and feeling like they're getting less though. This is not genuine choice. Labor's been in government now for more than 4 years. These are their budgets, their spending decisions, and Australian families are paying the price. Now, there is a better way. Families should not have to accept that what they're experiencing now is the new normal. Families should not have to accept that this is the new normal. The Coalition has a different economic plan: the tax-back guarantee, a future generations fund linking migration to housing supply, and putting a speed limit on government spending. We know that stronger economic management is possible because a coalition government has done it before. When the Howard government came to office, Commonwealth net debt had reached 18.5% of GDP, and by 2506, the Howard Costello government had eliminated net debt. A coalition government got Australia there once before. Our coalition government can get us there again. Labor's own budget forecasts the Commonwealth debt of $616.6 billion by June 27 will grow to a gross debt of $1.051 trillion. $1 trillion. Now, we in the coalition have the leadership. We've got the experience and the plan to help Australians get ahead. But back to childcare. Too often childcare is discussed as an economic instrument, a workforce participation, subsidy rates and productivity. But above all, what matters most is the experience and the development of a child. So when we call a service high quality, what do we actually mean? The national quality standards largely assess structural quality, the staffing ratios, the educator qualifications, the governance and the physical environment. But research indicates process quality. The actual interactions between an educator and a child can be even more important. Does an educator notice distress? Do they respond with warmth and sensitivity? Is there stability in that relationship? Do they engage and encourage that child? Well, those interactions are harder to capture on a checklist, on a compliance checklist. They are a matter, but they matter nonetheless incredibly importantly. The E4 Kids study, the largest Australian observational study of childcare quality, followed 2,494 children across Queensland and Victoria. Trained observers went into the rooms children attended and assessed the quality of the interactions that were taking place. Across all settings and locations, only 1% of children experienced instructional support assessed as high quality. Now, this is a relevant element, most closely associated with cognitive and academic growth. Another Australian study comparing 104 services found direct observational measures of educator-child interactions were consistently lower than their national quality standards ratings suggested. This is not an argument to abandon the national quality framework. It's a reminder that regulatory compliance is a baseline, not a complete measure of a child's experience. While the overwhelming majority of educators can and should be trusted, not everyone who seeks access to childcare or children does so with good intentions. Parents deserve to know how access to their children, who has access to the children, and that they will not be the last to know when something goes wrong. This is why the Coalition has called for a nationally coordinated childcare perpetrator register. Parents should have timely and legally appropriate information about people charged with or convicted of child sexual offences, including relevant early childhood employment history. A charge is not a conviction, and any register must respect procedural fairness and the presumption of innocence. But those principles should not leave parents searching newspaper reports and social media to work out whether an alleged offender worked at their childcare centre. Parents deserve a reliable source of truth. But where is the government on this? 6 weeks ago, deeply disturbing allegations involving people who had worked in childcare sent shockwaves through families across Australia. In the weeks since, parents have understandably been asking questions about who is caring for their children and what information are they entitled to know and whether safeguards that we have in place are strong enough. Yet what has been most striking is not what the ministers responsible for childcare have said, it's the fact that they've said nothing at all. The Prime Minister, Education Minister Jason Clare and Early Childhood Education Minister in this place, Senator Jess Walsh, are front and centre when there is good news to announce about childcare, but they are missing in action when it comes to actually dealing with this particular issue. 6 weeks have passed and we've not heard a single peep. I've not seen a single direct public response from any three of our proposals for a national childcare perpetrator register. No direct acknowledgement of the fear, uncertainty that families are experiencing. No answer is a simple question. But what more will you do as a government to ensure that parents have the information that they need? We need a government that's going to step up to the plate and provide what Australian families need, what parents are looking for. They want confidence, they want trust in their childcare system. Government, please deliver it. We need it.
Senator Ormond Payne from the great state of Queensland.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President, and again I concur. In the last week, we've been inundated with headlines and stories of property managers and landlords declaring that any changes to the tens of billions of dollars they receive in tax concessions will result in rent hikes. And in fact, we've seen reporting showing that rents have increased, including in my home state of Queensland. This is a grave threat, not just to the renters who are now saddled with even more burden in a cost of living crisis, but to our democracy itself. We have a privatised housing system that has vested so much power in the hands of property developers and landlords that they are essentially holding the government hostage under the threat of rent increases. Either we continue to give them tens of billions in tax concessions and safeguard their enormous profits, or they that use their power to make renters hurt for it. This is the reaction of the landlords and developers to even inadequate reforms to negative gearing. What does it say about our housing system that we are deep into catastrophic housing unaffordability with an entire generation set to be locked out of home ownership, and now we know that if anything is done about it by our government, they will punish renters? It is too often said that the rental market has raised prices. The market is reacting to this or that. No, people raised prices. People made the decision that their profits are more important than the renters and workers that need a roof over their heads. And this is a particularly blatant exercise of their power. We need a rent freeze, and we need to build massive amounts of public housing. We need to take power back for renters, for workers and ordinary people. The Greens are fighting to guarantee permanent affordability, not one that waxes and wanes and endlessly trends towards ripping renters off. $3.8 billion ripped from Queenslanders. When Queenslanders are homeless, our state government is spending $3.8 billion not on housing, not on cost of living relief, but on a stadium. 64 hectares of inner-city parkland and sacred First Nations land will be lost forever. Earlier this week, Yagara elders took the fight to protect Barrambin to Canberra. Barrambin, also known as Victoria Park, is a public, heritage-listed green space in Brisbane that is being destroyed as we speak. The clearing of over 200 trees across a matter of days is an environmental emergency. 10 of those trees were over 200 years old, carrying a significant historical and cultural significance, marking a time pre-colonisation. This destruction is occurring on unceded First Nations land. It is a sacred site. In May, to enforce the LNP state government's agenda, Queensland Police forcibly and violently disrupted an Aboriginal ceremony to dismantle the Barrambin Jar and Guri Camp Embassy in violation of Queensland's Human Rights Act. But Yagara traditional custodians, the Save the Victoria Park movement and the Queensland Greens will not give up the fight. On the 5th of August, the Yagara-Maganjan Aboriginal Corporation lodged an application with the federal government for permanent legal protection for Barrambin. All of us in this place have a responsibility to preserve our environment and to honour First Nations sovereignty. I call on federal Labor to stop the desecration of this sacred site. In the Redlands, on Brisbane's Bayside, a wealthy private school where members of Queensland's LNP government send their kids is wiping out threatened koala habitat to build sports fields and new boarding facilities. There are 650 trees on this site, which sits within a designated koala habitat and koala priority area. If this deforestation continues, it will wreck an important wildlife corridor and destroy habitat relied on by endangered koalas. I've visited this site and I've met with the community. I've seen Leaf and heard Joey. High up in a eucalyptus tree, just metres from men with chainsaws and excavation equipment. I watched as the local police fined passers-by for offering supportive beeps of their horns to the protesters. Environment Minister Murray Watt gave the go-ahead for this destruction, despite more than 500 community submissions offering detailed and legitimate objections. What is the point of environment laws if they don't protect the environment? And what is the point of an environment minister if he can't even do the primary job he's meant to do? Senator Waters and I wrote to Senator Watt to ask him why he decided to give the go-ahead to Ormiston. And what was his response? That the college had concluded that significant impacts were unlikely to occur. Well, tell that to the koalas. Centuries of barely regulated clearing and development have left Queensland's koala population on death's door. In the Redlands, the koala population has collapsed by about 80% since the early 2000s, with fewer than 500 koalas remaining on the mainland. There is no community licence for this development and absolutely no support, and opposition is growing. More than 20,000 people have signed a petition calling on the school to stop clearing the site, and there are more and more demonstrations planned. The Greens support the community in their fight, and we won't give up with you. On Friday, Queensland's Justice, Integrity and Community Safety Committee delivered its report into the state government's Circuit Breaker Bill, which serves up the reheated leftovers of Queensland LNP's failed youth boot camp program. This bill proposes to send children as young as 10 who have not yet been convicted of a crime to a remote location away from family to do forced activities and programs. This can include free labour, which is just a nicer term for slave labour. When people are forced into free work arrangements against their will, it acts as a perverse incentive to criminalise more children, who, again, have not had their case heard in court and who have not yet been convicted. Children will be confined to a remote, highly surveilled and controlled coercive setting, but these settings aren't proposed to be subject to inspections or reporting. More than that, there's an exemption to reporting obligations for actual or suspected harm to a child participating in circuit breaker programs if the report might tend to incriminate the institution. Last I checked, physical and sexual abuse was a crime. How is there any situation where a report of harm will not incriminate the institution? Why on earth would this exemption exist in the proposed legislation unless it was deliberately aiding and abetting the abuse of our children? The Victims Commissioner's submission on the bill specifically refers to the cycle of crime in which many young offenders are caught as victims themselves. And ironically, rather than breaking that cycle, this bill will perpetuate it. Youth offending will go up. When the Queensland State Government is giving the green light for the abuse of children, tearing them away from everything that has been proven to stop youth offending, family, community, schooling, safe housing, those children are going to come out of these facilities angry, traumatised and disconnected from their community. Victims of crime deserve safety, but this is not the answer.
Thank you, Senator Ormond-Payne. Senator Ruston.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Well, there is a generation of Australians who built this country. They worked, they paid their taxes, they raised their families. And they were told if they did the right thing, the country would look after them when they needed it. This week, older Australians learned what that promise is worth to this government, because this is a government that has decided which Australians are worth looking after and which are to be left behind. A carefully chosen list of Australians the government wants to carry with it to the next election, and older Australians, they've been left standing at the curb watching the bus pull away, left behind. And let me be clear about something. This was not an accident. The government has chosen it. It is a deliberate design feature of its policies. When the Health Minister announced he would strip the additional private health insurance rebate away from older Australians, he did not hide his reasoning. He said older Australians should no longer receive support based on their age. He called it fairness between the generations. Well, there's nothing fair about singling out 3 million older Australians, most of them on modest incomes, and nearly 1 million of them full pensioners, and telling them they have to pay more for their health care. From 2027, around 3 million older Australians will lose the higher rebate. Many will pay hundreds of dollars more, some as much as $640 a year more. 70% of all insured older Australians earn $55,000 a year or less, all 2.24 million of them. Not the wealthy, but pensioners and self-funded retirees on fixed incomes. They took out private health cover because they were told it was the right thing to do, and now they're being punished for it. Tens of thousands will be pushed out of private care altogether, and that change, by the government's own admission, is likely to cost the public system more than the savings the government, in the federal government, is making. It's just a cost shift. And private health is only one front, because in aged care, at the very same time, this government has treated older Australians exactly the same way. It has sent them to the back of the queue. Right now, more than 100,000 older Australians are on the National Priority System waiting for a home care package, and that's just the number they want you to know. The real number, the number Minister Sam Ray was exposed trying to hide last week, is a full 50% or 50,000 people more. The tricky minister and his untrustworthy government doesn't want to count the people who've only been provided with part of their package. They said they didn't change the methodology, and then they were embarrassed in having to come back and correct the minister's mistake, an admission that they had lied. And the median wait from being assessed for care to actually receiving it is 10 months. Tragically, last year, more than 4,800 older Australians died waiting for the care that this government had assessed that they needed. And at the front of that queue sits a computer. This week, the Australians watched Four Corners on the ABC and saw what this government has built. A faceless algorithm, the integrated assessment tool, deciding how much care an older Australian receives. It asks more than 500 questions, then ignores most of the answers, and no trained professional is allowed to override it, even when they see it has got it wrong. On Monday night, Australians met Audrey, 96 years old, blind with emphysema, living on her own. She was assessed in person, and yet the government still refused to provide her with the support that she needed. Her daughter appealed. The appeal was sent to a post office box and was never answered. Audrey is not the exception. Under this government, tragically, she is the rule. Pay more, wait longer, get less. And don't take my word for it. Professor Kathy Eager, one of the country's most respected health researchers, examined this tool and said it cannot be fixed with tweaking. It needs to be scrapped and started again. An automated system that decides your fate and leaves the individual to prove it wrong. The Ombudsman is now investigating. Appeals have run 6 times the rate of the previous year. This is not a system settling in, this is a system failing. At estimates, the department confirmed it all. Removing human override was a budget decision made in 2024-25 to save money. The tool was never clinically validated and never trialled in a live environment. And no older person, no provider, no advocate was consulted before they switched it on. So when we asked to see the advice behind that decision, the government has refused to provide it. The minister said it would take 360 hours to review the documents and hinted that they might be protected because they'd gone to Cabinet. Well, if this algorithm decision went to Cabinet, then the Prime Minister was in the room. Australians deserve to know whether Anthony Albanese personally signed off on the decision that has denied care to thousands upon thousands of older Australians. But you do not need Cabinet documents to see the human cost. Let me tell you about Lana Harmdorf. Lana asked for help from a hospital bed. 8 months later, she's still there. Lana is paralysed from the waist down. For years, her husband cared for her, until his own health failed and he died in care. Living alone, she had a fall, a broken hip and a torn shoulder, and she nearly died. She fought back through her rehabilitation and has made it home, but she's unable to get into bed or reach the stove without help. She was assessed and denied the support that she needed. A second assessment, a reassessment, finally approved her for the highest level of care that existed, and then the algorithm handed her a medium priority in terms of the urgency of that care. That meant an 8 to 9 month wait. Her family cut back on her care and her meals just to stay within their budget. They advised me that they'd raised the matter with the minister, but nothing changed. And so the tragic saga unfolded. Lana's family applied for a reassessment, pleading to treat Lana's case as a high priority. I wrote to the minister on her behalf, and he said on television he is always happy to follow up personally. Well, in Lana's case, what did the minister do? He did follow up. He said no. Strangely, though, his own department delegate admitted that the family had been right all along. Lana's priority should have been high. That decision came on the 12th of August. Today, Lana still has no date as to when her new care arrangements will kick into place. The Albanese government is presiding over a slow-motion car crash in aged care. And every day, older Australians and their families are paying the price. The Coalition has offered this government a way out. We introduced a simple, practical bill to restore human override to aged care assessments, to put a trained professional back in charge and give older Australians the right to have a real person look at their case. We passed it through the Senate. What did Labor do? They've tried to vote it down in the Senate but failed, and in the other place they didn't just vote it down, they won't even let it be debated. So let's be honest about what fairness between the generations really means under this government. It means older Australians pay more for their health cover. It means they wait longer for the care that they've been assessed as needing and been promised. It means they get less when that care finally comes, and when the computer gets it wrong, no human is being allowed to fix up the mistake. The generation that built this country is not asking for special treatment. They're asking for a fair go. They're asking that a real person, not a computer, decides what care they get and how urgently they receive it. Because a computer should never have the final say on whether an Australian gets the care that they need. Labor has made a choice. It's made a very clear choice. It has decided who it will carry, and it has decided who it will leave behind. But older Australians will not forget who has left them behind, and neither will we in the Coalition.
Senator Marielle Smith.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. From my first speech to this place, and many times since, I've stood in this chamber to raise the issue of women's health, because I know that too often these issues have been sidelined. Too often women's experiences have been minimised. Too often their pain has been ignored or dismissed. Women haven't been heard, and I've tried to use my role in this place to change that. Whether it has been advocacy around maternal health, endometriosis, pelvic pain, perimenopause and menopause, I have sought to use this position to elevate the voices of women to drive the change that they deserve. Today, I do so again, but this time it is deeply personal to me. Having a baby is one of the most miraculous experiences of a parent's life. There is no greater joy or sense of achievement than holding your precious new baby in your arms. The love is indescribable. It takes hold of your whole body and is all-consuming, and it's a love that never leaves you. But the truth is, alongside these feelings, the days and weeks after birth can be particularly tough, especially for new mothers. Whether it is challenges with breastfeeding, pelvic floor, mental health, or the physical experience of birth, women can find themselves suffering deeply. Too many find themselves isolated, vulnerable, and unable to reach out for help. I know because I have lived some of these struggles myself. This week, I chose to share some of my own experiences after the birth of my first child publicly. I have shared that after I gave birth, I felt like an absolute warrior. I've never felt stronger, braver, or more powerful, and I've never felt so much love in my heart. But it was the days that followed that I really struggled. Breastfeeding was excruciatingly painful. I had mastitis and it was an agonising experience. This led to postnatal anxiety. I was very fortunate. I was able to find a wonderful lactation consultant in Adelaide called Robin, who was able to guide me through those extremely difficult weeks. And because of her help, I was able to breastfeed for more than a year. But if I didn't have her help, I simply do not know what I would have done in that dark space I had found myself in. I also know that I was incredibly lucky to live in a capital city like Adelaide, close to care, to be able to afford the cost of that care. I know that is just not possible for a lot of women around Australia, and that is not fair. Access to good quality care in the postpartum period should not be a matter of what you can afford, where you live, and it can't be left to luck. I want it to change. So I've shared my story, and I want more women to be able to share theirs, so we can drive the change we need to see. We can break down the stigma that stops women reaching out in this critical period of their lives. It stops them from getting help. Acting Deputy President, I am asking for the Senate's support for an inquiry into postpartum health care. We have done so much good work on women's health in this chamber to date. I was proud to serve as Deputy Chair of 2 Senate inquiries into women's health last Parliament. Those inquiries sparked a national conversation about the level of support women were receiving and where they were being let down. And because of the courage of the women who came before our committees, we saw a national momentum towards change. We saw the government that I am proud to be a part of drive a massive step change in the way women's health is prioritised and funded in this country. This has been extraordinarily important work, which has changed the lives of women around Australia. But there is still a group of women that I am afraid as a community we are not reaching. Women who are struggling with their own experiences, thinking they are not worthy of extra support. Women struggling with feelings of failure or shame. Women too overwhelmed to leave their house because of anxiety or the physical impacts of their birth. How do we find them? This work is important and it is deeply personal to me. I am so proud of what this Senate has done up until this point. I am so proud of the support our government has given to women's health and the funding we've put behind it. We have delivered so much, but there is more to do. I hope to have the Senate's support in this work, and I hope that together we can work to bring the lived experience of women in this period into the spotlight and deliver the change they deserve.
Thank you, Senator Smith. Thank you. Senator David Pocock.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President, and I wanted to commend and thank Senator Marielle Smith for all the work that she has done in this place and is proposing to do with this new select committee. It's really important work and will impact the lives of Australians across this great continent. Today is a stark reminder for Australians of just how far we have to go when it comes to ensuring that our democracy delivers for the people, to ensure that our democracy is set up in a way that we have a parliament that is thinking longer term, that is putting community interests ahead of vested interests. And I think more and more Australians are starting to cotton on to what is happening and how this system and the various parts of it produce the kind of outcome that we have today, where we have gambling reform that is just so far out of line with community expectation and what evidence-based policy would be. And I wanted to touch on a few of those parts of the puzzle now. I can almost guarantee you that a person whose life has been wrecked by online gambling and wants reform has never bought a table to a Labor fundraiser, has never spent $10,000 to sit beside the Prime Minister. They're one of the Australians who can't even email the PM. They can go through the Prime Minister's portal where you give them all your details and send some sort of message to the Prime Minister, and who knows what happens to that. We've got a Prime Minister who can't even email in 2026. We've got a lobbying system which for so long has just had zero transparency. We've got over 2,200 people who have access to all areas passes to this place, and until very recently we had no idea who they were, who gave them their pass, and what they were in this building to do. Access is a good thing. This is the people's house. People should be able to access this place, but Australians deserve to know who is accessing this place and what they are doing in here. We regulate third-party lobbyists, but everyone else, it's been open slather. The revolving door is a very inconvenient thing we need to address. Resources is probably the most stark example. Almost every resources minister in living memory has ended up working in the resources industry. Martin Ferguson started work with British Gas within weeks of leaving Parliament. He chaired APIA's advisory board by October 2013. Ian Macfarlane became CEO of the Queensland Resources Council months after resigning from Parliament. Staff obviously follow. Ian Macfarlane's Chief of Staff became CEO of the New South Wales Minerals Council. It's the same with gambling, where we have people who know the inner workings of how these industries are regulated, then going straight to work for the gambling lobby. We've also got cash for access, which has been in the news recently. More than $110 million to the major parties since 1999 through dodgy cash for access schemes. Australians would be horrified if they knew the scale of cash for access in this place, and how the Labor government seems to fly ministers around the country for a meeting that just happens to coincide with a fundraising dinner. And ministers meet and talk about something relevant to the government, which we all obviously want, but then they just so happen to all attend a fundraising dinner that night, and taxpayers have paid for them to get to that city. That doesn't cut it. This cash for access needs to change, and clearly it suits both the major parties who stitched this up as part of their electoral reform bill. What is the cost of all this? The cost is the kind of reform we see today that sells the Australian people out, that puts vested interests ahead of the community, and which erodes trust in this place, erodes trust in all of us, because Aussies look at Parliament and say, well, they're all just in it for themselves. They don't care about us. We're the ones hearing our kids recite the odds, and rather than banning ads, they say, let's get the balance right with 3 ads per hour during the day, as many ads as you want overnight.
Senator Barbara Pocock.
So I rise to speak about the growing threat posed by the H5N1 avian influenza outbreak. This virus has devastated wildlife populations around the world and has caused mass mortality events in seabirds, marine mammals and other wildlife. Globally, we've seen millions of wild animals and tens of thousands of mammals that have died from bird flu. And now it has reached Australia, the last continent it had previously spared. Our native wildlife cannot catch a break. Between the horrors of the devastating algal bloom in South Australia and now the threat of bird flu, our iconic species are facing crisis after crisis. The government's own commission risk assessment predicts catastrophic impacts for our native wildlife. 87% of Australia's mammals and 45% of our bird species are found nowhere else. We don't truly know what the impacts will be on these very special creatures. The government estimates that close to 400 Australian native bird and mammal species face high to extreme risk from this strain of the flu. The Invasion Species Council warns that this could be a wildlife disaster on the scale of black summer bushfires. In my home state of South Australia, there have now been at least 265 confirmed positive H5 bird flu detections. South Australians are worried about our native wildlife populations. We're deeply worried about our beautiful Coorong region, such a sacred place in South Australia, which is an important breeding sanctuary for pelicans. There's great concern for Kangaroo Island, also such a special place, which is home to many native species, including our precious sea lion population. The mortality rate of elephant seal pups in Argentina's Peninsula Valdez reached 95% in 2023 because of the bird flu. If bird flu takes hold in this region, it could push some of our native birds and wildlife closer to extinction. South Australia's coastal bird populations have already been devastated by the algal bloom. We cannot afford another ecological catastrophe, and so many South Australians live in fear of it. Our wildlife is facing an unprecedented crisis. Bird flu rapidly spreading across our country. It is so critical that the government prepares for this ecological crisis as it is set to devastate wildlife. Australia's distance from other countries and lack of migratory ducks and water birds from the Northern Hemisphere has given us years to prepare. The Greens urged the government in September in 2024, a while ago, to act immediately to strengthen Australia's preparedness. The government has known this threat was coming for a long time, for nearly 2 years. The question now is whether it has done enough to prepare. This government needs to back calls from experts and conservation groups for this $200 million two-year boost to wildlife resilience, coastal habitat protection and invasive species control. And we call on Minister Watt to deliver a dedicated and urgent $200 million wildlife preparedness package of this kind to give our native species the best chance of survival. Over 400 Australians have contacted my office over the past few months, voicing their concerns, their support for this $200 million package. This is no time for politics and for playing or for delay. Our sea lions, our pelicans, our sacred spaces should not be paying the price for government delay when urgent action could help protect them. We cannot afford to repeat the mistakes of past ecological crises. Federal and state governments must work together to heed the lessons of the algal bloom and move quickly to protect our wildlife while we still have time to halt the speed. If the Albanese government is serious about protecting wildlife, then they must urgently scale up the funding to build wildlife population resilience. South Australians are asking governments to act. They are asking governments to stop to act to prevent an ecological disaster that we live in fear of and we have had recent experience with. We can do more. Let's put the funding where it is needed. Let's make sure we do everything we can to minimise a catastrophe rather than see it unfold full-throated in a way that puts at risk so many of our precious species.
Senator Lambie.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Last night I told Kate's story, a female veteran who waited for 3 years to get surgery for vaginal prolapse. Why did she wait so long? Because she couldn't find a gynaecologist who was happy with the low prices DVA had to pay. If I didn't have a good job, that could have been me. About 6 months ago, my vagina started to prolapse. This is an injury that is directly connected to my back injuries from my time in the army. My vagina was collapsing and 3 months later it was taking my bladder with it because there is such limited access to gynaecologists in rural and regional areas like Tasmania. I was looking at waiting for months for an appointment, and that's the private system in Tasmania, just to see a gynaecologist. I put my claim into DVA over a month ago, crickets. No duty of care from the Department of Veterans Affairs, absolute zero. So I came to Canberra to get the operation. I paid the $7,000 so they wouldn't end up like Kate. If I was like the majority of female veterans, I would have had to wait for DVA to approve my claim, and then I would have to search and hope like hell that there would be a gynaecologist who would accept the low rate that was paid by the Department of Veterans Affairs. That's how much they care about our vaginas. I'm not alone. This is a condition suffered by 1 in 12 Australian women. But we can't be sure about those numbers because we don't keep accurate data. That's shocking in itself. One of the most common and awful conditions that can be caused by childbirth, and we don't keep accurate data. And when it comes to our female veterans, it's even worse. A survey of nearly 500 female veterans who had completed a minimum of 6 months of active duty found that 2/3 reported pelvic health concerns, including 12% who reported pelvic organ collapse. The awful thing about this condition is that it also affects your bladder. A crucial treatment for post-prolapse surgery is physiotherapy. But female veterans can only get a maximum of 4 physio treatments, and they have to fight their way through a mountain of forms to get that. And for women not in the army, they're only entitled to 5 physio appointments under Medicare, even though the experts say that the recommended amount is between 5 and 12 appointments at the very least. How would that go under the cap for our veterans, let alone our females? Prolapse can be brought on by carrying heavy packs, high-impact training, combat training. In other words, as a first-generation of Aussie women veterans who did combat training. But men and women's bodies are different. But of course that is never been factored in. And when I asked Angus Campbell years ago now if there was any scientific evidence that women's bodies could stand up to the amount of weight that they are carrying in the Defence Force, he admitted they hadn't even bothered to look into it, and they still have not. They didn't have any scientific evidence, and once again, like I said, they still don't. They want us to fight for this country. You want us to have babies for the country, but you're not interested in supporting our reproductive system. When the DVA ticks off on a claim, they must factor in at least one statement of principle. SOPs, we call them. These are legislative instruments that set out factors which can connect injuries, disease or death from service. These are numbers from everything from tinnitus to erectile dysfunction. But guess what? There's no SOP. There is no SOP for vaginal prolapse, an SOP for penis problems, but no SOP for vagina problems. So either DVA doesn't know that female veterans have vaginas, or they actually don't care. I would like to ask the Prime Minister, Minister Miles and Minister Keogh, what they would do if their penis was hanging by a thread. What would they do if treatment for that injury directly connected to their military service was denied by the Department of Veterans Affairs? Would they say, OK, no worries? I don't really need my penis? I don't think so. I don't think so. I'm asking you once more. I'm begging you, Prime Minister. We are already suffering enough. Drop the bloody cap. Drop it, mate. It is so unfair. It is what we do not need. It is enough. Veterans have had enough. Leave us alone.
Thank you. Senator Lambie, can I, just before I shift the call, thank you for sharing your personal experience and acknowledge your pain. Thank you. Senator Ananda-Rajah.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Teachers are reporting that 6-year-old boys are calling girls dumb and sluts. 2 in 5 boys aged 13 to 17 identify with right-wing extremism. Nearly 1 in 3 follow white supremacists and harbour anti-women views like equal opportunity has gone too far. When this is the reality, it is no surprise we are seeing a surge in toxic masculinity in our schools. Increasing reports by female teachers of being subjected to misogynistic taunts, gestures and language are contributing to teacher attrition. But these regressive attitudes are not confined to boys. 1 in 10 young women believe that men are the head of the household. These are some of the findings of a study by the University of Melbourne, funded by the Office of National Intelligence. It found that hostility towards women is the single strongest predictor of violent extremism in young Australians. It is a stronger predictor of violent extremism than political ideology, religion, ethnicity, or how much time someone spends online. In other words, misogyny is not just a social issue, but a national security one. Just this week, we have seen 3 private school boys, aged 13 and 14, charged with aggravated sexual assault of a 14-year-old girl, and 5 footy players facing allegations of sexual assault. Australia-wide, reported sexual assaults have increased by 10% in the last year, and on average, a woman dies every 11 days in Australia as a result of violence. So, what has led to this structural problem of misogyny in our country? How are these attitudes taking root and polluting the minds of young Australians, but especially our boys? Unsurprisingly, this study found that these attitudes are being shaped by online content, particularly engagement with manfluences, porn, which is basically exaggerated and a distorted view of sexuality, and online dating. Teach Us Consent researcher Chanel Contos, who is in the building today, reports that when they mimicked a 16 to 18-year-old boy on social media, it took only 23 minutes for the algorithm to feed them misogynistic content. If a young boy or a man actively searches for content in this sort of domain, the algorithm will feed them up content in 2 minutes. Our feeds and algorithms have become a gateway to misogynistic and violent extremism. It's infinite, it's heroin online, confirmed by Meta employees who disclosed in The Guardian today that Instagram is a drug and they are pushers. Our online environment for boys is tiger country, fraught with exposure to misogyny, cyberbullying, and egging them to violence by amplifying a perceived sense of personal grievance and personal injustice, tapping into vulnerabilities and shifting blame onto girls and women. And it's making us all less safe. This is why the Albanese Labor government has introduced a world-leading social media delay for Australians under the age of 16, for our kids. Now 20 or more countries have fallen into line like dominoes behind us. Social media companies are fighting this tooth and nail, with Meta using a proxy army of global influencers, from yummy mummies to actors to blokes who wine and dine with Meta and then talk up their piss-weak social media controls for teenagers. Artura Bajar, a Meta whistleblower, said, "You can still search for suicide and self-harm content even though they promise you can't." Meanwhile, the E-Safety Commissioner last week disclosed that these companies are going around the world trash-talking Australia's social media delay, holding us up as a failure. The Healthy Masculinities Trial and Evaluation, backed with $3.5 million from our government, is supporting student-led programs in high schools and sporting clubs. Brighton Grammar, a school that I visited not long ago with our Special Envoy in Men's Health, Dan Rapicoli, is doing an amazing job in this work space, giving boys the space to question what they are seeing and why they are seeing it. Led by boys for boys, it is the counter-messaging we need more of, and it probably needs to start earlier. Our impending Digital Duty of Care bill will take this up a notch, placing the onus on social media companies to proactively keep our kids safe and save our boys.
Senator Whitten.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I'm getting sick of talking about this, but the Australian people need to be assured that One Nation sees and cares about the abysmal state of our woke courts and institutions. A report in The Australian revealed that one of the NZYQ cohort, a man from Sierra Leone in his 50s with multiple sexual assault convictions, has had a win in the Australian Federal Court. He's attempting to move to a more permanent visa to stay in the country. The ART declined to move him to a protection visa on the basis that any risk of further sexual offences was unacceptable. What a refreshingly sensible position. But the Federal Court has now overruled that decision, saying that the ART has failed to take into account the expert testimony of therapists. These therapists argued that providing this degenerate criminal with a permanent visa would lower the risk of him reoffending. This is a man who has been convicted of multiple sexual offences against young boys, and our courts are running protection for him. They are putting the comfort of his predator over the safety of our citizens, over the safety of our children in our community. It is wrong, it is disgusting, and it needs to change. While the ART was the voice of reason in this case, they are by no means a shield for the protection of the Australian people. Between March 23 and April 26, the ART set aside 475 visa cancellations involving non-citizens with substantial criminal records. 16 of these cases involve people found guilty of child sex offences. That should shock all Australians. There should be no world where someone comes to this country, is convicted of child sex offences and is allowed to stay. I do not care if they are in danger in their own country. Once they've crossed the line, their safety means nothing to me. In fact, I wish them every misfortune that they may come in their way. They should be on the next flight back to wherever they came from, and they can deal with you how they like. This man couldn't be returned to Sierra Leone because they frowned upon child sexual acts against young boys over there. When did we stop frowning? Send him back and let them dispense justice as they see fit. I would sooner see him put in jeopardy than to let him loose on Australian citizens to destroy more lives. The young men who were the victims of this monster have had their lives devastated. Who here is fighting for our children? The moralising and mental gymnastics that goes along with pretending we owe foreign criminals safe haven is putting our own at risk. It's disgusting. Labor has the power to act now, but they act like there is nothing to be done and that they are bound by the rules. You are making the rules. They are your rules. There is nothing in the Constitution that requires Australia to harbour foreign criminals. We do not owe them safety. Don't hide behind foreign treaties. Your only concern should be the people of Australia. You're in control of these laws. Put the safety of Australians first. The Minister for Home Affairs, Tony Burke, has the power to issue ministerial direction to change how the ART decides to cancel visas on character grounds. He can issue new directions anytime he sees fit. Yet under the current ministerial direction 110, we have seen 475 foreign criminals have their cancellations set aside. 16 child sex offenders told they are welcome to stay in Australia. This is intolerable. The language of that direction should leave no room for doubt as to what should happen to criminal non-citizens. Send them back. It doesn't matter how long you've been in the country. It doesn't matter what your ties to Australia are. If you are a serious offender, if you are convicted of any sexual crime against children, your visa must be cancelled and you should be shown the door. We hear the argument that Australia owes some of these people protection and that our laws prevent us from removing those who may face persecution when they arrive home. Too bad. Change the laws. You've had your chance to live in the greatest country on earth and you couldn't control yourself. The only protection that is owed is protection to the Australian community, to our elderly, to our women and children from these predators. If laws are standing in your way, change them. If you can't bring yourself to send those back that have raped, assaulted, molested or violated Australian citizens, resign. If you don't have the guts or the backbone to stand up for the Australian people, move aside for people that do.
Senator Hodgins-May.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Acting Deputy President, let's get this straight. The gas industry gets our resources for free, pays next to no tax, obliterates our climate and environment, and now it seems they do not even have to prove that they can clean up afterwards. I mean, you cannot make this stuff up. Our oceans, including the beautiful Bass Strait off the coasts of Victoria and Tasmania, should not be left with rusting junk, toxic rigs and contaminated pipelines when gas projects dry up. And taxpayers definitely should not be left to stump up those clean-up costs. Just last month, gas companies Pilot Energy and Triangle Energy went broke, leaving behind a ghost rig and a potential $200 million clean-up bill with no clear owner. Federal and state governments must require these companies to prove they have the funds to cover decommissioning costs up front. They must put these funds aside so that taxpayers aren't once again left to foot the bill. We ask renters to do this. The Labor government treats oil and gas giants better than everyday Australian renters. I mean, come on, and Labor keeps kicking these reforms down the road, just like the companies do with their decommissioning. The Wilderness Society was forced to do the work of bringing this vital legal case to light, and this burden should not fall on NGOs. Labor must show leadership. And this is clearly a matter of public interest. It's a matter of fairness and basic respect of our oceans and our communities. Well, we've seen the privatisation movie before and it is a dud. Victorians paid the price and now Labor looks like it could be planning a sequel with Melbourne Water. Labor is reportedly considering whether to sell, whether to lease or to monetise Melbourne Water. But we know what can happen when essential services are put in private hands. Look at the UK. Bills soared, services suffered and raw sewerage ended up in rivers and on beaches. Water is not a luxury, it is an essential public service. And Melbourne Water should not become a cash machine for a government looking to patch up a hole in its budget. That's why the Greens are calling on Labor to rule out any sale, lease or monetisation of Melbourne Water. No spin, no creative accounting, no dodgy deals. Victorians are under enormous cost of living pressure. They shouldn't have to pay more for water so Labor can get a short-term cash injection from a public asset. And this is all part of a bigger pattern, of course. Labor has followed Jeff Kennett down the privatisation path from ports and roads to public housing and other essential services. We've seen this movie before. We know how it ends. Public assets belong to the public, and if Labor has nothing to hide, come clean and rule out privatising our water. Well, when serious allegations of sexual assault emerge, our first concern should be for the women at the centre of them, not what it might mean for a football club or a finals campaign. And while the investigation must now take its due course, we also need to confront a bigger question. Why is male entitlement, disrespect and violence towards women still so pervasive? Australians love AFL, but it doesn't exist in a vacuum. It's part of a broader culture where gambling and alcohol are deeply embedded in the game and where misogyny, sexism and homophobia have long and ugly histories. We put footy players on pedestals, but what matters more than what kind of player or teammate someone is how they treat women and girls. And women and girls who love the AFL deserve to know that the game respects them and their safety too. When the conversation turns to what it means for the team, the finals or the AFL, our priorities are completely out of whack. We should be asking, how do we support the victim survivors? How do we challenge the attitudes and behaviours that enable violence? And what will the AFL and its clubs do to genuinely make women safer? This isn't about tackling the AFL, it's about expecting better from a game that we love, that Australians love right across this country. Respect, of course, has to be more than a slogan. Men have a responsibility to challenge misogyny and to challenge harmful behaviour every time they see it. No club's reputation, player's career or premiership will ever be more important than the safety and dignity of women.
Senator Whittaker.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Well, last week, Senator Bragg felt like going out on a little adventure to the press club. Braggy's big day out. And I think it gave everyone a little teaser of what we might expect to see if, God forbid, we ever end up with a government that's some combination of Taylor, Hume, Bragg, Canavan, Hanson, and it would be an absolute horror show for working Australians, because what's become clear yet again is that the right-wing parties, the Liberal Party, the National Party and One Nation, they're after Australians' super. Yet again, it's not the first time, and sadly, I don't think it will be the last. Senator Bragg, in his little adventure to the National Press Club, said that he thinks that superannuation is a strange experiment. I mean, I think that working Australians would disagree, but we'll see. He called super for young people super for cats and dogs. I mean, he absolutely did. Pauline Hanson just this week has said that she thinks our super system is broken. And And for a long time now, we've seen attack after attack after attack on superannuation by those opposite. Attack after attack after attack on superannuation by the Liberal Party and the National Party, and now Senator Hanson and One Nation too. The Liberals' only solution to the housing crisis has been that people should be able to raid their super to buy a house. Well, Labor says that you can have both. You can have the super that you need to retire comfortably, an investment that will compound and build up over time and give you security in your retirement. And because of Labor and our efforts to get more people into their own home, you can own a home of your own too. And so, while those opposite, the right-wing parties, are coming after working Australians' super, Labor will always protect it, because Labor created superannuation. Unions and working people fought for superannuation, and we will not allow the right-wing parties to come after it and take away the very thing that working Australians rely on to retire with security and with dignity.
Thank you, Senator. We will now proceed to the 2-minute statements, and I call Senator Scarr.
Acting Deputy President, I was absolutely thrilled to join the Leader of the Opposition, Angus Taylor, and the Leader of the National Party, Senator Matt Canavan, my friend and colleague from Queensland, on one of their presentations with respect to the Coalition's plan to fix the economy and protect our way of life. Now, I've only got 2 minutes, so I want to just touch on 2 points in relation to the plan. And the first element, stop Labor's assault on aspiration. And one of the good things about this plan is it sets out the problem, the LNP's values and the solution. The problem, Labor's assault on aspiration. It's assault on people who are starting businesses, generating wealth and creating opportunities. And so many of those young entrepreneurs are going to be sent overseas because of Labor's capital gains tax ventures. We won't get the benefit of their new enterprises. Our values, the Coalition stands with Australians who work hard, take risks, save and invest in their future, and our solution to scrap Labor's tax changes, which are going to force 200,000 small businesses which operate through discretionary trusts to restructure. Second element, the tax-back guarantee. The problem, the cost of living going through the roof, inflation going through the roof, which means Australians are struggling to make ends meet. Our values, when your wages increase, then the tax threshold should also shift, so you're not penalised by the hidden tax of inflation. The Coalition solution, axing Labor's inflation tax by introducing the tax-back guarantee. So from 2028 to 29, we will index the bottom 2 income tax thresholds to inflation. Now, ultimately, that's going to lead to an improvement of $1,000 extra money in the pocket for people at the lower end of the tax thresholds.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Ghosh, you have the call.
The Labor Party will always defend Australia's superannuation system from the Coalition and from One Nation. Last week, we heard from Senator Bragg, the Colonel Kurtz of the Liberal Party, by himself, deep in the jungle, fighting communism wherever he could find it. And his latest enemy, a dignified retirement for working Australians. The horror, the horror. Senator Bragg likened the extension of super to under-18s to extending it for super for cats and dogs. That's what he said would happen next. And while the retirement future of young Australians may be the subject of jokes by the Liberal Party, it's not a joke for us. Senator Bragg also wants to scrap the superannuation guarantee, claiming that it is one of the biggest policy failures since Federation. Imagine the delusion required to make such an absurd claim from the party that managed, created, defended and then tried to cover up robo-debt. Meanwhile, One Nation Senator Hanson wants superannuation to be like a savings account, making it easier to withdraw money as and when you need it early rather than saving it for retirement. The Coalition playbook and the One Nation playbook have merged seamlessly in this last term. The Uni Party, One Nation says withdraw super early, and during the COVID pandemic, the Coalition said the same thing, that hard-working Australians should eat into their retirement funds to get by, just to get by, all the while handing out billions of taxpayer dollars to companies who increase their revenue during the same period. It just shows you what their priorities are. And I can tell you about our priorities, Acting Deputy Speaker. The Labor Party will always defend the super system against efforts from One Nation and the Coalition to undermine or destroy it.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Faruqi.
Here's the latest hits on how you're getting screwed over while corporate CEOs are living it up. You're hearing the Greens talk a lot about big corporations and billionaires ripping us off. And here's why. Last week, it was reported that Tesla paid Elon Musk 2.5 million times the average worker in 2025. Australia's top-earning exec took home $48 million last financial year. This is almost 500 times the full-time average wage. 500 times! Telstra has been in the news recently. A national outage wreaked havoc on public transport, small business, and O communications. You might expect some consequences for the person in charge, but no. The CEO still managed to take home a tidy $6.8 million, a $700,000 increase on the previous year. Over the same time, Telstra told workers they needed to tighten the purse strings and got rid of 1,200 employees. When cuts come, they're sure as hell not coming for those on top. After posting an $11 billion profit, Combank had the audacity to offer employees a wage increase below CPI. Meanwhile, their CEO's annual pay jumped over $9 million last year, up 30% from the year before. This isn't by accident. This isn't a fluke. This is a system that flourishes because Labor, the Liberals, and One Nation are looking out for their billionaire and corporate donors. The Greens are the only party not beholden to corporations, and we will always put people before profits.
Thank you. Senator Blythe.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. Now, Labor keeps telling Australians it's got a plan to fix housing, but the numbers tell a very different story. Labor's own budget admits its changes to negative gearing and capital gains tax will result in around 35,000 fewer homes being built over the next decade. It also admits those changes will put upward pressure on rents. The housing shortage won't be fixed by making it harder to invest in housing. You cannot tell young Australians you are helping them into home ownership while pursuing policies that reduce supply. In Adelaide, median rents are already above $600 a week. Families are trying to cover rent, groceries, electricity and everyday expenses with very little room left in their household budget. Australians can't save as fast as inflation grows. The solution to a housing shortage is very simple, Acting Deputy President. It is more supply. And the Coalition will back builders, tradies, small investors and first home buyers who keep the housing market moving. The Coalition will axe taxes, reduce red tape and policies and get more homes built in Australia. We will link Australia's migration intake to the number of new homes being built and cap immigration based on the housing available. If housing supply cannot keep pace with population growth, Australians will continue competing for too few homes. The difference is very clear for Australians. The Coalition has a plan to increase housing supply and restore the dream of home ownership. Meanwhile, Labor keeps telling young people that they've never had it so good and that they can own a home. The results tell a very different story. Labor's policies will leave Australia far worse off with fewer homes for everyone.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Brown.
I rise today to speak about Red Nose Day, which will be held on Thursday the 27th of August. For almost 4 decades, Red Nose Day has brought Australians together to get silly for a very serious cause. Red Nose Day is also about supporting families living with unimaginable grief. Red Nose funds research, provides support to families who have experienced the loss of a pregnancy, baby or child, and delivers important education to keeping babies safe. One of the most important parts of that work is safe sleeping. For babies from birth to 12 months, Red Nose recommends 6 key safe sleep practices. Always place your baby on their back to sleep. Keep their face and head uncovered and keep them smoke-free before and after birth. Babies should sleep in their own safe sleep space on a firm and flat mattress with no pillows, cot bumpers, doonas, loose blankets or soft toys. Red Nose also recommends that babies sleep in the same room as their parents or caregiver for the first 6 months. And there is one simple message worth remembering: back to sleep, tummy to play. Tummy time is important for a baby's development, but it should only happen when they're awake and supervised. These are simple steps, but they can save lives. This Red Nose Day, I encourage Australians to get involved, make a donation if they can, and take a moment to learn and share the safe sleep advice. I thank Red Nose, its staff, volunteers, researchers and supporters for the work they continue to do to save little lives and support families across Australia.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Bell.
Thank you. For months now, businesses along the Great Western Highway have been bleeding. They were told, despite begging, that there was no disaster assistance, no rescue package and no serious Commonwealth response. Then suddenly, like a miracle from Canberra, $100 million has appeared, along with $100 million from the state government for assistance with reconstruction of the road. And so one wonders, perhaps the Prime Minister checked behind the couch cushions. You know, it is truly amazing what this government and the Prime Minister can do when the political pressure starts to hurt too much. On the 25th of May, I wrote directly to the government and the Prime Minister urging them to act. I said to them this closure was an economic disaster. Even if the road hadn't physically collapsed, it might as well have. For businesses cut off from customers, the consequences were the same. This was a disaster. Trade had disappeared, businesses were going under. The highway has been closed since 8th of March. 888 Cafe at South Bowensfels shut its doors. Geekdom in Luarif trade fell 20%, and the owner says that was the final blow. Now Labor has finally discovered that this is an urgent matter after about 168 days. But still, there is no federal rescue package for the workers who lost shifts or the small business owners who watched their livelihoods disappear while this Labor government looked the other way. Labor now sees the road, it just cannot see the people who depend on it. It has taken 5 months, shuttered businesses and a mounting political headache for this Labor government to act. So please spare us the victory lap. Anthony Albanese, the Prime Minister, knew there was a problem, knew people were desperate. I wrote to him. Businesses were pleading for help, and yet for about 168 days, the government was more or less silent. So yes, start fixing the road, but do not ask the Australians who have lost their businesses to applaud you for doing so, because the miraculous discovery behind the Canberra couch cushions has come far too late for many of these businesses and many of the people in these communities.
Senator Bragg, you have the call.
Thank you. Just like to acknowledge the fantastic volunteer work of the people who support the Wayside Chapel in King's Cross. I was able to visit there a couple of weeks ago and see the great work that the volunteers do. The couple of hundred people that go there for a meal, extremely grateful for that service, as well as the hot showers they provide and the other services that they are a hub for. Not only do they have the site at King's Cross, they also have one at Bondi, and regrettably these services are under more pressure than ever as we see homelessness rise and rough sleeping rise across New South Wales. Has gone up by 5% in the last year, in fact. So the service provided by the Wayside Chapel, I think, will be well known to many Australians, but it is really again an institution which runs on the smell of the volunteers' labour and their good grace. And I shudder to think what these people would do without the services provided by Wayside and Kinesis over in Darlinghurst. So I want to acknowledge the great work of Wayside, and thanks to all the people that give up their time to help prepare the meals, serve the people, give them a friendly face and give them some advice they might need as they try and get people back on their feet and back to doing something that they want to do.
Thank you, Senator. Senator De Liga.
Thanks, Acting Deputy President. The first few months with a newborn are some of the most precious moments for parents, moments that only come around once. That's why, from the 1st of July, the Albanese Labor government expanded paid parental leave to 26 weeks, with eligible parents now receiving over $1,000 per week. This means that families receiving the full amount will receive almost $30,000 across the duration of their paid parental leave. We're also lifting the individual and family limits so more Australians can access paid parental leave. And that's not all. From the 1st of July 2025, we made sure that eligible parents receive a superannuation contribution equal to 12% of their paid PPL payments. This is a huge step forward towards closing the gender pay gap in retirement savings, as most paid parental leave recipients are women. When we came into office, eligible families could only access a total of 20 weeks paid parental leave, and they didn't receive superannuation contributions. The Albanese Labor government's expansion of paid parental leave is real, and it's an important change that delivers more time, more money and more people eligible. And this is great for our parents, great for our kids and great for the economy. Now, unfortunately, you've got the right-wing rabble, the Uniparty over there led by One Nation, who have questioned why people should be paid if they're not at work. And they've even said that women get pregnant just for money. Disgusting, Acting Deputy President. But unlike the three right-wing parties, the Albanese government will always look after Australian families. It was Labor that created paid parental leave in 2011, and it's the Albanese Labor government that's continuing to strengthen it for all Australian families, because every Australian should be able to spend more treasured time with their newborns.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Allman-Payne.
Acting Deputy President. Democracy is under attack at the University of Queensland. Student democracy is at the cornerstone of a democratic society, a society that allows for dissent, for resistance and for advocacy, a society that believes in solidarity and mutual aid. The UQ Union has a storied history of these values, an elected student organisation that fought against apartheid in South Africa decades ago and now is fighting against the genocide in Gaza. Their student volunteers and representatives provide essential services on campus. But now the university is cracking down on its student union, moving the union onto a transition plan that gives the university inordinate control over its funding and governance. UQ is not the first Australian university to move against its union. We've seen student associations across the country stripped of funding, sidelined from consultation or placed under university control when they've been too effective, too critical or too independent. And because of the power imbalance, the university can now deny the union the funding that it needs to seek independent legal advice. The students are being denied a voice in the treatment of their union. But students are not taking this lying down. They are resisting. Hundreds have signed the petition to preserve their independent union, and they will be mobilising on campus for a protest on the 26th of August. I am a former student of the University of Queensland. I understand the value and importance of an independent student union. UQ must immediately withdraw its application for this plan, and should it land on the Education Minister's desk, he must reject it. Student unions should be run by students. Student money should be managed by students, and independent student organisations should not be taken over by universities.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Chisholm.
Thanks, Acting Deputy President. Yesterday marked another important step forward in our government's plan for a future made in Australia. Minister King and Bowen announced the opening of consultation on options to support the development of a domestic low-carbon liquid fuels industry. In the face of unprecedented global challenges in recent months, we've been reminded of something important. Strengthening Australia's fuel security today and for the future is something we cannot afford to compromise on. We cannot afford to be vulnerable when it comes to protecting our industries from challenges beyond our shores. Disruptions to international supply chains, evolving pressures that come from a challenging climate, these challenges are real and our government is acting. Yesterday's announcement goes to the heart of strengthening our resilience while seizing on great opportunities ahead for us in low-carbon liquid fuels. We recognise these opportunities exist, which is why we committed more than $1 billion to growing our biofuels industry in this year's budget. And as a Senator for Queensland and Assistant Minister for Agriculture and Regional Development, I've seen firsthand the opportunities ready to be unlocked in the regions. Just last month, I visited far north Queensland and met with cane growers and millers in Tully and Ayr. As a driving force of our nation's sugar production and other sugar-producing regions in Queensland, they also have one eye towards the future. They have abundant and diverse feedstocks, renewable energy resources, infrastructure and workforce capability. Our sugar industry has the tool and the expertise, willingness and passion that will be needed to fully harness our low-carbon liquid fuels potential. We know that tomorrow's success cannot rely on yesterday's achievement. It requires innovation, diversification, and a government willing to work with industry at every level. That is going to be the Albanese government's approach to this issue.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Shoebridge.
Oh, thanks very much, Acting Deputy. I know that people from Afghanistan here in Australia are hurting today. We just received information about a blast at a school in Kabul that has injured nearly 50 children and tragically taken the life of 2. While information is still coming in, we know this area was in a school that was predominantly a Hazara area. The Hazara people have faced horrific and untold persecution at the hands of the Taliban. I know the Hazara community here in Australia are watching in horror at these scenes and at the information that comes in. Reports that many of those injured are girls no older than 14 years make it even more devastating. As more information on this blast comes out over the coming hours, we stand in solidarity with our friends and the community here. Your culture, your history is safe here. But there must be a full investigation. We've seen previous attacks on young women and groups like Hazara people since the fall of Kabul 5 years ago. And in fact, this week was the commemoration of Afghanistan's Black Day. And I want to thank the Afghan Peace Foundation for bringing the amazing women from the Afghan cricket team here in Parliament. And I want to give a shout out to my friend Tahira Nusrat, who are doing a terrific job emceeing that event. But what we heard was genuinely appalling. The Taliban regime has not only stopped women from speaking in public, they're stopping them from even being seen in their homes or seen out of their homes. It is gender apartheid at a shocking level. It reminds us that we need to do more. We, of course, need to make sure that there are humanitarian pathways for people from Afghanistan to come to Australia to seek safety. Many of those worked with Australia during the war. We also need to open more scholarships and opportunities to get people, and especially women, out. There is a wealth of talent, knowledge and brilliance, as well as ancient cultures in Afghanistan that the Taliban is brutally repressing. Australia must do more. We owe it to all the people of Afghanistan.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Pocock David.
Thanks, Acting Deputy President. Yesterday I joined Vietnam veterans and their families and the Governor-General at the Vietnam Forces National Memorial and Anzac Parade and stood alongside Senator Patterson, Minister Keogh and many others to mark Vietnam Veterans Day. This year marks the 60th anniversary of the Battle of Long Tan. On the 18th of August 1966, 108 men of D Company 6 RAR with a New Zealand artillery party walked into a force estimated at more than 2,000. They were outnumbered roughly 10 to 1. 18 Australians were killed and 24 were wounded, more than a third of the company. Many of them were conscripts. Most were barely out of their teens. Nearly 60,000 Australians served in Vietnam, more than 3,000 wounded. 523 Australians never came home. When they did return home, they were treated badly. There was a legitimate argument over the war, but it was deeply unfair for Aussie soldiers to suffer as a result of disagreements in the community. This should be made clear to those still with us, their families and loved ones. Here in the ACT, our Vietnam veterans have spent the 60 years since building this community. In the RSL sub-branches, the Vietnam Veterans Association, they fought for recognition of Agent Orange and of post-traumatic stress. Every veteran who has served since then has benefited from their fight. We owe today's veterans and serving members that we're too slow in providing to Vietnam vets, care that arrives without a fight, and a country that says, thank you for your service and we will look after you and your families.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Collins.
Acting Deputy President, Labor has delivered a trifecta of failure on housing: fewer homes, high rents and an absolute smashing of confidence in the market. Today, Ray White, Australia's biggest rental property manager, has said that Labor's budget handed down in May could lead to a 30% spike in rental costs. This national real estate agency, which manages more than 250,000 properties, and did the analysis the government should have done. And it's not only Ray White with the damning forecast. The National Australia Bank also said rents would have to increase as much as 30% over the next 2 years because of Labor's shameless tax grab. But Treasurer Jim Chalmers will no doubt hear all about it when he returns to his electorate on Friday, where rents for properties will rise by as much as 29%. And yet Treasurer Chalmers still backs in his absurd claim that he will only increase rents by $2. Now, Labor's economic grief by design gets worse. Real-time data from Westpac shows that since Labor's devastating budget in May, mortgage applications have plunged by 20%. Buyers and investors have lost confidence in the housing market, and economists are warning weaker mortgage demand will flow through to fewer transactions, less construction and even tighter housing supply. But Labor should have known that. Their own Treasury forecasted that their tax grab would result in 35,000 fewer homes being built. So there's your trifecta to create the perfect housing storm: higher rents, confidence smashed and fewer homes. But Labor sits there congratulating themselves because they wanted this. Just like Keating and Hawke when they tried to smash the economy into decline and instead smashed it into pieces before they even noticed. So I say to the Australian people, listen to how they celebrate this. We heard from Minister Wong this week. They want to redistribute the housing market. They want to redistribute your hard-earned assets. There is nothing more socialist than that, and the Coalition will fight it all the way to protect your assets, your aspiration and your future.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Sheldon.
Well, the New South Wales Independent Commission Against Corruption has been holding hearings for the past 4 weeks now, investigating illegal donations into the Liberal Party's branch stacking activities as part of Operation Rosny. And there's one name that keeps coming up: the Leader of the Opposition, Angus Taylor. Through Reformers member Dylan Whitlaw, we heard that Dallas McKinney has been shaking down Mr Taylor for a $10,000 donation to a right-wing branch stacking effort. We also heard that Mr McKinney had successfully got Mr Taylor to chip in $15,000 plus a monthly $3,000 donation. Just today, the ICAC has heard that 2 men also being targeted by Operation Rosny, Christian Ellis and Jeremy Greenwood, were Mr Taylor's key fundraisers. It's extraordinary that the Leader of the Opposition's 2 key fundraising operatives are now hauled before ICAC over their links to corrupt property developers. But even more extraordinary is that over the past 2 weeks now, Mr Taylor has refused to answer questions about it. In fact, he's gone so far as to have his press secretary abuse journalists asking him the most basic questions on the matter. I'm sure his New South Wales colleagues in this place would be very keen to hear him answer those questions. The Australian people deserve answers to these questions. Angus, you can't hide forever. You deserve to come into this chamber, the chamber down there in the House, and answer these allegations. Go down there and meet with the media and start answering the questions of the people of Australia, rather than hiding at every opportunity you've had to disappear, hide out from not answering these questions. Start answering give us the answers. We deserve to hear what's going on.
before you continue, Senator, that display was unacceptable with the interjection and yelling across the chamber. It was disorderly, absolutely disorderly. Senator Sheldon, you have a point. Your reason for standing, Senator?
Mackenzie, point of order to refer to people in the other chamber by their correct title.
There is no point of order, considering the debate backwards and forwards that I could hear. The personal abuse, Senator, there's no point of order. Senator Sheldon, have you finished? Thank you.
We still have a minute, but with the indulgence of the chamber. Oh, sorry, were you standing, Senator Watt?
The Albanese government is taking action every single day to assist Australians with their cost of living pressures. Despite the fact that consistently we have the Liberal, National and One Nation parties voting against cost of living relief, the Albanese government remains determined to focus on the needs of Australians.
Minister Watt, please resume your seat. Senator Dean Smith.
Very unorthodox for ministers on the front bench of the government to use two-minute statements.
Smith, why are you on your feet? Thank
it
you.
is, though, isn't it?
Thank
it
you,
is.
Minister.
I am quite an unorthodox senator, Senator Smith, but I'm not unorthodox in representing to Australians how much work the Australian Labor Party is doing to assist them with their cost of living. That is something that every senator in the Labor Party is proud to defend.
Minister Watt, time, order. Senator McGrath, order across the chamber. We are going to move to question time, but before I do that, I would like to draw to the attention of honourable senators the presence in the chamber of two parliamentary delegations. First delegation from Japan, led by the Honourable Susie Tako, up in the President's Gallery, and a parliamentary delegation from the Legislative Assembly of Tonga, led by Speaker Lord Vaya. And on behalf of all senators, I wish both groups a warm welcome to Australia, and in particular to the Senate. And with the concurrence of honourable senators, I invite the Speaker, Lord Vaya, to take a seat on the floor of the Senate. And we'll now move to question time. Senator Cash.
Thank you. And my question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. Veterans who met with the Minister for Veterans Affairs, Matt Keogh, yesterday say the meeting confirmed their lack of trust and confidence in him. Former RAF pilot and GP, Dr Tim Nelson, says the meeting, and I quote, confirmed for us that lack of trust, and veterans who attended have described the Minister's conduct as dismissive and disrespectful. Donna Manton, a Defence veteran and prominent advocate and a long-time Labor supporter, says she is, and I quote, heartsick to be calling out Minister Keogh and the Albanese government for, and I quote, not caring for veterans. Given veterans themselves are saying that they have lost trust and respect for Minister Keogh, does the Prime Minister still have confidence in him?
Minister Wong.
Thank you, President. The short answer is yes. I would go on to make a few points, if I may, given what the Leader of the Opposition in the Senate has said. The first point I would make is that, as I answered yesterday, those who serve our country should be treated with respect, and governments of all persuasions should ensure veterans are properly cared for. I think that is something we all agree on. If you have the courage to step forward and serve your country, then your country should ensure you are properly supported after that service. The second point I would make is that Minister Keogh has, I understand yesterday, acknowledged that he, I quote, got it wrong in not agreeing to meet with them last week when the initial request came in. So he has made his position on that clear. In relation to the services, I again reiterate what I said yesterday, and I understand that the concern that has been expressed is the $5,000 threshold. As I said yesterday, the advice I have is that veterans will continue to have access to allied health services above that threshold where there is a clinical need. So that is what the government's position is, and of course it is in the context of the government ensuring that additional investment has been put into the Department of Veterans Affairs to try and improve the rate at which claims are assessed and determined because of the delay that the backlog had previously imposed or caused, which goes back to my very first point. We do believe, and I think that is a shared view, that veterans should be treated with respect.
Has expired. Senator Cash, first supplementary.
Minister Keogh was wrong. But sadly for our veterans, this was not one bad meeting. Minister Keogh's retrospective medals changes were condemned by veterans before he was forced to retreat. Then he withdrew long-standing travel support for the parents of VC recipient Cameron Baird VC MG before public outrage forced your government to back down. And now veterans say they have lost trust and confidence in him. How many times does Minister Keogh have to fail veterans before the Prime Minister finally accepts they
Senator
deserve
Cash,
someone
the time
better?
for asking has expired. Minister.
Thank you, President, and thank you to Senator Cash. I would again make the same points I made on the previous occasion. That first, you are correct, Senator Cash. Veterans are entitled to be treated with care and respect. That is why the government has ensured that additional funds were available to the Department of Veteran Affairs because when we came to government there was a backlog of around 42,000 veteran compensation claims. That caused delays in people being able to access any care. Now, we acknowledge that there has been concern raised about the $5,000 cap. I make the point, or the threshold, again, to say if there is a clinical need, that the access to allied health services above that
Minister.
threshold
The time
can
has
continue.
expired. Senator Cash, second supplementary.
Minister, again, you're not listening to the veterans. This is now a pattern of disrespect by the minister who is meant to be their champion. The medicals debacle, the treatment of the Baird family, the $5,000 allied health threshold, refusing to initially meet with the veterans who came to Parliament to plead with your government. And now those veterans say they have lost confidence in their minister. If they've lost confidence in the minister, why hasn't the Prime Minister lost confidence in him?
Thank you, Senator Cash. Minister Wong, second supplementary.
Thank you, President. Well, I think Minister Keogh did front the House of Representatives yesterday and make clear his acknowledgement about what he got wrong, and he said, "I acknowledge I got it wrong in not agreeing to meet with them last week when that initial request came in. I own that. I met with them and I heard them last night." He then went on to talk through the meeting and said, I take all of that feedback on board. The government is committed to ensuring that our veterans are treated with care and respect and continue to receive the support that they not only deserve but are entitled to as men and women who have served our country.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Dowling.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Assistant Treasurer, Senator Gallagher. Australians spend their working lives building up their super to support themselves in retirement. Today, the Assistant Treasurer has announced another package of reforms to strengthen super. These reforms protect people's retirement savings from misconduct in the financial system. What will these reforms do, and how has the Albanese Labor government acted to protect Australians' retirement savings?
Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, President. I thank Senator Dowling for the question, and it's an important question about how Labor continues to strengthen the superannuation and financial systems. As senators will know, the collapse of the Shield and First Guardian master funds exposed risks and vulnerabilities in parts of our financial system. Around 12,000 people were affected and around $1 billion in retirement savings impacted. The Assistant Treasurer has spoken at the National Press Club today, where he's outlined another range of reforms, including banning unlicensed real-time communications around superannuation, tightening anti-hawking laws and strengthening penalties, targeting the data harvesting and broking practices that sit at the front of these business models. It's also about accountability and compensation. So if a trustee puts a product in front of members, that trustee should stand behind it. ASIC will be able to direct trustees to begin remediation where there are credible concerns that they have failed their obligations, and APRA will have the powers to ensure trustees offering higher risk products can meet those responsibilities. We are also progressing financial advice reforms, including a new class of advisor for super funds and life insurers and support for scaled advice. We're strengthening consumer protections to ensure that there is greater access to advice, but it will not come at the expense of member safety. Now, this is from a government that or a party that built the superannuation system, and a government that will always work to protect it, to safeguard it for future generations. It's a significant national asset, but we were always needing to look at ways to strengthen and protect it in members' and workers' interests.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Dowling, second supplementary.
Consumer protection is one part of the Albanese Labor government's agenda to strengthen super. What other changes has the government made to strengthen superannuation, and what will they mean for the balances Australians retire with?
Thank you, Senator Dowling. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, and I thank Senator Dowling for that question as well. And as we have been talking about this week in the chamber, we have talked about the reforms that Labor has done for superannuation, including, importantly, ensuring that the superannuation guarantee rose to 12% after those opposite had delayed it and paused it, paying super on government-funded paid parental leave, improving superannuation and how it works for women, again, when no government before had been prepared to do that. In terms of the low-income super tax offset, making sure that low-income workers, predominantly women and young people, benefit from the increase to the low-income super tax offset, and also legislating payday super, meaning that your super sits in your own super account where it's working for you, as it should be. And these have been significant and important reforms, and Labor will always protect superannuation.
The time for answering has expired. Senator Dowling, second supplementary.
The Albanese Labor government has lifted the superannuation guarantee to 12% and has backed wage increases for millions of workers, because we know that strong wages have benefits for super balances. Why is it important to support workers' wages and to protect superannuation for working Australians?
Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, and I thank Senator Dowling for that very good question as well. Well, new data released by the ABS today show that real wages grew in the June quarter, and annual nominal wages have now grown above 3% for all of the 4 years under this government. Now, I hear those opposite laughing. I hear them laughing. Under Labor, we have had 16 consecutive quarters or 4 years of wages growing above 3%. There was not one quarter during 35 long quarters of the previous government where wages grew above 3%. Not one. 35 quarters and not one quarter above 3%. What we have on this side is 16 consecutive quarters or 4 years where wages have grown above 3%.
Thank you, Minister. Order. Senator Colbeck, perhaps you didn't hear me, but I called order at least 5 times. When the minister sat down at the end of her question, you still continued your interjections. That is disorderly. Senator Mackenzie.
My question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. Yesterday, Minister Keogh admitted, "I got it wrong," when he initially refused to meet veterans who'd come to Parliament House concerned about Labor's $5,000 allied health limit. But this is becoming a habit. He got it wrong when Labor tried to impose a 20-year limit on retrospective defence honours and was forced to withdraw that legislation after veterans revolted. He got it wrong when his government stripped funding from Invictus Australia. only to restore it after another backlash. And he got it wrong when he withdrew long-standing travel support from Doug and Kay Baird, the parents of Corporal Cameron Baird, VCMG, before reversing that decision as well. How many times does Matt Keogh have to admit he got it wrong or be forced into an embarrassing backflip before the Prime Minister loses confidence in this Minister for Veterans Affairs?
Senator McKenzie, I remind you to refer to people in the other place by their correct titles. Minister Wong.
Thank you, President. I thank the Senator for the question. If you would indulge me, I do want to take this opportunity on the second question to acknowledge our friends from Japan and Tonga who have joined us for this question time, and I'm trying to be very polite because you are here. Senator, I think that really is in the same question that was asked by different words, but the same propositions that were put to me by the Leader of the Opposition in the Senate. And I understand the political point that is being made, but we don't agree with it. What I'd say to you is, yes, the Prime Minister does have confidence in the Minister. I would say to you that the Minister has acknowledged what he has done wrong. And I would say also the Minister has been very diligent in ensuring that the recommendations of the Royal Commission have been acted upon, and are being acted upon. And I can say,
Minister Wong, please resume your seat. Senator McKenzie.
Just on a point of order on direct relevance, Madam President, I asked the Minister about the pattern of behaviour from this Minister.
Senator McKenzie, I'm speaking. I remind you that I've noted the question. The Minister is being relevant, and I'll continue to listen carefully. Thank you. Thank you, Minister Wong.
What we are concerned about is ensuring that our veterans are treated with the care and respect they deserve, and that appropriate support is provided, which is why the government has made substantial investments in the Department of Veterans Affairs. It's why the government has been consulting on the implementation of the recommendations of the Royal Commission, and it is why the government will continue to work with veterans to ensure that, in particular, the response of the Royal Commission responses to the Royal Commission are implemented. To date, I'm advised the government has invested over $2 billion in funding to support initiatives in response to the Royal Commission. This is one of the most significant investments in veterans' wellbeing in Australian history, and it has occurred under this government, this minister, and importantly the Prime Minister, because we do believe that veterans should be respected and supported.
Senator McKenzie, first supplementary.
Minister, again, look at the pattern. Medals, backflip. Invictus, backflip. The Baird family, backflip. Meeting veterans, I got it wrong. And now veterans are again pleading with the government to reconsider its $5,000 allied health threshold. How many more times do veterans have to force Minister Keogh to do his job before the Prime Minister finds someone who'll do it properly in the first place?
Thank you, Senator McKenzie. Minister Wong.
Thank you, President. Well, at the conclusion of your question, Senator, you raised the $5,000 threshold, and I appreciate you may not have paid much attention to my answer previously, but I again would say that the veterans and criticism is people can criticise, but could we at least have facts? Veterans will continue to have access.
Order.
Well, Order. I would appreciate it if Senator McGrath would stop shouting at me across the table. Senator McGrath should stop shouting at me across the table.
Please resume your seat. Senator McGrath, you were completely disrespectful, particularly to me as I attempted to call order. You are not in a debate with me. Senator McKenzie, Senator McGrath, come to order. Senator McGrath, I've asked you to come to order. You can either come to order and be quiet, or you can leave the chamber. Minister Wong, please continue.
Thank you. What I was saying is that it is misleading to fail to recognise what I have now told the chamber on multiple occasions, which is the advice I have, is that veterans will continue to have access to allied health services above the $5,000 threshold where there is a clinical need. I'm saying what you said was wrong, Senator.
Thank you, Minister. The time for answering has expired. Senator Mackenzie, second supplementary.
Minister, these aren't isolated mistakes. Again and again, veterans raise the alarm and Minister Keogh refuses to listen. Public pressure builds and then your government retreats. At what point does the Prime Minister accept that the problem is no longer the individual decision? The problem is Minister Keogh's judgment as the Minister for Veterans Affairs.
Thank you, Senator Mackenzie. Minister Wong.
Well, I again would say that we believe, the Albanese government believes, that veterans should be treated with respect and should be provided with support.
Order. Senator Mackenzie, which part of order does not apply to you? Minister Wong, please continue.
I will start again. We believe those who serve our country should be...
Order. Minister Wong, please continue.
I will start again. The Albanese Labor government believes veterans should be treated with respect. Veterans should be supported and cared for. We believe that those who serve our country should be treated with respect and care. And this is driven, for example, if I may...
I have called order about 2 or 3 times and been completely ignored. That is disrespectful to me as the President of the Senate. I've asked you to come to order or leave the chamber. Minister Wong.
This is why we dealt with the chronic underfunding and under-resourcing of the Department of Veterans Affairs that occurred under you, where 42,000 veteran compensation claims were not dealt with. So those who elect you now ought to remember what you delivered in government.
Senator Barbara Pocock.
Question is for the Minister representing the Minister for Housing, Senator Ayres. This morning, at the ACTU's launch of its housing crisis plan, I heard from Lou, a nurse of 52 years, now 69, who walked away from her violent marriage with nothing, stalked as she slept on couches, in cars and caravans. She's had to move further and further away from her family in Sydney trying to find secure housing. She now pays rent that is worth more than half the pension and rent assistance combined. Rents are rising so much faster than Lou's wage. This morning she said, "I'm unable to see a future. I feel broken and without hope." This is a highly skilled, essential union worker who serves us every day. Your government has taken no action on the rental crisis by, for example, freezing or capping rents. What do you say to Lou, whose next rent increase may well put her back in her car?
Thank you, Senator Pocock. Minister Ayres.
Thank you, President, and thanks to Senator Pocock for that question. When this is a government that has a bigger agenda in housing than any previous government. This is a government that is focused on the task of not just building and supporting the construction of homes in the private economy, but delivering 55,000 social and affordable rental homes, 100,000 homes referred for first home buyers, access to cheaper deposits for the workers that you point to. And I do wonder, if you're so concerned about the position of people like the worker that you refer to, where were you? Where were you?
Minister Ayres, direct your answers to me, please.
Where was she when it came to the Housing Affordability Future Fund legislation coming to this Parliament? Now, it's the truth of that, and the answer to that is the Greens political party was with One Nation and the Nationals and the poor old Liberals holding up progress once
Senator
again.
Shoebridge.
It is one thing for Senator Shoebridge to use the hyperbolic, bloviating rhetoric that he does.
Please resume your seat. Order. Senator McKim, which part of order doesn't apply to you? Order. Order across the chamber. Minister Ayres.
I mean, I'm always happy to be corrected on my grammar by the Liberals, that's for sure. But it's one thing to criticise, it's another thing to just use wild rhetoric and get so wound up in your own ideology and your own partisan self-interest that you find yourselves blocking the building of homes with One Nation and the Nationals and the Liberals. Like, you have truly lost your way as what passed for a suburban political force.
Thank you, Minister Ayres. The time for answering has expired. Senator Pocock, resume your seat. I'm waiting for silence in the chamber. Senator Shoebridge again. Asking for silence somehow passes you by, does it? Come to order. Senator Pocock, first supplementary.
Thank you, President. I think, Minister, they are lines that will be of no comfort whatsoever to Lou and the 1/3 of Australians who are out there today listening to the real estate gals calling for increases in rents up to 30%. Rents are up 23% in the last 5 years, when real wages under your government, despite figures we heard earlier, fell by 5% in real terms under your government. Renters don't have a buffer. They are the buffer for landlords and investors.
Senator Pocock, the time has expired.
Minister,
Senator Pocock, the time has expired. Minister Ayres.
Order. Well, I mean, you can look forward to plenty more. And I would just say that what renters can look forward to from the Greens political party is words and slogans and posts on social media, sometimes associating themselves with the achievements of this government, saying we did it, but mostly hyperbolic partisan criticism that has no foundation in reality. What they can look forward to from this government is effort and reform, tax reform too, practical assistance and more homes. I hear the interjection. I agree with you. More homes, Senator Colbeck. They can look forward to more homes, more supply, more action from a government that is committed to building more homes, to building them more cheaply and providing more young Australians in particular access to the housing market.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Pocock, second supplementary.
Minister, we know rent caps work. Look at the ACT. Rent caps there have kept rents down. Minister, why won't your government work with the states to do anything to help renters facing unlimited rent increases when we have a living, breathing success story in the ACT? Why do you refuse to work with the states and to help renters, and instead you back in rich landlords' unlimited rent increases, which are throwing hard-working union members like Lou into despair?
Thank you, Senator Pocock. I'm waiting for silence. Minister Ayres.
Well, what we do is not use people as props. What we do is support the construction of new housing. And the evidence in relation to rent caps is very strong. But what it does is hold back construction of new homes. That it's not an effective measure. It's an effective slogan, but not an effective measure in policy terms in delivering real homes for people. And that is the activity that this government has set about doing. With the largest $47 billion in measures for home construction from in the private market through to social and affordable housing. Now, I know that doesn't suit the Greens political party's hyperventilating rhetoric.
Please resume your seat. Senator Wong.
I just wonder if it would be possible for Senator Shoebridge to at least pause in his interjection, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Wong. You would be... order! 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 Order. Minister Wong, order. Senator Shoebridge and Senator Ormond-Payne. Order. Order. Senator Wong, come to order. Senator Ayres, did you wish to continue?
I mean, one does wonder how he continues to do it. He breathes through his ears, Senator Shoebridge.
Thank you, Minister. The time for answering has expired. Senator O'Neill.
Thank you very much, President. And
I'm sorry, Senator O'Neill. Order. I had called Senator O'Neill. She had begun her question and the disrespect continued in the chamber. Senator O'Neill.
thank you very much, President. My question is to the Minister for Industry and Innovation, Senator Ayres. The Albanese Labor government is delivering the largest pro-manufacturing package in Australian history, backing investment in new energy, critical minerals and advanced manufacturing to drive long-term growth. Can the Minister explain how the government is securing well-paid jobs in our outer suburbs and regions to create a stronger, safer and more resilient future made in Australia?
Thank you, Senator O'Neill. Minister Ayres.
Well, thank you, Senator O'Neill, for that question. As somebody who's been a proud supporter in regional New South Wales and regional Australia of the government's Future Made in Australia approach, I do welcome that question. It is unambiguously about making Australia stronger, making our industrial regions and our outer suburbs, where factories are inevitably built, stronger and fairer, rebuilding our industrial base, facility by facility. This isn't, of course, about making every single thing within Australia, not a return to protectionism, but about making our economy more complex, more productive, with good jobs, and making sure that we're more resilient in the future. We have secured, through our interventions thus far, more than 35,000 jobs in regional economies like Mount Isa, Port Pirie, in Hobart, Whyalla, Gladstone and the Hunter Valley. Smelting capacity in lead and zinc and copper, aluminium and steel, and in critical minerals like gallium and antimony. There are 7,500 more manufacturing businesses in Australia than there were before this government took office. Over $1.65 billion worth of investments through the National Reconstruction Fund. This is about hard work with Australian industry to make our economy stronger and to make our nation stronger as well. More resilient in potentially tougher times ahead, with the benefits of these investments flowing through to blue-collar jobs and engineering and trades jobs in regions like the Hunter Valley, in our outer suburbs, and in particular for young Australians.
The time for answering has expired. Senator O'Neill, first supplementary.
Thank you, President. Last week, the Albanese Labor government announced that it will invest $2.5 billion with the New South Wales government to secure the future of Tomago aluminium in the Hunter, prioritising investment in Australia's regions to increase our national resilience and deliver good quality blue jobs. Minister, how does keeping this capability onshore make Australia stronger?
Thank you, Senator O'Neill. Minister Ayres.
Well, this investment is vital for our national resilience. 6,000 jobs in that region delivered, secured through renewable energy, through wind and solar investments, backed by gas, backed by storage. Now, alternative views, I hear Senator Colbeck say. Alternative views, I hear Senator Colbeck say. And I saw what Mr Hastie said the other day. He blamed renewable energy for Tomago's problems. It's like blaming doctors for disease. It's like blaming ambulance drivers for car accidents. The thing that is securing the future of Tomago aluminium and the thousands and thousands of jobs And that industrial capability, our end-to-end aluminium capability, is this government's efforts to rebuild what was left to us in a moribund, clapped-out electricity system.
Thank you, Senator Ayres. Senator O'Neill, second supplementary.
The Tomago aluminium smelter supports more than 6,000 jobs across the Hunter region. Can the minister explain what this means for the workers of Tomago aluminium and their families?
Thank you, Senator O'Neill. Minister Ayres.
Thank you to Senator O'Neill. President, this is a workplace I've been going to for 30 years in my efforts in our industrial economy. And I can tell you that while we are focused on those issues of national resilience and industrial progress, of course it has a human dimension. Many of these people I've met before, many times over the course of my working life. Operator Luke Miller said, when you've got young kids, it's pretty good to be able to come home with a smile and tell them that we've got at least another 10 years. Marcus Faulkner, who's worked there for over 30 years, said, let's be honest, we were going to be out of a job. Right, the Prime Minister spoke to a young family. Mum and Dad worked at Tomago Aluminium, who knew that they could now buy a home with confidence. It has a human dimension. These people turn up for work early and work hard, and the government is working hard for them.
Has expired. I advise the chamber that Senator Thorpe has passed her question to Senator Roberts.
Thank you, President. My question...
Order. Order.
My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Northern Australia, Senator Farrell. Minister, the Great Australian Infrastructure Project...
Order. Senator Roberts, please resume your seat. Order across the chamber. I need to be able to hear the question. Senator Roberts, I'm going to invite you to start again. And I expect there to be silence.
Thank you, President. There'll be no welcome to country. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Northern Australia, Senator Farrell. Minister, the Great Australian Infrastructure Project, GAIN, proposal has been with the Northern Australia Infrastructure Fund, NAIF, for more than 2 months now. The proponents have provided all the information NAIF requested. This proposal is coming from a consortium of leading Australian companies, some publicly listed, who have the expertise and resources, including funding, to progress this project. The GAIN project will add more than $100 billion to Australia's GDP, provide 40,000 breadwinner jobs, and provide transport, power, water and internet access across Northern Australia, including lifting remote Aboriginal communities out of poverty through improved market access, town services and tourism. Minister, will you undertake to work with NAIF to progress GAIN as a matter of urgency?
Thank you, Senator Roberts. Minister Farrell.
Thank you, President, and thank Senator Roberts for his intriguing question, and thank him for the advance notice, which gives me an opportunity to give a very factual response.
Senator Scarr.
Well, that is very unkind, Senator. Look, I could be hurt by something like that, but I won't take offence. So just as to make sure I understand this particular project, the idea behind this particular project is to run a transcontinental railway line from Pilbara through to the Bowen Basin. That's the proposal we're talking about here, I think. Is that the Senator Roberts? Just to make sure.
Senator Farrell, Senator Roberts has asked a fulsome question. It's not question and answer, so thank you for standing, Senator Roberts. But I'm going to ask the minister to continue.
Okay. Well, let's assume for the purpose of the debate, and perhaps in your subsequent question you can answer that question. If this item has only recently been put forward to the NAIF, then I don't think the proponents on a proposal like this, very dramatic, a big picture proposal, should necessarily expect a response in weeks. It obviously is a very ambitious project. I can recall, Senator Roberts, when South Australia handed back the Northern Territory to the federal government in 1911. The condition was that the railway line between Alice Springs and Darwin would be completed, and that took another 80 years to happen. So these big picture proposals don't occur overnight. But can I say this?
Thank you, Minister Farrell. The time for answering has expired. Senator Roberts, first supplementary.
Thank you. The mining industry employs 314,000 Australians directly and 800,000 indirectly. These are largely breadwinner jobs that create families. Many are union members. Minister, why is the supposed party of the workers showing no interest in a project that will create tens of thousands of breadwinner jobs in mining, steel, ceramics, fertiliser, industrial gas, including oxygen, and cement, which we badly need for housing construction, and revitalise the productivity in this country?
Thank you, Senator Roberts. Minister Farrell.
Thank you, and I would hope all of the jobs would be union jobs, Senator Roberts, not just some. Australian Workers Union, I suppose. Very good union, very good union. Very fine union, actually, come to think of it. Senator Roberts, all of those things that you've just mentioned are really, really good things for this country to be doing, and I would imagine would be the sorts of things that the NAIF is interested in. But the NAIF is an independent board process that assesses all projects' financing applications against its investment mandate and rigorous due diligence requirements. I mean, you wouldn't want a project that can't be successful to be supported by public funds, I'm sure. So these processes can take some time, and as the NAIF very, very diligently manages public funds.
Thank you, Minister. The time for answering has expired. Senator Roberts, second supplementary.
Thank you. Minister, Aboriginal communities across the top end are living in appalling conditions. The GAIN project will bring transport, town water, electricity, internet, fresh food and market access to more than 100 remote communities. It will facilitate movement of cattle to port in a way that does not stress the animal and improves returns to Aboriginal communities who rely on grazing for their income. Minister, why is the government not interested in a real project to change the lives of Aboriginals in remote communities?
Thank you, Senator Roberts. Minister Farrell.
Well, Senator Roberts, this government is interested in doing exactly what you say in Indigenous communities around the country, and obviously if this project could help then those people, then that's a very good thing. Given your interest in this, Senator Roberts, I shall personally make some inquiries to see whether or not I can find out where this proposal is up to. It's a very ambitious proposal. I think you're being a little bit unrealistic in how quickly you can expect a response, but nevertheless, I shall take it upon myself to make an inquiry to see where it's up to, and I shall come back to you personally on this issue as soon as I can.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Hume.
Thank you, Madam President. My question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. Yesterday, the Prime Minister dismissed warnings of higher rents as an absurd justification. This morning, the Housing Minister, Minister O'Neill, claimed that the impacts of Labor's taxes on rent rises would be very small. And Assistant Minister Hill questioned the motives of real estate agents who are speaking out. Now, Treasury says the impact of Labor's taxes on housing will be just $2 a week. Minister Butler said that we are very confident in our forecast. Will the minister guarantee that no Australian renter will pay more than $2 a week more because of Labor's increased taxes on housing?
Thank you, Senator Hume. Minister Wong.
Thank you, President. Well, what I can say is this, that I can absolutely guarantee that our changes are motivated by a desire to bring on more housing supply. And I can guarantee that your opposition to the government's changes would have resulted in less housing supply in this country. I think we can all see what the opposition is doing, and what I would say is...
Order.
What I would say is that some of the reporting I think we know has not been accurate, and I would refer you to the clarification both from the NAB and also Ray White Real Estate today. Let's again look at the facts. The budget made no change for people who already negatively gear property. And I remind the senator who supports higher taxes and larger deficits, Senator Hume, I remind Senator Hume that the arrangements that were in place up to budget night remain grandfathered in. Secondly, I would make this point that negative gearing and capital gains tax discount of 50% can still be used for new builds. So when people choose to invest in housing, they will be investing not just in their future wealth and assets, but also in the assets of the nation. Now, the ABS, the Australian Bureau of Statistics, have pointed out these settings have already made a difference. There are more investors borrowing to build new homes than ever before, and there are fewer investors competing with first home buyers for existing homes. And in the June quarter, there was a 27% increase in investor loans for new builds and a 20% increase for construction loans. So what all of this means is we are already seeing the market responding to the incentive for additional supply.
Has expired. Senator Hume, first supplementary.
Thank you, Madam President. The Housing Minister told Australian renters not to listen to politicians. I don't think that's going to be a problem. I'm pretty sure Australians stopped believing the Housing Minister and the Prime Minister some time ago. Under Labor, median capital city rents have risen from $470 to $690 a week. Was Minister O'Neill really warning renters not to believe her own government's claims that these tax changes will cost them just $2 a week?
Thank you, Senator Hume. Minister Wong.
So President, Senator Hume talks about people not listening to politicians, and I wonder if people were supposed to listen when she said that tax cuts were egregious or not. Were people supposed to listen when she went to the last election advocating for higher taxes? Were we supposed to listen or not when you advocated for higher taxes and lower wages and higher deficits? Were we supposed to listen? I'm all ears, Senator, as to whether or not we were supposed to listen to you when you said all these things over and over again. We are committed to bringing more housing supply into the market because that will help renters and that will help first home buyers. And those policies are all about dealing with the lack of housing supply that occurred under the coalition.
Minister. The time for answering has expired. Senator Hume. Senator Hume, second supplementary.
Yesterday, the Housing Minister boasted that Labor has the boldest housing policy in 70 years. How very yes, Minister. Rents are up already by $220 a week under Labor. They're up 29% in the Treasurer's own electorate, and experts are warning the Prime Minister's new taxes could push rents even higher. Minister, is bold policy just Labor's latest excuse for making renters poorer?
Thank you, Senator Hume. Minister Wong.
Senator, this government is about bringing more housing, new housing supply into the system. And this government has also increased rent assistance by more than 50%, the largest increase in 3 decades. 3 decades, Senator. Not something you have ever advocated for, nor something you have ever supported, as far as I can see. Far from being the champion of renters, Senator, I don't know that anybody would think of Senator Hume as the champion of renters. I think people would know Senator Hume is the champion of lower wages for working people. Lower wages for working people. So don't come in here and pretend you are somehow a champion of renters when we know that the very wages that so many families in this country rely on, you would advocate for lower wages. Well, that is not Labor's way, and what we will do is keep working to bring more housing supply into the market.
Thank you, Minister. Order. Order. Senator Hume, I called you personally about 3 times. I called order and you completely disrespected me. Senator David Pocock.
Thanks, President. My question is to the Minister for Environment and Water, Senator Watt. Minister, the national risk scores for the H5 bird flu for native birds and mammals, a document released on the 4th of August, has been referred to as the bird flu doom list. It places nearly 300 native species at high to extreme risk, including 5 at extreme risk. Extreme risk seems to mean species will not survive where the virus occurs. The doom list was released to the public just over 2 weeks ago. How long has this list existed?
Thank you, Senator Pocock. Minister Watt.
Thanks, President, and thanks, Senator Pocock, for the question. Obviously, our government is taking the risk of H5 bird flu extremely seriously, and we started taking that seriously well before we started seeing the first cases of that strain of bird flu enter Australia's shores. It's why for the last couple of years our government has been investing in preparedness, and I dare say that that's one of the reasons that it has taken so long for that strain of bird flu to get to Australia, noting that we are the last continent on Earth to have this strain arrive on our shores. The list that you're referring to, which some environmental organisations have referred to in the way that you have, was published by my department a couple of weeks ago. I don't know the exact date that it was first prepared, but it wasn't months earlier. It's been an ongoing piece of work. It was an important piece of work undertaken by my department to inform our preparedness exercises, and it so happens that the 5 species that were identified as being of extreme risk of extinction in that list have all received some form of financial support towards their resilience or monitoring or surveillance under the preparedness activities that we've been undertaking over the last couple of years. As have many of the other species listed in that list of being at high risk of extinction. So that has been an ongoing piece of work that has informed the funding decisions that my department has undertaken. To give you a couple of examples, here in the ACT, we have invested $60,000 towards supporting the construction and deployment of floating island refuges across the ACT's lakes, dams and wetlands. In New South Wales, more than $1.2 million is supporting New South Wales to reduce invasive species. They're the kind of investments that have been made to protect those very endangered species.
Senator Pocock, first supplementary.
Thank you, President. Thank you, Minister. I appreciate it. If you are happy to give us that date at some point when your office can get it, that would be great. According to the Biodiversity Council, this year's budget cuts on-ground nature programs by 9% in real terms. How can the government say that you're serious about no new extinctions and being prepared where we see a cut to on-the-ground conservation in this country?
Thank you, Senator Pocock. Minister Watt.
Thanks, Senator Pocock. I have seen that claim made by the Biodiversity Council, and I don't think they would be the only advocacy organisation in the country who would be seeking more funding for the issues that they care about. That is the role of advocacy groups. In a similar way, we see housing groups seek more funding for housing. We see business groups seek more assistance for business, and understandably we see a group called the Biodiversity Council seek more funding for biodiversity. That is the nature of things. I do reject, though, their claim about the funding that has been provided in this year's budget. I was very pleased that we were able to extend the funding for our Saving Native Species program, which again is investing in the resilience of endangered species. Of course, the funding that we provide through the Natural Heritage Trust is continuing as well, so I reject the figures that they have cited. I'm very proud of the efforts that this government has made to invest in our native species, to back in our commitment to have no further extinctions.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Pocock, second supplementary.
Thanks, President. Minister, as you know, conservation groups have costed an urgent response of $200 million over the next 2 years for predator control, surveillance, wildlife response capacity and insurance populations. Will the government be coughing up $200 million to save these species, given the kind of money we see going to smelters and other places. This is our natural heritage, our environment that we're talking about.
Thank you, Senator Pocock. Minister Watt.
Thanks, Senator Pocock. Well, again, this government has already invested significant funds towards the resilience of our precious native species. Of the $113 million that this government has invested in bird flu preparedness, around $47 million of that has gone towards wildlife resilience. Now again, the groups that are calling for this additional investment, you would expect them to do that. That is their role. They have in fact been calling for that kind of investment to occur in native species for some time, not just since bird flu arrived. We've said that we have an open mind about the need for further funding in this space. My colleague, Minister Collins, is obviously also working with states and territories about the needs of the agriculture sector to deal with the bird flu virus having arrived here. I might say, though, that we make no apologies whatsoever for investing in the future manufacturing capacity of our country and the tens of thousands of jobs that rely on it.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Marielle Smith.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Employment and Workplace Relations, Senator Watt. The Albanese Labor government is delivering real change for Australian workers by helping Australians earn more and keep more of what they earn. Today, new data released by the Australian Bureau of Statistics shows that the wages of Australian workers have risen again, growing above 3%. Can the Minister provide details on the data and outline the factors which have led to this increase?
Minister Watt.
Thanks, President, and thanks, Senator Smith, who again is one of the very active members on this side of the chamber who've put a lot of work into wage rises for Australians over the years. And in good news for Australians, and particularly good news for Senator Hume, as the shadow spokesperson, new data released by the ABS today shows real wages grew in the June quarter and annual nominal wages have now grown above 3% for all 4 years under this Labor government. Senator Hume, I look forward to your press release welcoming the fact that Australians' wages are increasing. Real wages were up in the quarter, but we acknowledge that they were down through the year, not because wages have been too low, but because inflation is still too high, something the government is playing our role to drive down. The ongoing wage increases for Australian workers is a direct result of the Albanese Labor government's workplace laws that were consistently opposed by the Liberals, the Nationals and One Nation. Let's recognise how much pressure many Australian families are under right now due to the global inflation shock that they are dealing with. Can you imagine how much harder life would be for those Australian families if we still had a government in Australia that wanted to see wages remain low and dedicated its entire economic policy apparatus to keeping wages low? That's the situation that Australian workers and their families would have been in. We're helping to deliver higher wages for workers because we know this is one of the best ways to help with the cost of living. We're helping to boost wages for workers, giving every taxpayer a tax cut and strengthening super at the same time as we're helping to address inflation. If you want an indication about where the Liberals, Nationals and One Nation stand on these issues, just think about the fact that Senator Hume famously claimed that wage increases, quote, would be the worst thing for Australians. How out of touch with reality for Australians. And Senator Hanson is no different, saying you can't just say we're going to give you a rise. The reality is—
Thank you, Minister. The time for us answering has expired. Senator Smith, first supplementary.
Hang on.
Senator McAllister.
Senator Hume's interjection was disorderly and she ought to withdraw.
Order. Just a moment, Senator Hume. Just a moment, Senator Hume. I did not hear— Order. I did not hear an interjection. I'm sure if Senator Hume made an interjection, she will withdraw it, but I did not hear it. Senator Hume. Thank you, Senator McAllister. You've made your point. I've invited Senator Hume.
There was a reflection made upon me, and I don't think it's unreasonable to respond to that.
Senator Hume. Order. I believe that I'm running the chamber. Who said that? That can be withdrawn, that comment. Thank you. Order. Senator Hume, I've invited you. I didn't hear the comment. I've invited you to withdraw. If you don't wish to, that is your decision.
Thank you, President. Look, I will withdraw, but I would ask you.
Senator,
No, I would
Senator
ask
Hume.
you. No, sorry. I would ask you to consider exactly what was said by the minister in his response.
Thank you, Senator Hume. No, please resume your seat, Minister Watt. As I said at the beginning, I did not hear the interjection, so I can't consider something I did not hear. I've invited you to withdraw. You've asked me to withdraw, but I cannot consider something I didn't hear.
And I reiterate that I do withdraw. However, it does seem to be an increasingly common occurrence that those opposite are reflecting on those on this side of the chamber, and that goes unchecked.
Hume,
and it goes unchecked by you, President.
Senator Hume, please withdraw. Please resume your seat. You're not in a debate with me. I've asked you to withdraw. Well, you've also added a caveat. I would simply ask you, if you're going to withdraw the comment without any other additions. Just a moment, Senator Wong. So, Senator Hume, I'm inviting you once again, as I do with every senator in this place. Thank you. Sometimes I hear interjections and sometimes I don't. You will find, if you reflect on my record, if I hear an interjection, I ask for it to be withdrawn. Where are we? Minister Wong.
Thank you. First, we accept.
Is this on a point of order?
On the point of order, if I may. Senator Hume's point of order. We accept that Senator Hume has withdrawn. We are happy for you to consider the matters that Senator Hume has averted to. I would make the point there are existing provisions in the standing orders if senators feel that something incorrect has been said, that they can avail themselves of. It's not a matter for the President to censor what every senator says, and I would suggest that those opposite would understand that, having said some of the things they have said over the years.
I will inform the chamber once again. The only comment I can have a look at later is what Senator Watt says. Now, that doesn't give it a context. I did not hear what Senator Hume says. She has withdrawn in the interest of the chamber. I thank her for that. I'm happy to listen to what Senator Watt has said, but I'm not sure it gives me much more to go on. Senator Ruston, you're not in a debate with me. Senator Smith, second supplementary.
We good? Lifting the wages of working Australians is one of the ways the Albanese Labor government is helping people with cost of living pressures. Minister, what policies has this government implemented to support higher wages for Australian workers?
And apologies, Senator Smith, that's your first supplementary. Minister Watt.
Thanks, Senator Smith. Well, the Albanese Labor government understands that many Australians are under pressure at the moment, and that's why we're taking action by helping to address inflation and rolling out more cost of living relief, including higher wages and more tax cuts. Just last month, almost 2.8 million workers on the national minimum wage and the Modern Award got a pay boost, and 14 million Australian taxpayers got another tax cut under this government. Our government supported the increase to the minimum wage through our submission to the Fair Work Commission. Now, we know that higher productivity is key to higher wages and living standards over the long term, and that's why turning around Australia's long-standing productivity challenge that goes back at least 20 years is also a key focus of the government. We've made a lot of progress in our economy with strong wages growth under Labor, but the job's not yet done. We know that Australian people are under pressure, and that's why we continue to take action to boost their wages, help address inflation and deliver cost of living relief.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Smith, second supplementary.
Thank you, President. Minister, higher wages and the pay packets of millions of Australian workers helps lift the standard of living. That means more money for the things that matter, like putting a roof over your head or putting food on the table. Minister, why is the Albanese Labor government supportive of higher wages, and are there any obstacles that may stand in the way?
Thank you, Senator Smith. Minister Watt.
Sounded to me like Senator Scarr was putting up his hand when the word obstacles was used then. Well, higher wages do mean a better life for working Australians and their families. And every day, every member of the Albanese Labor government pushes for higher wages because we know that it will improve the lives of the millions of Australians that we represent. When we first came to office, real wages were going backwards under the coalition by 3.6%. Both annual and quarterly real wages fell for the last 5 quarters under those opposite. And that's because lower wages were a key design feature for the Abbott, Turnbull and Morrison government's economic policy. The reality is that those on the other side hate wage rises. They might have different party names, but for the Liberals, Nationals and One Nation, there's never a good time for a wage rise. They're already in coalition, the Liberals, Nationals and One Nation, because they need each other to govern and because they share an agenda which is all about cutting Australian wages and making life harder.
Thank you, Minister Wong.
Thank you, President. I ask that further questions be placed on the notice.
Well, everyone's being very well behaved, so we'll get straight into it. I shall now proceed to motions to take note of answers. With the concurrence of the Senate, the clerks will set the clock in accordance with informal arrangements agreed by the whips. Are there any motions? Senator Collins.
Thank you, Deputy President. I rise to take note of all coalition answers. Well, Deputy President, I must admit that I'm growing increasingly disappointed with the Labor government and the way that it continues to back in its ministers that are failing the people of Australia. And we asked today about Minister Keogh, the Minister for Veterans Affairs, and quite frankly, what a disgrace he's been for our veterans. We have seen a pattern from this government since the start of the year. Let me run through all the insults that they have hurled at our veteran and serving community. First, they released the Defence Estate Audit Report, telling all the veterans and serving members in Australia that they were going to sell our key defence assets, places like Victoria Barracks, Sydney, the birthplace of the Australian Army, the heart and soul of the Australian Defence Force. Didn't do any consultations on that. Didn't do any consultations on Lancer Barracks, a place where people call home, veterans call home, for decades and decades and decades, where they ask to have their ashes spread, they ask to be returned home to their barracks. This Labor government doesn't care. They want to sell it and put apartment blocks there. Apartment blocks. They want to sell it to the highest bidder because the Minister for Defence can't get the money he needs to pay off the bills. Then they brought the most bizarre bill to Parliament about medals and the tribunal, telling veterans that they now had a time limit to get their applications in for a medal or an appeal for a medal. They had to pay for their applications and they restricted the people who could actually apply on their behalf. Now, of the 63 submissions that went in on this particular bill, 62 of them said, "What on earth are you doing here? Why are you doing this?" There was also a clause in that bill that gave the minister the power to remove a medal from a veteran, remove a medal, and no one could appeal it. Not one person could appeal that. It was a political decision. And guess what happened with that bill? They had to remove it because there was such public outcry and backlash. Then they tried to cut funding for Invictus, such an important institution for our veteran family, right across the world too. The things it does for the mental health of our veterans. They tried to cut that, but they've withdrawn that. Then they tried to take the funding away from the Baird family going around Australia teaching our children about our Victoria Cross recipient and his brave heroism for our country. Well, they backflipped on that too. They backflipped on that. Now they're trying to put caps on the allied health for our veterans. And we had veterans come down here just this week to tell our minister that this was not okay, and he did not receive them, he did not shake their hands, and all he did was roll his eyes at them. What a disgrace. What an absolute disgrace. And I say to the Labor government that the standard you walk past is the standard you accept, and you have all backed him in. It's a disgrace, and it's an embarrassment. And I want to say to all the veterans out there, I am truly sorry on behalf of this government of how they've treated you.
Senator Polley.
Thank you. Well, that was an interesting contribution from the good senator on the other side, and obviously she's got her speaking notes. And yet again, they want to whip up a scare campaign when really we need to actually talk about the facts. Let's talk about the facts of what this government has done since we have come into office, cleaning up the mess that those opposite left behind. But before I get on to that, as somebody who is very proud of my family's contribution to serving this great country in the Defence Force, generation after generation, and I can tell you from first-hand experience, who was in government in the 50s and 60s, who neglected the veterans that came back from the Second World War, did nothing at all to support them or their families. That's the reality of it. And let's proceed over what happened while you were in government in the previous decade. What happened then? Everything was run down, absolutely run down, did nothing in terms of providing accommodation, giving the support the veterans needed. Because I honestly don't think there's, well, there might be some people in that corner down there, but the majority of people in this chamber actually respect and want to honour the brave men and women who are enlisted in the 3 Defence Forces that actually serve this country, and every one of us should be very grateful for that. Too many of them in the conflicts have lost their lives and also suffered greatly on their return. But we know when it comes to the reality of what's happening, those opposite do little when it comes to be truthful about the facts. Now, since we came into government, the amount of investment that has been made by this government is in the order of more than $233 million. That's the reality of it. We have also rebuilt the Department of Veteran Affairs because those opposite allowed it to be run down so that it was such an ordeal trying to get support from the department by those very, very real veterans that they are now trying to use for their own political advantage. Now, Labor also has acted to simplify the complex Veterans Compensation Scheme, and the government has progressed the reforms to harmonise and simplify the legislation responding to the first recommendations of the Royal Commission. They want you to believe that there's nothing to see on that side when they were in government for 10 years, but all the problems are here. Well, I will say at least the minister acknowledged that he made an error. Unlike the former minister who, when they were minister for colour coding and watching the grants that she had responsibility for, Senator McKenzie, at no time did she ever apologise for what she did. But I'm going to run out of time, but I also want to put on record when it comes to housing, the record of those opposite who joined with the Greens and held up any legislation dealing with the Housing Future Fund for an entire week in this chamber to avoid having a vote because they want to play politics with housing and homelessness in this country. But what they do when it suits their political narrative is to come here and cry those crocodile tears. But when you look at what we have done in the time that we've been in government, as opposed to those opposite.
Order.
The record
Senator
is
Polley, your
very,
time has
very
expired.
clear.
Senator Polley, and I will advise you to be cautious in your use of language. Some of the language you used was getting very close to an imputation. Senator McGrath.
Thank you, Deputy President. I'd like to apologise to the veterans and their families for the fact that you have a Minister for Veterans Affairs who is the worst Minister for Veterans Affairs since the creation of the department in 1976. This is a minister who, by the way, the Prime Minister has his full confidence in this minister's incompetence. This is a minister who refused to take a meeting with veterans yesterday, who wished to raise very important issues concerning the health treatment and the health services available to veterans. This minister refused to take the meeting. He was shamed into then taking the meeting. And I know this as a fact. He walked into the meeting, refused to shake the hands of the veterans. What a disgrace. What a disgrace to the veterans and their families. A disgraceful minister who refused to shake the hands of the veterans. He sat in this meeting, folded his arms like this, rolled his eyes at the veterans because he was upset that he was unable to go to a social function at Government House. He was upset that he had to give up having tea with the Governor-General. Instead, he had to do his day job, which was to meet with veterans, to deal with the issues that impact their lives. This minister is the worst Minister for Veterans Affairs since the creation of the department. Ever since he's been sworn in as a minister, his decisions have had to be reversed. He's had to backflip on serious decisions because he has disrespected the veterans and their communities. Well, the Prime Minister might have confidence in the Minister for Veterans Affairs, but the opposition does not. And I can say that every veteran and every veterans group that I know, and I know quite a few, do not have confidence in this Minister for Veterans Affairs. They know that he's not up to the job. They know that he does not understand that this country is safe because of these men and women putting their lives at risk. And I'll give you another example of this minister's incompetence. 3 years ago, the Defence Honours Tribunal brought down a decision, made a reference to the minister. This minister has sat on that decision concerning the service of the men who served in Rifle Company Butterworth in Malaysia during the Malaya emergencies, concerning their service. The minister has sat on the decision of this tribunal for 3 years. This is a classic case, Deputy President, of delay, deny, die. This minister refuses to meet with veterans, hoping that they'll fade, that they'll go away, using bureaucratic language, because the minister's response is, well, it needs a whole-of-government response before he can make a decision. Well, I say on behalf of the veterans of Rifle Company Butterworth, and I say on behalf of the veterans who were in the non-meeting earlier this week, that I'm sorry that you have such a poor Minister for Veterans Affairs. I am sorry to Australians that you have such a poor Minister for Veterans Affairs. And I am sorry for those men who have died for Australia that we have such a poor Minister for Veterans Affairs.
Senator Sheldon.
Thank you, Deputy President. Well, you think of all the issues that the Coalition would bring up, of all the issues in question time. They bring up housing. These are the people that wanted to take tens of billions of dollars out of housing at the last election. These are the people that opposed HAF, help to buy, build to rent. But actually more than that, these are people with a policy strategy, not only to take billions of dollars, $29 billion to be exact, out of housing, the ones that starved housing for almost just over a decade. These are the people that turn around and think about this about housing. Asked about the policy on the 12th of August, on the ABC Radio National, Liberal Treasurer spokesperson Tim Wilson said, in some cases people could put a jumper on in winter rather than spending huge amounts of money on improving housing quality, in response to Senator Bragg on the National Press Club on the 12th of August, who said, the opposition's housing and environmental spokesperson from The Guardian said, Andrew Bragg said a coalition government would cut the National Construction Code from more than 2,000 pages to 80 and strip away all requirements for new homes beyond demanding that they were basic and safe. Well, Senator Bragg, if you did your homework, then what he's actually suggesting is that essential structure, fire, safety and health-related standards will be retained, but the fact is the fire-related sections in the existing code run to more than 80 pages. So what's left? Whether the house falls down? That's the policies they have. Tens of billions of dollars out of housing and a policy to turn around and put people into hovels. And if the hovel's too cold, wear a jumper. And of course, you have the flip side on the delay for the HAF and Help to Buy and Build to Rent with the Greens, because they also blocked those arrangements. Nearly a 12-month delay from getting support to many needed people within our community, to make sure that we got single parents, social housing, people seeking to escape domestic violence. Because of those years, and one thing I do agree with the Greens, because they agree with us too on this, in actual fact, everybody agrees on this, that housing was not being built for social housing and affordable housing in this country during the period the Coalition was in power. And of course, I'll just say that figure again, $29 billion they wanted to take out of social and affordable housing in this country when there's such a problem for our kids, our families, our neighbours, our community. And of course, then you jump to the important issue of questions about rent. So now they're running a rent scare campaign. So the opposition and the Greens have been running on this unity ticket for a new housing scare campaign. I say the opposition, of course, that's One Nation, the Nationals and the Liberals, the coalition to the right, coming up with this sort of extremist views, thinking that the lowest common denominator is what they should take to the election and what they should fight to say that they have a place to be in government. But what the reality is of what people are saying about the rent strategy, and these are the important people, these are the people who are actually involved in the rent organisations. They're the ones listening to renters. They're the ones actually turning around and saying the policies we've brought in are making a difference. Organisations that represent renters back the changes we've done in CGT, back the changes we've done across the board in the announcements that were opposed to those opposite, delayed by those to my right. And what they've said, Everybody's Homes, for example, said rents have been surging for years, partly because investor tax breaks have been fueling the housing crisis. The idea that we should be doing more of the same is an insult to the intelligence.
Senator Sheldon, your time has expired. Senator Sharma.
Deputy President. Well, it was a year ago today that the Economic Reform Roundtable kicked off in this building in Canberra. It feels like an eternity ago because nothing has happened since. But that was a time when we had CEOs and trade union leaders and industry groups, the great and the good, file into Canberra to be G'd up by the Treasurer Jim Chalmers and the Prime Minister Anthony Albanese, and to be told by them that they wanted 100 flowers to bloom and they wanted to hear all ideas on the table about how to boost productivity. And I was just familiarising myself with the concluding press conference that the Treasurer Jim Chalmers gave at the end of that. And he says in that press conference, higher living standards is the holy grail and a more productive economy is how we deliver it. A more productive economy is how we deliver it. Now, we haven't heard much on the one-year anniversary of this Economic Reform Roundtable from the Labor government. I would have thought they would be championing their achievements and highlighting the gains that have been made. Jim Chalmers, in his closing press conference, talked about 29 hours of discussions, 327 different contributions, the spirit of camaraderie and constructiveness that characterised the conversation. But here we are 1 year later, and if you look at the scorecard, on every metric, things are worse. Productivity is lower. productivity was growing at 0.8% annually at the time of the Economic Reform Roundtable. It's now down to 0.3%. The Reserve Bank expects productivity to actually go backwards for this calendar year by 0.5%, and the Reserve Bank's downgraded its long-range or medium-term productivity forecasts for Australia to 0.7%. We've got inflation which is eating workers' nominal wage increases. Inflation high, inflation at 3.8%. We just got the figures from the ABS about the wage price index, and it confirmed, as Minister Watt acknowledged, that it shows real wages have gone backwards again over the past year. In fact, real wages have been underneath the level last seen in June 2022 now throughout this life of this government. We've got government debt larger. Gross government debt, $935 billion at the time of the Economic Reform Roundtable last year. It's now $985 billion. And we've got economic growth weaker. So we've got, in the 1 year since the summit that was kicked off, that was meant to kickstart the Australian economy, get productivity moving again, we've got productivity worse, we've got inflation high, we've got growth slow, we've got debt larger, and we've got real wages falling and declining. That is some scorecard. Now, I did seize upon one particular mention that was made there by the Treasurer, Jim Chalmers, in his concluding press conference, where he talked about some of the easy wins, or the quick wins as he described it. And one of those was to, quote, reduce complexity and red tape in the National Construction Code. We've asked Claire, that's the Housing Minister, Claire O'Neill, to do that work relatively quickly. Well, 1 year later, we just had Senator Sheldon say the construction code shouldn't be touched. It needs to remain north of 2,000 pages. Apparently, the Housing Minister was instructed, tasked at the National Economic Reform Roundtable 1 year ago to simplify the National Construction Code. Nothing has happened. As my colleague Senator Hume said earlier, one of the results of that is that housing has become more expensive to build and rents are going up. Now, this isn't a scare campaign. This isn't fanciful. In my own city of Sydney, rents have already gone up by $50 a week, or 6.3% since the budget was announced. And the last time that negative gearing was removed for investment properties by a Labor government in the mid-1980s, we saw house rental prices in Sydney go up by 43% over a 27-month period. It was so bad the government had to reverse those changes. The government has changed course on its widow's tax. It should change course on some of these other changes in the budget.
Senator Sharma, your time has expired. The question is the Senate take note. Those that opinion say aye, against say no. The ayes have it. Are there any further motions to take note of answers? Senator Barbara Pocock.
Thank you, Deputy President. So I rise to take note of Minister Ayres' answers in relation to the situation of renters across our country. And I asked him what he would say to Lou. Lou, who is a 69-year-old nurse who's worked in the profession as a registered nurse for 52 years and now living in a very precarious rental circumstance. And I listened to Minister Ayres' response very carefully, and it was a mixture of personal attack, party politics and reference to the HAF. There was no mention about renters in Senator Ayres' answer of any significance. He did not take seriously, he did not offer any comfort or practical response to the circumstances of Lou, a nurse who has given so many years, decades of years of her life to our health system, and who found herself, as she left her marriage, a violent marriage, with nothing, and slept in her car and lived in caravans, and had to move further away from her family, as I said in my question, and give more and more and more of her income to rental, living in acute rental stress, and not alone. A third of Australians are in such a circumstance right now. She suffered from financial abuse, which left her with nothing, and even when she secured affordable housing a very long way in Wollongong from her family in Sydney, had to work 6 days a week to afford rent that took up 65% of her income. And even that rental accommodation remains uncertain if she faces an increase in rent ahead. Lou said governments have failed her. Governments on both sides of this parliament have failed her. And she has worked, as we said, her entire life, a union member, without a secure or affordable home, owned or rented. We also heard this morning from the ACTU delegation from Maddie a teacher from my home state of South Australia. Loves being a teacher but can't live anywhere renting affordable as a renter that is close to her work. She has very long commutes, like so many Australian workers, very poor living conditions in her rental, feeling unsafe, and she says her mental health and her general health have been affected. Everything is harder when your housing is uncertain and when it's substandard. So Lou and Maddie, they're workers with good jobs, teaching and nursing. They're union members. I thank them for coming to the Parliament with the ACTU today with their ideas about what needs to change, but they must be very disappointed with what they heard today from the Minister, who did not pay respectful attention to the nature of the crisis they face as individual women and that so many Australians face alongside them. This government's policies are not touching the sides of a massive housing crisis, and I have listened carefully to answers time over time in this place. The government is doing way too little in view of the 160,000, 190,000 people currently on our wait list, the 640,000 Australians living in acute housing stress. The HAF will build 40,000 homes. It's 6% of that people who are living in such dire circumstances, and nothing for renters in what the government is offering. Not a single policy in the last election for renters, nothing in the budget for renters or for people experiencing homelessness. The Labor Party promised to tackle Australia's housing crisis, but after 4 years in government, people are struggling more than ever, and 70% of renters are in deep financial stress. That is a lot of Australians, and they are living with their families in acute anxiety. And the Liberals, no better. Just a week ago, as we heard from Senator Sheldon, Senator Bragg told lower-income earners they need to accept substandard housing under a Liberal government. He's since walked it back after getting scolded by his party, but we all know what his so-called solutions to the housing crisis will mean. Worse living standards for renters and more anxiety for them. And Shadow Treasurer Tim Wilson told shivering Australians, as Senator Sheldon said, to just put on a jumper. Well, how out of touch can you be? The Greens believe no one should live in this very wealthy country we're in without secure housing that supports their health and well-being. And most importantly, we need to see caps on rents after a year of extreme rental rises. We really need to see renters supported by caps on greedy landlords so they can put a life together.
The question is that the Senate take note. Those that have opinion say aye, against say no. The ayes have it. Are there any further motions to take note of answers? Senator Roberts.
Thank you. I move to take note of the answer from Minister Farrell to my question on the Great Australian Infrastructure Project, GAIN. Despite providing the Minister with not only a notice of my question last Thursday, the actual question, he was unable to provide an update on the progress of the project. I was not asking for the project to be approved. I was merely asking for the Minister to commit to ensuring the project was advanced expeditiously. Despite the Minister saying advance notice gave him time to determine status of the project, he clearly had not done so. I'm stunned. Infrastructure should be bipartisan. One Nation is not trying to take credit for the 12 projects we're working with proponents on. They're not our projects. They're Australia's projects. History will not remember the politics of the project. They will remember which government built it. To the Prime Minister, can I say, take the win, advance the project, grow Australia's productive capacity and deliver wealth and opportunity to all Australians, those who were here first and those who have come since. These projects do not require any significant taxpayer investment. International merchant banks have seen through the net zero scam and are now desperate to finance actual, proper, productive infrastructure. Australia is a prime destination for international capital who have realised successive Liberal and Labor governments have neglected infrastructure for so long. There is a plethora of opportunities here. While the financing is available for construction, it's not available for business cases. There's a simple reason for that. International capital does not trust the Australian government any longer. After fiascos like Inland Rail, Snowy Hydro 2 and the Adani mine, who would trust us? Proponents want to see government skin in the game before committing their own money. This may be as little as millions for middle-stage development. All of these projects have already had private funding for early-stage development. Australia is bringing in so many people, our GDP is being sliced into smaller and smaller slices, and the public are feeling it. Any responsible government has a duty to grow the pie, to increase GDP, to maintain our standard of living. The way to do that is roads, rail, port, pipelines and internet backbones. It includes tertiary processing of Australian minerals, coal and iron ore into steel for domestic use and export, taking advantage of our resources to undercut foreign steel and create breadwinner jobs, union jobs. I look forward to Minister Farrell updating himself on this project before we return in September.
Senator Roberts, your time has expired. The question is that the Senate take note. Those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. The ayes have it. Are there any further motions to take note of answers? Senator David Pocock.
Thank you, Deputy President. I take note of the answer from Minister Watt to my question about our preparedness for H5 bird flu and the doom list for Australian animals. The Albanese government knows that Australians care about the incredible biodiversity we share this continent with, and they've made all sorts of promises. 30 by 30, no new extinctions. The thing they won't do is cough up the cash to make that a reality. And it is a great tragedy as a country how little we spend on conservation in this country. We have many in the party that calls themselves Conservatives that don't actually seem to want to conserve this great continent. And I find that really hard to take. And then you have a Labor government who says they're doing all the right things and then are spending 6 cents out of every $100 in the budget. 6 cents out of every $100 on biodiversity conservation in this country. That's $1 for every $1,667. How is that the case, given what we're seeing in nature, given what is at stake? We seem to try and convince ourselves that we somehow live outside of nature. We are wholly reliant on nature for our survival. Physically, emotionally, I'd argue spiritually, we have a connection with nature. And we will be damned to our future generations if we don't actually get this right and step up. We've seen multi-billion-dollar bailouts for smelters, and you could argue that there's good merit in that. Where's the bailout for nature? Why does nature have to rely on the crumbs from the government? And I'll certainly be listening to the Biodiversity Council before I listen to the Labor government about what they're spending on biodiversity conservation in this country. We're not spending enough, and year on year we're going backwards. Very generous to extend a fund for a couple of years, but then it falls off a cliff. We've got to get serious about conservation in this country, and I think this bird flu is a total wake-up call for our country. We're in for a rough ride. I think we stand to lose a huge amount, and there's going to be a lot of grief across this country as we start to lose incredible wildlife that we know and love.
The question is that the Senate take note. Those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. The ayes have it.
Are there any notices of motion to be given for another day? I call the clerk.
Postponement notifications have been lodged as follows. Business of the Senate, notice of motion number 1, standing in the name of Senator Pocock David, postponed from today to the 7th of September. Business of the Senate, notice of motion number 3, standing in the name of Senator Bragg, postponed from today to the next day of sitting. And general business, notice of motion number 619, standing in the name of Senator Hodgins-May, postponed from today to the next day of sitting. And a committee has lodged an extension notification as shown at item 11 on today's order of business.
Thank you. I shall now proceed to the placing of business. Is it desired to postpone or rearrange the business? Minister Gallagher.
Thank you. I ask that Government Business Notice of Motions number 1 and 2, proposing the reference to the Public Works to the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Public Works be taken as formal.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There isn't. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, President. I move the motions and I table statements in relation to the works.
Thank you. So there's no postponing or rearranging the business? No? Okay. So the question is, the motion is moved by Minister Gallagher, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against, I believe the ayes have it. I'll now deal with 616, standing in the name of Senator Patterson. Are you doing that one, Senator Kovacic?
Indeed. Thank you, President. I ask that general business notice of motion 616 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Kovacic.
I move the motion.
So the question is that general business 616, standing in the name of Senator Patterson and moved by Senator Kovacic, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against, I believe the ayes have it. I'll now deal with 617, standing in the name of Senator Hume. Senator Kovacic.
I ask that general business notice of motions number 617 proposing the introduction of a bill be taken as formal.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Kovacic.
I move that the following bill be introduced, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to workplace relations and for related purposes.
So the question is, the motion is moved by Senator Kovacic be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against, I believe the ayes have it. Senator Kovacic.
I present the bill and move that this bill may proceed without formalities and now be read a first time.
So the question is, the motion is moved by Senator Kovacic be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against, I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the law relating to workplace relations and for related purposes.
Senator Kovacic.
I table an explanatory memorandum and I seek leave to have the second reading speech incorporated in Hansard and to continue my remarks.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Thank you, Senator Kovacic. I'll now deal with 618, standing in the name of Senator Bragg. Senator Kovacic? Or is that you, Senator Bragg?
No, it's all good. I ask that general business notice of motion number 618 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Kovacic.
I move the motion.
So the question is that general business 618, standing in the name of Senator Bragg and moved by Senator Kovacic, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against, I believe the ayes have it. I'll now deal with 620, standing in the name of Senator Hume. Senator Kovacic.
I ask that general business notice of motion number 620 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Kovacic.
I move the motion.
So the question is that general business 620, standing in the name of Senator Hume and moved by Senator Kovacic, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against, I believe the ayes have it. I'll now deal with 621, standing in the name of Senator Sharma.
I ask that general business notice of motion number 621 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Kovacic.
I move the motion.
So the question is that general business 621, standing in the name of Senator Sharma and moved by Senator Kovacic, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against, I believe the ayes have it. I'll now deal with 626, standing in the name of Senator Bragg. Is that you, Senator Kovacic? Or 626 is Senator Bragg?
Yeah, I ask that general business notice of motion 626, proposing the introduction of a bill, be taken as formal.
Just a moment, Senator. Is there any objection to this matter being taken as formal? There being none. Just a moment, Senator Bragg, it's not on my sheet. Excuse myself. Senator Bragg.
I move that the following bill be introduced.
So the question is, you're moving that way? Yeah.
That's right.
You just need read the title. Just read the title. Just read what's on the sheet.
I move that the following bill be introduced, a bill for an act to amend the Housing Australia Act 2018 and for related purposes.
Thank you, Senator Bragg. So the question is that that motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against, I believe the ayes have it. Senator Bragg.
Present the bill and move that this bill may proceed without formalities and now be read a first time.
Thank you, Senator Bragg. So the question is the motion is moved by Senator Bragg be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against, I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the Housing Australia Act 2018 and for related purposes.
Senator Bragg.
I move this bill now be read a second time, and I seek leave to table an explanatory memorandum relating to the bill.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Senator Bragg.
Thank you. I table an explanatory memorandum and seek leave to have the second reading speech incorporated in Hansard and to continue my remarks.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Thank you, Senator Bragg. I'll now deal with 627, standing in the name of Senator Bragg. Senator Kovacic.
I ask that general business notice of motion number 627 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Kovacic.
I move the motion.
So the question is that 627, standing in the name of Senator Bragg and moved by Senator Kovacic, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against, I believe the ayes have it. I'll now deal with 628 to 630, standing in the name of Senator Lambie. Are you asking they be taken together?
Yes, thank you, Madam President.
So you've got to just move to ask they be taken as formal?
No worries. I ask that general business notices of motion number 628, 629 and 630 be taken as formal motions.
Is there any objection to these motions being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Lambie.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the motions.
So the question is that general business 628 through to 630, standing in the name of Senator Lambie, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against, I believe the ayes have it. I'll now deal with 631, standing in the name of Senator Lambie.
Thank you, Madam President. I ask that general business notice of motion number 631 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Lambie.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the motion.
So the question is that general business 631, standing in the name of Senator Lambie, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against, I believe the ayes have it. I'll now deal with 632, standing in the name of Senator Mackenzie. Senator Kovacic.
I ask that general business notice of motion number 632 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I'll call Senator Kovacic.
I move the motion.
So the question is that general business 632, standing in the name of Senator Mackenzie, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against, I believe the ayes have it. I'll now go back to 605, standing in the name of Senator Marielle Smith.
Thank you, President. I ask that general business notice of motion number 605 be taken as formal.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Marielle Smith.
I move the motion.
Yes, Senator McKim.
Thank you, President. I seek leave to move an amendment to the motion on behalf of Senator Waters as circulated in the chamber.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Senator McKim.
I move.
So the question is the amendment as moved by Senator McKim and standing in the name of Senator Waters be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I'm now going to put the amended motion as moved by Senator Marielle Smith. Those of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Against? I believe the ayes have it. I'll now go to business of the Senate 2, standing in the name of Senator Hanson. Senator Bell.
I ask that business of the Senate notice of motion 2, standing in the name of Senator Hanson, be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Bell.
I move the motion.
So the question is that general business, business of the Senate number 2, standing in the name of Senator Hanson, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against?
No.
I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. lock the doors. So the question is that business of the Senate number 2, standing in the name of Senator Hanson, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Kvasic as teller for the ayes and Senator Sheldon as teller for the noes. Order. There being 26 ayes and 32 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. We'll now go to general business notice of motion 624, standing in the name of Senator Patterson, and I advise senators if further divisions are required, there will be 1-minute bells. Senator Kvasic.
I ask that general business notice of motion number 624 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I'll call Senator Kvasic.
I move the motion.
Minister Gallagher.
I seek leave to make a short statement.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted for 1 minute.
Thank the Senate. As Minister Wong and the Prime Minister have made clear, it is inappropriate for the opposition to seek to score political points on Australia's relationship with Japan. The Prime Minister of Japan is a friend of Australia and a friend of the Australian Prime Minister, and the relationship with Japan is closer than it's ever been. The government has responded to the order, indicating, as this motion says, that the matter has been referred to the AFP, and as a result it would be inappropriate to respond to the order. This remains the government's position, and we oppose the motion.
So the question is that general business notice of motion 624, standing in the name of Senator Patterson, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that general business notice of motion 624, standing in the name of Senator Patterson, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Kovacic as teller for the ayes and Senator Sheldon as teller for the noes. Order. There being 26 ayes and 23 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I'll now deal with 625, standing in the name of Senator Antic.
Thank you, President. I ask that general business notice of motion number 625 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Kovacic.
I move the motion.
So the Minister Gallagher.
Thank you. The government will not be supporting. I seek leave to make a short statement. My apologies.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted for 1 minute.
Thank you. The government will not be supporting this motion. We have a well-established regulatory frameworks and robust mechanisms governing the development, manufacture, marketing and supply of therapeutic goods. These processes put public health front and centre, whilst also balancing transparency with the need to protect commercially sensitive and confidential information. Requiring the publication of these documents would cut across that established framework and could create an adverse precedent that may discourage industry from bringing medicines to the Australian market.
Thank you, Minister. The question is that general business 625, standing in the name of Senator Antic and moved by Senator Kovacic, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that 625, standing in the name of Senator Antic, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Kovacic as teller for the ayes and Senator Sheldon as teller for the noes. Order. There being 24 ayes and 33 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. That concludes formal motions. Senators, I'll just wait for a change in the chair and we'll go to the urgency motion.
Order. Senator Cash has submitted a proposed... We're not doing that now? Oh, I'm sorry, I've jumped the gun. Senator Hanson-Young.
That's okay. I just wanted to seek leave if I could. I missed the deadline of notices of motion and I just wanted to give notice of motion for an order of production of documents for tomorrow, which I'll hand up.
Is leave granted? Is leave granted? Yes, leave is granted, Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Right. Now can I jump to the urgency motion? Senator Cash has submitted a proposal under Standing Order 75 today. It has been circulated and is shown on the dynamic. Red is consideration of the proposal. Sorted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10. Yes, it is. With the concurrence of the Senate, the clerks will set the clock in line with the informal arrangements made by the whips, and I call Senator Cash to move the motion.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President, and I move the motion standing in my name. Minister Keogh has sadly lost the confidence of the veterans he is supposed to support and champion on a daily basis. In their own words, this is an indictment on any minister. He has lost their trust, he has lost their respect. And on that basis alone, it is no longer tenable that Minister Keogh hold the position of Minister for Veterans Affairs and Minister for Defence Personnel. Our veterans are the Australians who put on the uniform, and they put it on proudly. They are the people who serve this country. They are the people who are prepared to put themselves in harm's way so that they can defend the freedoms that each and every one of us has on a daily basis. They should never have to fight their own government, and in particular their own minister, simply to be heard. And yet under Minister Keogh, that is exactly what they are being forced to do. Sadly for Minister Keogh, this is not one bad meeting, as he would like Australians to believe it was. It's not one mistake. It is now an established pattern of behaviour. Make a decision detrimental to veterans. Ignore the veterans' pleas. They fall on deaf ears. Then the outrage happens. The Australian public and the veterans, they stand up. They stand up to the Prime Minister and to Minister Keogh, and then they retreat. This week has been an utter disgrace in this portfolio. Veterans who came to Parliament House in good faith, deeply concerned about Labor's $5,000 allied health threshold and what it could mean for them, and veterans with serious health complaints, complex health needs. We heard of suicides that have now occurred because of the stress that these veterans are under. And what does the minister, who is meant to be championing them every single day, do? He refuses to meet with them. That is just sick, quite frankly. What Minister for Veterans Affairs refuses to meet with veterans who come here to plead with this government, please don't take any further action that is going to be detrimental to our health? And he refuses to meet with them. Only after he is actually called out by the former Deputy Prime Minister, Michael McCormack, publicly shamed, does he agree to sit down with them. And my God, the reports now coming out of that meeting from the veterans who attended. He walked in without shaking their hands. He sat with his arms crossed. He rolled his eyes at the people who had served our country, who were being detrimentally impacted by so many now of Labor's changes. And then he says to them, he's missing an appointment with the Governor-General. What, an appointment to go and have drinks? You've got to be kidding me. He now says he got it wrong. Well, guess what, Minister Keogh? Shame on you. Yes, you did. But this is the problem now, what's come out of the meeting. This is what the veterans are saying. Raf Pilot, former, and GP Dr Tim Nelson. That meeting, and I quote, confirmed for us that lack of trust. Donna Manton, a defence veteran, an advocate, a long-time Labor supporter, says she is heartsick to be calling out this government or this minister for not caring for veterans. Former Royal Australian Navy diver John Armfield said, I enlisted under the Navy values of courage, honour, honesty and loyalty. And yet you, Minister Keogh, you have failed to display any of these values. That is the veterans talking. And what we now have with this minister is a pattern of behaviour. Remember when he made, and this is probably one of the sickest decisions a government's ever made under a minister. He made the decision to remove the very small amount of funding that former Prime Minister Tony Abbott had given to the parents of Corporal Cameron Bird, a Victoria Cross recipient who lost his life. A few grand a year to travel around this country and raise the case for our veterans, and that minister cancelled it. What type of a sick minister does that? This minister has lost the respect of the veterans. We've lost respect for him, and quite frankly, he needs to go.
Senator Grogan.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Now, before I start, let's just be really clear. Every single veteran and every single serving member and every bereaved family member who comes to this parliament deserves to be treated with respect and deserves to be heard. And above all, they deserve a government that will invest. They deserve a government that puts actions behind the words. Because it's all very well to have a lot of words and a lot of hot air, but it's the actions that are going to significantly impact their lives as well. Now, I will say that Minister Keogh has said that he made an incorrect call in not meeting with those veterans, and he has put his apologies forward, and I'm not going to go into that. But what I am going to go into is the fact that when we came to office, the Department of Veterans Affairs had been underfunded and under-resourced for years and years. Almost 42 new claims were sitting in a backlog when we came to government. 42,000, that's 42,000 veterans languishing with no care or respect by those opposite when they were in government. 42,000. So just let that sink in for a minute. Those people ignored and neglected by those opposite. The government, our government, the Albanese Labor government, funded additional departmental staff, cleared that inherited backlog, but it has taken time. You can't get through that in no time at all. You can't look at such neglect from those opposite for our veterans, and you can't get through that in no period of time. So, we have continued to invest, and not only have we invested to clear that backlog, but in looking at the system, it was not working. It was not working for those veterans who have fought for our country, who have stood there in their uniform, prepared to defend the rest of us. And we will respect them. We do respect them. And that respect comes with significant action. Now, there's been a lot of very emotional stories this week about situations of healthcare, situations of abuse, all sorts of really horrible, horrible situations. The Royal Commission made a series of recommendations, and those recommendations are the ones that we are rolling out, because that Royal Commission was what gave us the blueprint for what veterans and their families and their communities need. So, not only are we processing claims more quickly, not only are we putting forward better health care and compensation to support veterans when we need it, but we have to fix this system so it's less complex. And so that work has begun. That work is on foot. From the 1st of July this year, we began implementing the most significant reform that Australia's veteran support system has seen in generations. So just to be clear, we had the Royal Commission, 1st of July, significant change. We're now 7 weeks on from that. We should start to see significant improvements that this system, as this system is now rolling out. The new arrangements simplify the compensation system, makes it easier for veterans and their families to understand their entitlements and access them, and allow claims to be processed much quicker. These reforms were shaped through consultation with veterans and their families, because that's how we do things. We also, on the 1st of July, opened the new Veteran and Family Wellbeing Agency. Now, that is about helping veterans find their way through quite complex systems. And it's a system that we've seen rolled out in South Australia. The Northern Adelaide Veterans and Families Wellbeing Hub at Elizabeth Vale is now supporting our community of more than 11,000 veterans and family members. Now, that's on-ground actual assistance, helping veterans, helping them look to what they need, how to get there, and having that support at their hand. From support for mental health issues, physical health issues, employment support, access to housing, financial advocacy, transitions assistance. These are all of the things that they desperately need. They desperately need, and we are providing, because we respect those veterans, and every last one of them deserves our gratitude and our respect, and they have it.
Senator Whitten.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Labor is making veterans fight another battle, the battle to access the care they need. If you listen to the other side, it's all rosy. I mean, why would they be here looking for money if they didn't need it? What is actually disturbing is the way the Minister for Veterans Affairs has treated those that have served our country. Under the 26-27 budget, allied health service have been capped at $5,000 a year. For a veteran requiring physiotherapy, rehabilitation, psychological support, specialist appointments, ongoing treatment, $5,000 can disappear very quickly. For veterans in regional and remote Australia, the burden is even greater, with travel, accommodation and other costs adding to the expense of the care. But veterans who travel to Canberra, raised these concerns, faced another battle, even being heard by their own minister. Veterans and bereaved family members made the trip because they wanted to explain the real-world impact of these changes. They wanted to propose practical solutions. They wanted their minister to listen. Instead, they say the minister initially declined to meet with them. Outrageous. And when a meeting eventually took place, the veterans who attended have described the minister's conduct as deeply disrespectful. They say he refused to shake their hands, sat with his arms crossed, rolled his eyes as they explained their concerns and put forward possible proposals. They also say the minister complained that the meeting with them meant it was missing an appointment with the Governor-General. Boo-hoo. This is an extraordinary way to treat Australian veterans. These are people who served our nation, people who put their lives on the line. They did not travel to Canberra to be dismissed. They travelled to be heard. And instead of showing them respect and compassion, they say they were met with indifference and disrespect. The Minister for Veterans Affairs has a responsibility to listen to veterans, not make them fight to get through the door. He has a duty of care. He has a responsibility to understand the consequences of a government policy, not to dismiss the people living with those consequences. And veterans should never have to beg their own government for dignity. The $5,000 cap is deeply concerning, but so too is the attitude veterans say they encountered when they tried to challenge it. $5,000 is not a measure of what a veteran's health is worth. A veteran's access to care should not depend on how quickly a budget allocation runs out. And those who served our country should never be made feel like an inconvenience when they ask the minister to listen. We ask our servicemen and women to run towards danger to protect our country. The very least they deserve in return is respect. Our veterans deserve better from this government. They deserve better from this minister. They deserve to be heard, respected and properly cared for. This isn't good enough.
Senator McDonald.
Our veterans are Australians who put on the uniform, who serve this country, and who were prepared to put themselves in harm's way to defend our freedoms and our way of life. And yesterday, on Vietnam Veterans Day, a number of veterans came here to be heard by their government. As a senator based in Townsville, one of the largest veteran communities in the country, I was appalled to hear their stories. This minister has developed a pattern of behaviour that neither he nor veterans nor the Prime Minister should consider acceptable. This is not just one bad meeting. This is not one mistake. This is a pattern of behaviour. He makes the decision. He ignores the veterans. He waits for the outrage and then retreats. This week, we heard from former RAF pilot and GP Dr Tim Nelson. He said the meeting confirmed for us that lack of trust. The meeting which they had requested and only received as a result of Michael McCormack MP, the member for Riverina, calling out that the minister would not meet with veterans in question time. So very hurriedly a meeting was organised. Donna Manton, a defence veteran, advocate, long-time Labor supporter, said she was heartsick to be calling out this government for not caring about veterans. Former Australian Navy diver John Armfield said, "I enlisted under the Navy's values of courage, honour, honesty and loyalty, and yet the minister failed to demonstrate any of those values." This is the verdict of veterans. Veterans who are completely aligned on scrapping this tax. But this did not start this week. There was the medals debacle. Minister Matt Keogh tried to impose a 20-year limit on retrospective defence honours and awards. Veterans condemned it. Major veterans organisations opposed it. Former Lieutenant Colonel George Hulse described it as a regressive, repressive and oppressive action. Eventually the government was forced to withdraw the legislation. And even then, Minister Keogh blamed it on an inflammatory misinformation campaign from the veterans. Veterans object. The minister gets it wrong and somehow everybody else is to blame. Then came Doug and Kay Baird, the parents of Corporal Cameron Baird, VC MG. Minister Keogh withdrew their long-standing travel support. Doug Baird said the minister had failed us badly. Public outrage followed, another reversal. Then Invictus Australia, funding removed. Veterans pushed back, funding reinstated, another backflip. But now this, the $5,000 allied health threshold. Again, announce first, consult later. I'm not sure if a hastily convened later in the day meeting where they were treated so disrespectfully. Not a handshake on greeting. That is the Australian way to greet people. But the minister apparently had so little respect for veterans, he couldn't even bother with that. Renee Wilson, CEO of the Families of Veterans Guild, said the first she heard of the minister's discussion paper was in question time. And what did the minister tell the parliament? Consultation with the veteran community will be starting soon. Starting soon, the policy's already been announced. Veterans are already fighting it. Now, not only does the minister decide it might be useful perhaps to listen to them, this is his record. Medals, forced retreat. The Baird family, reversal. Invictus, reversal. The $5,000 threshold, announce first, consult later, and there are already veterans on suicide watch. Refusing to meet veterans, I got it wrong. How many times can one minister get it so wrong? How many veterans can he fail? How many veterans' families can he fail? Instead of attacking the messenger, Labor should finally listen to them. Our veterans have fought for Australia. They should not have to fight Minister Keogh as well. They say they have lost trust in him, but what about the Prime Minister? When is the Prime Minister going to take action on this minister who has lost the trust of our most revered people in Australia, our veterans.
Senator Gosh.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Veterans and veterans' healthcare are incredibly important to the Albanese government, they're incredibly important to the Minister, and they're incredibly important to, I'm sure, everybody in this chamber. Our veterans deserve deep respect. The respect, the debt of gratitude and the support that we owe Australian soldiers, sailors, airmen and airwomen does not end when they take off their uniforms. And anyone who signs up to serve in the military should be confident that they will not only be well supported in their career, but also after their service ends. We have an example this week where we're acknowledging that Australia didn't do this as well as it could have done for Vietnam War veterans, because this week, right across the country, we commemorated Vietnam Veterans Day, and we remembered those who were killed and say thank you to the almost 60,000 Australians who served during our involvement in the Vietnam War, and we acknowledge and remember the 3,000 or more than 3,000 who were wounded and the 523 who were killed. Many of whom did not get a choice as a result of the conscription policy, and many of whom were not recognised properly upon their return, a stain that still sits on this country's history. And across all services, it's estimated that there are currently around 640,000 people or more who have served in the Australian Defence Force in Australia today. And that is 640,000 individual stories of service, stories of men and women across this country who have made sacrifices, including some in this chamber. I do want to acknowledge and want to applaud Senator Lampy for her courage earlier today in speaking openly, not only today but on many occasions, in fact, about her own experiences in the Australian Defence Forces and some of the struggles afterwards with health and support. And I acknowledge Senator McLaughlin and all the other senators and members of the House of Representatives who have served in our armed forces. I also acknowledge that for a long time, many women have served and who haven't been properly acknowledged, and they deserve our respect as well, and we need to rectify some of the gender issues that still exist within our armed forces. If I could speak to the rub of this motion for a moment. I mean, Minister Keogh has acknowledged that his initial decision not to meet with the groups of veterans when the request initially came in was wrong. He corrected that. He met with that group and he listened to their concerns, and Minister Keogh is committed to treating veterans with care and respect, and that's reflected in his record in this portfolio. He's been dedicated in his efforts to improve the system. I mean, when you look at the recommendations from the Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide handed down, and the findings that were handed down, they were in places utterly damning. There was a system criticised for complexity, delay and a claims process that too often re-traumatised the people that it was intended to serve. And there's a lot of people who are responsible for that over the years, because when you look at what was actually in that Royal Commission report, you see that this wasn't a problem that arose overnight, it arose over a very long period of time. And since taking government in 2022, the Albanese government and Minister Keogh, who's been Veterans Affairs Minister since 2022, have worked incredibly hard to improve the Department of Veterans Affairs, to improve its funding and to ensure that it was properly staffed. And that's been reflected across budgetary decisions, but it's also been reflected across the way in which backlogs of claims have been cleared. It's been reflected in changes in the way we process claims in order, as I've said earlier, not to re-traumatise veterans. So that's a result that speaks to substance. There are also structural problems that have been addressed by the Minister and this government, including simplifying veterans' entitlements legislation and trying to improve integrity within the system. The changes that came into effect on 1 July this year to simplify the Veterans Compensation Scheme will make it easier for veterans and their families to understand what they're entitled to and to shorten the time frame that it takes for them to get it. Those changes included the creation of a new Veteran and Family Wellbeing Agency, one of the key recommendations that emerged from the Royal Commission and that's now been implemented. The Albanese government and Minister Keogh are committed to supporting those who've sacrificed their time and their mental and physical health for their country. Those people who deserve our respect, they deserve our gratitude and they deserve our ongoing support. But I don't support this motion from the Coalition because I think the focus should be on working together to improve the lives of those who've put on a uniform for this country. And that goes to the substance of the policies and the support we actually give them. And I think that when you look at the record, when you look at what's actually been done across 4 years, and not just the attempt to make an attack here today, what you'll see is a government that's deeply committed to trying to improve the experience of veterans, when they take off their uniform, and will continue to be committed throughout the term of this government.
Senator Steele-John.
Thank you, Chair. The government must immediately abandon its proposed annual $5,000 cap on allied health services for veterans. I have heard from veterans fearful about what this cap will mean for them, and I want to thank everyone who has got in touch with me about it. Allied healthcare is so important for our veterans. It can mean, in real terms, somebody being able to go to see a psychologist, a veteran with complex PTSD, somebody who has a physical injury, recovering from that injury with the help of a physiotherapist or an OT. When a veteran acquires a lifelong injury, disability, they experience trauma, they should be able to access essential care, not be told that they've hit some arbitrary limit. Come on. We've seen this story before. Give us a break. This government is cherry-picking examples of what they're framing as fraud or overcharging, using it to get themselves a media headline and then turning around to punish veterans, the victims of this activity. They're taking a situation with a few bad apples and using it for a smokescreen for cuts. Now, the Coalition are outraged, rightly outraged. But I've got to say, folks, what did you think was going to happen? This is exactly the kind of thing you voted for last night with the NDIS. They've come for disabled people, cut the supports, now they're coming for veterans. Now the government says, oh, don't worry, over $5,000, you just got to jump over another hoop. But you've provided no detail, no clarity, and people don't trust you. Allied healthcare saves lives. Veterans should not have to fight the system that they served.
Senator Collins.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Now, look, I feel really sorry for those on the other side. They have to get up there and back in this minister. And the words that they are saying are cheap. The talk is cheap. And at its core is just gaslighting of the Australian people. What matters most is how we treat our individuals, how we treat our veterans, how we treat the families of those veterans. And what we saw from our Minister for Veterans Affairs this week was an absolute disgrace. An absolute disgrace. It was a spit in the face of all the veterans, current and serving and former, and serving members. An absolute spit in the face. And I tell you what, the veterans don't get upset easily. But they are absolutely fuming, they are hurt, they have no longer any trust in this government or no confidence in the Minister for Veterans Affairs. And I'll tell you why they don't. I'll tell you why they don't. Over the last 6 months, let me tell you what he has done to this veteran community. First, he tried to take away their appeals for medals and honours. Tried to put time limits on all of that, make them pay for their appeals. Then he tried to take away the funding for Invictus, an important institution for the mental health of our veterans. Then, probably the most egregious part of all, taking away the funding for the parents of our VC winner, our national hero, Cameron Baird, Corporal Cameron Baird. Now, I'll tell you what, he backflipped on all of that because he realised he got it wrong. The veterans were disappointed, they were outraged, and quite frankly, they were insulted. And now, a coalition of veterans, the Coalition of Veterans Voices, came to Canberra to share a warning for the Minister for Veterans Affairs that his cuts to allied health funding meant that some of the veterans are on suicide watch. And he didn't even take a meeting. He didn't even take a meeting. Now, if anybody had the privilege of listening to Senator Lambie's speech last night about the lifelong trauma that people can carry with them after having served our country and being prepared to lay down their lives for us and our children and their children, and he goes away and takes their funding. This is the Minister for Veterans Affairs. Let's not forget. Now, we have bipartisan support for the Royal Commission into veteran suicide. There is absolutely no doubt about that. But what this minister is doing to the veteran community right now is nothing short of a disgrace. And we must hold him to account on this. And quite frankly, after this pattern of behaviour and the impact on the mental health of our veterans that this minister is causing, this minister must resign. And I can't for the life of me understand why the Prime Minister continues to back him in. Why won't he stand him down? That he refused to shake the hands of the veterans when they finally got a meeting with him. He sat there and crossed his arms, rolled his eyes. It's an embarrassment, for one, and absolutely not becoming of the man who is meant to represent them. Now, he has an opportunity to do the right thing, and we in the opposition, the coalition, believe that his position is untenable and he should stand aside and make amends. But if the Prime Minister had a backbone, he'd sack him today. He'd sack him today. Now, Minister Keogh has lost the confidence and the trust of veterans right across the country, the veterans that he is supposed to be serving. And veterans should not have to put up with this minister for one more day, and the Prime Minister should show some leadership and sack him.
And the question is that the motion moved by Senator Cash be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. The noes have it. A division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. lock the doors. The question is that the motion moved by Senator Cash be agreed to. The ayes will move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Grogan for the noes and Senator Collins for the ayes. The result of the division is ayes 32, noes 21. The question is resolved in the affirmative. Would the honourable senators please resume their seats or leave the chamber? Thank you. The Senate will now consider the proposal from Senator Lambie, which has also been circulated and is shown on the dynamic red. Is consideration of the proposal supported? With the concurrence of the Senate, the clerks will set the clock in line with the informal arrangements made by the whips. I call Senator Lambie.
Thank you, Madam Deputy President. I move that in the opinion of the Senate, the following is a matter of urgency. The Albanese government must immediately scrap the proposed $5,000 cap on allied health services for veterans, which is contrary to the recommendations of the Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide and represents a callous disregard for veterans' health and well-being. Yesterday, August the 18th, was Vietnam Veterans Day. It was our Vietnam veterans who first called for a Royal Commission in the treatment of our Australian veterans by our government. Thanks to years of campaigning from veterans, mothers, families, their advocates and the many Australians who stood beside us, we got a Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide. The Royal Commissioners were clear. One of the biggest triggers for veterans taking their own lives is a lack of timely, accessible and ongoing health care. The Minister and the Prime Minister embraced the Royal Commission's findings. On the day of the report's release, the Prime Minister said, and I quote, "Just as our veterans and defence personnel step up for our country, we have an obligation to step up for them," end quote. I have asked, how is putting a $5,000 cap on our allied health providers stepping up for us? DVA is supporting over 357,000 veterans, with about 3,000 of them receiving allied health services in excess of $15,000 a year. That's less than 1% of us. But the question is, how did DVA measure the effectiveness of those services? Did they get them back on our feet? Did they get us back on their feet? Did they improve our quality of life? You're not stepping up for veterans, you are now stepping on us veterans. There is a growing number of organisations, including the National RSL. Thank you, Peter Tinley. Great to see the National RSL active again. I know you've been on those phones for over a month, Tinley. I've seen you walking the corridors up here, mate. Thanks for your support. All the veterans out there, all the ESOs and, of course, the mothers. Always the mothers. Thank you, Julianne Finney. Speaking with one voice, scrap the cap. DVA's approach to veteran care is going backwards. Doctors and specialists are getting out because their fees are much lower. much lower when they treat veterans, and it helps actually if DVA would actually pay them on time. I know of at least 5 doctors over the last month that are no longer treating veterans because they can't afford to, and there are many on the sidelines saying that they can't hold on for much longer. Veterans are waiting months for the DVA to approve a claim when their treating doctor has already delivered the DVA a report that proves their claim, or they get shunted off to MLCOA, an independent assessor that we don't trust. We do not trust to get an additional report. Just another slap in our face because you don't want to pay a little bit extra for our own doctors. You want to go the cheap way. That is not going to save lives. If a doctor tells me that I have to get a procedure, I could be waiting up to 60 days for DVA to approve it. And in some liability claims, it's taking well over 12 months to decide on the initial liability claim itself. Are you kidding me? I'm lucky I have a good job and some savings that I can draw down on to pay for a procedure up front. Most veterans do not. They cannot pay up front. According to DVO's own data, there are currently over 100,000 claims waiting to be ticked off. And as I told the Senate last night, in some cases DVA has used medical reports that have been provided to them to assess claims and still have not paid for those reports. You are shameful, absolutely shameful. I heard of another case yesterday. The DVA has asked for the same report 3 times. 3 times they have received that report. This is an incident that is growing and growing. We are going back to the good old days. I can't believe how far we've gone and we have come, and we are now going backwards. What is happening in that department? What is happening? How many veterans, what you need to ask yourself is how many veterans' lives will this cost? Is it worth the 1% of us? Seriously, the worst of us. It's not worth it. This proposed cap on allied health services is totally out of step with the findings and recommendations of the Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide. And for the 7% of us veterans like me that have ongoing chronic issues from our service, this is a hammer blow. Allied health, which includes such things as physiotherapists, psychologists, podiatrists and exercise physiologists, along with other allied services, are often the difference between us, a veteran, getting back on our feet. So I asked Minister Keogh and the Prime Minister to please scrap this cap. I do believe it will cause suicides, but the shame of it is I don't understand why you're having this fight with us. There are other savings in that department where you are not hitting that does not hit a veteran. It is not worth it. And it is not worth your leadership, PM. It's just not. But more importantly, it is not worth a veteran's life. So once again, I am begging you, scrap the cap.
Senator Cox, you have the call.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Can I begin by acknowledging Senator Lambie's long and determined advocacy for veterans and her personal contribution both last night here in this chamber while I was in the chair, today, earlier and just before. Sharing an experience like this in this chamber cannot be easy. Senator Lambie has taken her own pain and used it to fight for women and veterans without the same platform, resources or ability to pay. She brings this matter forward because she wants veterans to receive the care they need. That is the goal we all share. Pelvic health conditions affecting women veterans has not always received the research, the recognition and the attention they deserve. And as a personal side note, and as a former police officer, I've worn accoutrement belts, which I still have hip pain for. Years later, decades later. The government must take this seriously. But on the question before the chamber, there's an important distinction. The government is not introducing a hard $5,000 cap in which Veterans Allied Health Service simply stops. From 1 July 2027, there will be a $5,000 threshold in which further treatment is clinically reviewed. Where additional care is clinically required, DVA will continue to fund it, including multiple additional episodes when needed. But I understand why the word threshold provides little assurance to someone who spent too long fighting the system. DVA will continue to consult veterans, families, providers and ex-service service organisations to ensure that mechanisms are fast, simple and do not interrupt essential treatment. Senator Lambie's contribution should be heard as part of that process, and I want to honour that here today. These changes also come with a $169.7 million investment into allied health provider fees, the largest increase in more than 2 decades. And when Labor came to government, DVA was underfunded and under-resourced. Almost 42,000 claims had not been looked at. Labor funded DVA, hired staff and cleared that backlog. And today, DVA is better resourced than in the last 3 decades. Annual funding for veteran services, rehabilitation and compensation has risen from around $10 billion under the previous government and $15 billion just in this year. We have delivered the most significant reform for veterans' entitlements in generations. We simplified the system the Royal Commission found was so complicated it was damaging to veterans' mental health. We opened a $78 million Veteran and Family Wellbeing Agency and established the Independent Defence and Veterans Service Commission. By the end of last year, we had implemented 32 of the Royal Commission recommendations, and we expect to have implemented 2/3 by the end of this year. That is real change for veterans, and these allied health reforms build on that record. But no government should use its broader record to dismiss a veteran who says the system is still failing them. Senator Lambie has given this chamber a deeply personal warning about where those failures can lead. I cannot support this motion because the proposed arrangement is not the hard cap on care, but the concern behind it must be heard. The test will be whether veterans like Kate and Senator Lambie receive the treatment they need without delay and unnecessary battles. And that is the standard veterans deserve. It is the standard our government accepts, and we will work to meet it.
Senator Goodell.
Much. I was in the Senate estimates room with Senator Shoebridge. I think Senator Pocock was there too when we were asking questions of DVA and these cuts and this cap. And when you get down to why, you talk about why these things happen. And it came down to 2. Out of all our veterans, 2 veterans received over $100,000. That's it. 2 veterans out of the whole thing. And I think one was getting a lot of money on dietitian work, I think was one. I don't know the other one, maybe podiatry, I can't remember. And we asked at the time, what are you doing to stop the rorts with these providers? Because that was, if I see someone going wrong, I see overbilling, I see that, I would go after the provider and say, what you're doing is wrong and you are no longer part of the system. I take action against them. And we were stunned to hear that no action was taken against the providers. None. But the action was taken against every single veteran. Over 25,000 of them who went over the cap, this number over the $5,000 mark in 2024-2005. So 2 providers are potentially taking advantage of the system, rorting taxpayer, rorting veterans, taking money out of the system. And the answer of that government is to punish 25,000 veterans by putting a cap on allied health services. I think in some articles of war, collective punishment is actually forbidden on this sort of thing, but we're doing it to our own veterans. And imagine going over and fighting overseas, doing what you're doing, serving in your military, doing all this, and then be victim of collective punishment by your own government for the actions of potentially 1 or 2 people. And they talk about the crime, going to see the physio, that's a very good point. Imagine going to see the physio and being punished for it. And when we talk about these 25,000 veterans that went over the cap, and we talk about the savings, I heard the amazing, we're putting $79 million into allied health. That's great. You're pulling $748 million out of the system, and you want to be congratulated for putting a bit over 10% back into the system. This is the wrong way to go about it. I've texted the gentleman from Scone that I was talking to last week about this, and I haven't got permission to use his name yet. But if it comes through while I'm talking, I will. But this is a $5,000 for him is in 2 months. He's in dire straits from his service. He was a young, fit man. His body's failing him. He's had open heart surgery. He had all of these things. And for him, the uncertainty about what this means is causing more stress. It's actually making his position worse. So we can't sit here in a nation we are and say that the ends justifies the means in this case. How can we say possibly that to take all of this certainty, all of this care, all of this thing from people who have put themselves up to be willing to go to war for us is a good thing? And when we talk about the ongoing consultations or what to go further, I have an email from this same gentleman I was talking about. And I'll say, can you suggest that he pushed the Minister for Veterans Affairs to send any discussion papers to each and every RSL sub-branch in the country? This will give a strong message back to the government of what they actually need and want. Everyone I talked from my cohort of military mates are fuming, and they will tell the story that they need to knock the, and I'll remove the last two words from this because they're explicit. And this is what I can't get down to. It is a miscall. People get these things wrong all the time, but it's a cap that serves no purpose. Imagine not fixing a problem. Imagine just extending how long the pain goes for if you get to your cap. It's a ridiculous thing. And we've seen this time and time again where the government can identify a problem but doesn't even know how to go about fixing it. An action where it ticks a box is the action this government wants, not an action that fixes the problem. So I say to you, our veterans, you deserve better. I say to your veterans that this is uncalled for. And for the 25 veterans that need this help, and there may be more in the future, this is the 25,000 last year, you need this help, you deserve it, and we will restore it because it is just part of our deal with you. We are breaking a covenant we made with you when you took the oath, when you went into uniform, when you agreed to serve your country. And you heard the very personal stories from Senator Lambie. We've heard them around. And it was an unbelievable thing sitting in that chamber and just hearing this is all because of a couple of providers that have done the wrong thing that no action was taken against. Don't punish the people that do the right thing for the actions of a couple of criminals.
Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks very much, Acting Deputy. And thanks, Jackie. Thanks, Senator Lambie, for bringing this motion and telling it again like it is. Telling it like it is. And I know it's hard. I'm really grateful for you being able to tell it like it is, Jackie. This is about life-saving care. Allied health is not some abstract thing. I've heard from veterans about what it means to them. It means being able to go to the physiotherapist so you can get the chronic pain dealt so you can play with your kids in the backyard. It means being able to go to the psychologist, and not just once or twice, but maybe once a week so you can get out of bed. So you can get out of bed and engage in life. It's about being able to go to the occupational therapist so you can stay at work and contribute and look after your family. That's what we're talking about here when they talk about allied health. And a $5,000 cap, if you really need the care, you could churn through that in a matter of months. And what do you do for the rest of the year? You spend your time begging Veteran Affairs through some as yet unplanned bureaucracy to see if they'll let you go to the physiotherapist, to see if they'll let you go to your psychologist. Who would come up with this? And when we ask questions about it in estimates, who did you talk with? Who did you consult? How would this work? No answers at all. Thought bubble designed to reap $750 million in savings out of the veterans community. The cap threatens life-saving care. And veterans aren't mugs. And they can see that a cut is a cut. They can read the budget like I can read the budget, and they can see the $750 million that this miserable government wants to take out of their care. The government says only 1 in 10 veterans will be impacted. But that 10%, that's 10% of all veterans. They are the most vulnerable. They are the most in need. They are the most complex cases. They're the very people that we need to keep as far away as possible from the Veterans Affairs bureaucracy and as close as possible to care. And this policy does the exact opposite. Takes them away from their physio, takes them away from their psychology and feeds them into the mincing machine that is Veteran Affairs bureaucracy. Who would come up with that? And they now claim they're consulting about it. They're consulting on a policy that they've already put in the budget. That does not pass the pub test. That doesn't pass the kindergarten test. Sure as hell doesn't pass the test of veterans, who, as I said before, are not bloody mugs. This isn't consulting. This is the same as we saw with the defence estate sell-off. They name the 70-odd properties they're going to sell. They tell you about, they publish it in a list, and then they consult on it. What is wrong? What is wrong with this government? And you know what? They've now come out and done the exact same thing they did with NDIS. They've come out here and said it's all about dodgy providers. Oh, there's people milking the system. It's about dodgy providers. And they ran it in the media. And to those in the media listening, we watched you recycle these stories from the government again. We watched you, and veterans watched you. And they're on to you as well. Because when you run those stories for Labor, you give them cover to take away the benefits from veterans, just like you gave them cover to take away help for those who need it from the NDIS. Using the media, this government, using the media like a hammer to smash the victims of the system, not the dodgy providers. I can tell you this, every veteran I've spoken to would join you in a heartbeat to go after a dodgy provider. We join you in a heartbeat to go after a dodgy provider. But this isn't designed to go after dodgy providers. This is designed to go after veterans, punishing them for service. And let's also remember that it's the same government that's taking $750 million off veterans care that's actually handing $5 billion to Donald Trump for a bunch of nuclear submarines we'll never get. You know, it's the same government that is spending hundreds of millions of dollars building houses for US troops in Perth. Why are Australian veterans at the back of the queue? Why is it always the same? Money for war, money for weapons, money for Trump, but never money to help the veterans who actually went and did service for us. You'll send a veteran to Iraq to fight in a war, and when they come back here and they need the physiotherapy, they need the psych treatment, you say, oh, I'm sorry, I haven't got any money. I've given it to Donald. Reverse this. Scrap the cap. And until you do, we'll keep coming back till it happens.
Thank you, Senator Shoebridge. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, President. One Nation supports Senator Lambie's matter of urgency. The Albanese Labor government is again denigrating and mistreating our honourable and deserving Australian veterans, the people on whom we relied to keep us safe, who've put country first ahead of their own lives and safety, and to whom every Australian owes a huge debt. These are our finest, are decent, caring, disciplined, noble, and in serving Australia, some have been injured or damaged. This government is now treating these women and men with a contempt that should be called out for the shame that it brings on all Australians. I recently met with yet another group of veterans, the Coalition of Veterans' Voices, concerned about Labor's interventions into veterans' rights and care. These men and women are genuine, sensible and intelligent Australians, alarmed with Labor's imminent curbing of veterans' rights to essential allied health care needed as a result of their services to Australia. They said the Minister, the Honourable Matt Keogh, who begrudgingly met with the veterans, declined to even shake their hands. What's wrong with Labor politicians? They told me of the broken DVA claims processes, the uncaring system that hinders rather than helps, that seems not to have performance standards, and if it does, rarely meets those standards. I was told that veterans were being denied choice of provider, funnelled to a single provider contracted to the Department of Veterans Affairs, where claims were then underestimated and delayed. DVA's own figures reveal the average time to determine an initial claim decided last year took 364 days, virtually a year of wait time. As at 30th of June 2026, the department had 103 outstanding claims. This system is clearly broken and needs to be reviewed and rebuilt. And by the way, Senator Grogan mentioned that when her government came into office, the backlog was 42,000. It's now 103,000. The changes will not assist veterans. They callously shortchange veterans. Labor has an upper limit cap of $5,000 now on allied health services and treatment for conditions and injuries that occurred because of defence service. Doctors and our veterans are worried and have every right to be worried. Labor claims that this cap won't hurt veterans with complex cases, and yet admit that a system to apply the funding has not even been designed. The cap is contrary to recommendations from the Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide. It's called disregard for the health. It's callous disregard for the health and well-being of veterans and is highly disrespectful. Physiotherapy, occupational therapy, psychological services and other rehabilitation services are not discretionary needs. They're vital means to support vets to regain their health. And they need to be continuous, not capped and then another 6 months of no care before they're renewed. Veterans should be able to choose a practitioner who knows their care needs. A $5,000 cap is not a budget efficiency, it's a barrier to treatment. The cap must go. Scrap the cap. In sync with this is the need for Labor to restore a veteran's right to choose their assessor and not be restricted to a government-paid contractor likely to want to cut corners. Our relatively small Defence Force plays a vital role in defending the security of 28 million Australians. Yet Labor fails to support vets under attack. When the ABC grossly misrepresented and harmed distinguished veteran Heston Russell, Labor did nothing, despite the ABC's use of taxpayer funds. ABC lost a court case and failed repeatedly to apologise to Heston. When ex-Commissioner Burton undermined accused veterans, including our most decorated soldier, Ben Robert Smith, Burton's inaction reflected Labor's failure to assist and support veterans. When diggers went to Iraq on the basis of weapons of mass destruction, then 2 years later we found there were no weapons of mass destruction. That was a lie. No one apologised. Why would anyone seriously wish to join the military if they knew that they would be thrown on the scrap heap or ignored and disrespected if they left the service through service-related injury or conditions? Are Labor's imminent caps on care the result of Labor's wasteful spending in other areas that's sending our country broke? Is this Prime Minister Albanese government's trademark deceit and hypocrisy? 3 words frame Labor: waste, hypocrisy and deceit. This inept Albanese government tries to look good, not do good. Words, no substance. Yet despite Labor's hype, misinformation and propaganda, Australians are waking. One Nation and I completely support this matter of urgency motion.
Thank you, Senator Roberts. Senator David Pocock.
Thank you, President. I rise to support Senator Lambie's urgency motion today, and in doing so I wanted to thank Senator Lambie for her leadership on this issue and on all the issues, big and small, that affect veterans. At the Australian War Memorial there is a truly haunting exhibit called Death Min by Kate Ray, and I'd encourage all senators to have a look at it next time you're at the War Memorial. It shows a stack of DVA paperwork over 1.5 metres high, received by Miss Ray following her husband's death by suicide. Rather than describe it for the Senate, I thought I'd just read you Miss Ray's description of this exhibit and what it represents. After my veteran husband Andrew suicided in 2017, I inherited a stack of post-death admin. This death min contains thousands of pages in which Andrew requests support for his broken body. Eventually, DVA paid $7 fortnightly, later reduced to $5. 3 months before Andrew died, payments ceased. In the army, you're taught that no matter how tired you are, you cannot lean against walls. Heavy with fatigue and leaning precariously like the fate of so many, Deathman is weary and wants to rest. Deathman is a counter-monument to the strong, upright imagery often conveyed in the Australian War Memorial. At my height and Andrew's weight, Deathman embodies the burden placed on veterans and their families. It asks bureaucratic institutions to care for the people they say they will. And this is the lived reality of many veterans and their families across the country, and certainly many I speak with here in the ACT, of battling with DVA at every turn just to get the care that they need. And now we have this, a cap on the amount of allied health services a veteran can access each year. Yet more bureaucracy that a veteran has to engage with to receive healthcare. Another form, another appointment. It might not seem like a lot to people who make these rules and introduce these caps, but it all goes on the stack. It's on the shoulders of veterans and their families. It's another doctor's appointment. And for those who don't live in Canberra, pretty hard to get in to see a GP. And we know that the vast majority of GPs don't even accept a white card here in Canberra. In introducing this cap, the government is saying that if you sustain an injury in service to this country, then we're only going to pay to fix some of it. And as I understand, this is the first cap that we have ever in the history of our country put on veterans' healthcare. And truthfully, I find it offensive. People have talked about the kind of contract we have with veterans. If you're willing to serve our country and put your life on the line, and in many instances put your family through it, they're there with you, they're the ones moving around the country, they're the ones worrying about you when you are deployed or are up doing exercises off the coast or up north. We say we will look after you when you break your body, when you have mental injuries, when you suffer trauma. And as has been well ventilated, my understanding is that the Minister didn't even consult with veterans on this. Like, surely we can do better than that. An arbitrary cut without consultation, an unprecedented cap to go after a few shonky operators. Let's go after the operators. Send the cops. I'm sure the AFP would love to go after operators who are screwing over veterans. Why don't we do that? Surely that's the starting point, rather than putting another burden on veterans. And I know the government will say, well, they can go to the GP and they can, work around it and we can extend their cap, but why? What are we doing this for? Surely we can do better with this. And again, thank you, Senator Lambie, for your work on this. It is often commented on by veterans in the ACT, how much you have their back.
Thank you, Senator Pocock. So the question is, the motion is moved by Senator Lambie be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. No. I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. lock the doors. So the question is that the urgency motion as moved by Senator Lambie be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Brockman as teller for the ayes and Senator Grogan as teller for the noes. Order. There being 33 ayes and 21 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. Senators, pursuant to the order agreed to on the 18th of August, the time allotted for the second reading of the interactive gambling bills has expired. I will now put the question before the chair and then put the remaining questions required to complete the second reading stage. I will first deal with the amendments moved by Senator David Pocock. The question is that the amendment on sheet 4005 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Actually, we'll start with a 4-minute bell and then there'll be ones after that. Lock the doors. So the question is that the amendment on sheet 4005 be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Pocock as teller for the ayes and Senator Grogan as teller for the noes. Order. There being 11 ayes and 24 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I will now deal with the second reading amendment circulated by the Australian Greens. The question is that the amendments on sheet 40009 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that the amendment on sheet 4009 be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator McKim as teller for the ayes and Senator Grogan as teller for the noes. Order. There being 11 ayes and 24 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I will now deal with the second reading amendment circulated by Senator Thorpe. The question is that the amendment on sheet 3973 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. The noes have it. Yes.
Greens support for this be noted.
Thank you, Senator McKim, certainly. I call the clerk. The question now is that the bills be now read a second time. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that the bills be now read a second time. The ayes shall go to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Grogan as teller for the ayes and Senator McKim as teller for the noes. There being 29 ayes and 13 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I call the clerk.
Interactive Gambling Amendment, Gambling Reform Bill 2026. National Self-Exclusion Register, Cost Recovery Levy Amendment Bill 2026. Interactive Gambling Cost Recovery Levy Bill 2026.
We're now in a committee stage and we have Senator Ghosh.
Thank you, President.
Just read down to there.
Just to here?
Yep.
Is it the wish of the committee that the bills be taken together and as a whole? There being no objection, it is so ordered. The question is that the bills would be agreed to without amendments or requests. Senator Faruqi.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not a betting woman, but you can always be confident betting on the two major parties to screw over the people who live in this country. It isn't even a gamble to bet on Labour and the Liberals joining up to pass half-baked, weak laws, because this is what the big gambling corporations want them to do. And they just say, yes, sir. Labour collected over $4 million in gambling-related bribes. Sorry, I mean donations. Between 2020 and 2025.
Senator Chisholm.
I'd ask Senator Faruqi withdraw that.
Senator Faruqi, there's been a request that you withdraw your reference to bribes. I think that would be appropriate for you to do that, and then you corrected it and said something else, so I will ask you to withdraw that, please.
I withdraw.
Thank you, Senator Faruqi.
Labour collected over $4 million in gambling-related inducements between 2020 and 2025. And this legislation makes clear exactly who is pulling the strings. The late Peter Murphy, in a foreword to her report, "You win some, you lose more," said that she was proud to deliver a unanimous report that says enough is enough. She was explicit when she said a phased comprehensive ban on all gambling advertising on all media, broadcast and online, that leaves no room for circumvention is needed. Partial bans on gambling advertising do not work. But you guys paid no heed. Since the publication of Peter Murphy's report, Australians have lost over $104 billion to gambling. That's $666 million per week. The social harm that this has caused has devastated people and families. The Labour and Liberal senators voting for this today should be so ashamed. It seems you come in here with the determination of harming people and communities. Yesterday, it was the cruel NDIS cuts. today it is the gambling industry that you are supporting and propping up. This is the Albanese Labour government's MO. Do just enough to get a headline, but don't actually fix the real issue. And definitely do not risk upsetting whichever corporation and their bigwigs are paying politicians so they can keep ripping people off. It's not oversimplifying to say that this is all just about political donations. In this case, it couldn't be clearer. 4 in 5 Australians support a total ban on gambling advertisements, including on TV, radio, and online. A total gambling ad ban is an overwhelmingly popular policy. But what does this bill do? Nowhere near it. Nowhere near it. The only winners today are the big gambling companies preying on the vulnerable and raking in profit after profit. One of the core focuses of this so-called reform has been on inducements, or what the gambling industry likes to sanitize through the term generosities. This was yet another crystal clear recommendation of the Murphy report. Ban inducements. Yet the draft bill we got from Prime Minister Albanese didn't even touch on them, and now pushed in the Senate inquiry to do something, the Prime Minister and Angus Taylor have cut a deal to put their gambling company donors in charge of who is or isn't able to access inducements. What an utter disgrace. Recent data from the Australian Gambling Research Centre showed that around 3 million people are engaged in some form of harmful gambling. Many of these people have told their devastating stories over and over, but the government has turned the other cheek and somehow still feels comfortable getting up and pretending that this is reform, pretending that this will stop harm. Well, it won't. It won't stop harm. This is just another Labour and Liberal stitch-up that will continue to see gambling decimate families and decimate communities. Gambling companies are the winners once again, just like the gas companies are the winners of the failure to impose a gas export tax, just like the war machine is the winner in the failing AUKUS deal. Time and time again, this Labour government proves that it is completely bought out by vested interests. The days of a Labour Party that stood up for the workers are long gone. What is left is a party bereft of courage and full of cowardice. They have shown that again today, and they showed it yesterday. And we see right through you. People see right through you. You are fooling no one, and you will be held to account for these terrible decisions. The Greens will be moving amendments to give teeth to this legislation, and I want to foreshadow 2 amendments to the bill today, which I will be moving, and which will remove the gambling reform exemptions from horse racing, harness racing, and greyhound racing. It hasn't been talked about much, but it is a very important amendment. After decades of excusing horse and greyhound deaths, all in the name of so-called sport, now the Labour government wants to say that horse racing and greyhound racing are not sports for the purposes of gambling. So which is it? Or are you finally admitting that this horrific cruelty is no sport at all? There are no lines this Albanese government won't cross, no hypocrisy it won't engage in if it fills their election war chest. In the inquiry hearing, even Racing Australia CEO Paul Erickson admitted, without wagering, there is no racing industry. This is because horse and greyhound racing lost their social license years ago. Ordinary people don't want to watch horses and dogs be run to their deaths. Go to a greyhound racing meet, and the stands will be empty. But the racing industry says, no worries. Under Labour, Liberals and One Nation, we will always be able to rely on robbing the public of their hard-earned money. We can continue to cover their screens in ads encouraging gambling, and we will always be able to prey on people's suffering. The exemption for animal racing is purely to sustain what would otherwise be a dead and buried industry, buried in the ground alongside the gorgeous animals that they have forced to race. This bill does not protect Australians from gambling harm. It gives a green light for wagering companies to go all in on funneling their marketing budgets into horse and greyhound racing. But the irony doesn't stop there. The Albanese government says, if you are a dedicated racing channel or program, you're not constrained by any of these weak reforms either. So effectively, you are saying gambling advertising must be constrained somewhat because of the harm it causes. That is, unless your whole business is dedicated to increasing gambling. Like, make it make sense. So my question, Minister, to you is, why the hell have you brought this piss-weak bill into Parliament?
Minister, I'm going to call you in a moment. Senator Faruqi, I just note some of that phrasing is going right up to the line of what would be parliamentary, so I'm just giving you an indication of that. Minister.
Thanks very much, and thanks, Senator Faruqi, for the question. And this is the most substantial and strongest ever action that any government has taken in terms of gambling reform. And you can putt all you want, but it's actually the reality of what we are dealing with in terms of this legislation. You did make mention of the Murphy report, which is obviously a substantial bit of work that has gone into influencing government decision on this, and I am someone who has the highest regard for the former member, the late Peter Murphy, and the work that she did, and that has been important in terms of influencing government on the decisions that we've taken. This is part of extensive consultation where we've listened to a range of views to land the balanced approach that we have in this legislation. And whilst we've heard for a long time that many Australians like having a bet and they enjoy having a bet and it's part of their social life, for others it becomes a trap that they can't escape. And that's something that we're dealing with in terms of this legislation. So we understand that there's strong held views about this issue in the Parliament and also around the country, but we believe that this legislation gets the balance right. It implements reform that protects those from gambling harm. It also protects children from overexposure to gambling ads, and we think that that gets the right balance for this Parliament to be supportive of.
Before I call the next question, I just need to note that with the concurrence of the Senate, the statements of reasons accompanying the request circulated for this bill will be incorporated in Hansard immediately after the requests to which they relate. There being no objection to that, it is so ordered. Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Chair. I just seek leave to move amendments 1 to 9 on sheet 3863 together.
Is leave granted? Yes, leave is granted.
Thank you, Chair. I move the amendments. Minister, this sheet implements the flagship recommendation from the Murphy report, and that was a phased-in ban on all gambling ads over 3 years. And so the bill will pass today, and should this amendment be supported, in 3 years' time, gambling ads in all forms would be banned, as the Murphy report said, giving 3 years to sports, free-to-air, and the gambling companies to transition. My question is why the government has gone from multiple reports now, the Murphy report, the rapid review into family and domestic violence, saying that we need a full phased-in ban on all gambling ads and that partial bans don't work. Why has the government gone for a partial ban that gets the balance right with 3 ads every hour? How is 3 ads every hour from 5 a.m. to 8:30 p.m. getting the balance right?
Minister.
Thanks very much, and thanks, Senator Pocock, for the question and also for moving the amendment. Just to be clear, the government will be opposing this amendment. We will not be supporting it. As I mentioned when I was responding to Senator Fruki before, we believe that the Gambling Reform Bill seeks to deliver real, deliverable and lasting measures that will genuinely tackle gambling harm. But the reforms in this bill have been targeted to address key community concerns at the same time, and that's why I emphasise that balanced package approach that we're taking, which will significantly reduce the exposure to wagering advertising, particularly for children and vulnerable people, which we believe is important, and also the work that would be done in regards to the opt-out system online as well. So we believe that this approach gets the balance right between what is a legitimate industry that's allowed to advertise, but also protecting and responding to community concerns at the same time.
Senator McLaughlin. Indicated before on the previous one, so yes. I've given the call to Senator McLaughlin. I will then come to you.
Thank you, Chair. I thought I'd just take this opportunity to clarify for the honourable senators my position in relation to the bill. I voted against it at the second reading. I intend during committee to vote for Senator Pocock's amendments. They find favour with him, with me, and my intention at this stage is to vote no at the third reading. I'd like to congratulate my friend Senator Scar's contribution at the second reading. I've been very much swayed by Senator Scar's advocacy, and also the member of Fisher and Cowper in the other place. The member for Cowper is also, I think, the only member remaining from the Murphy report in the coalition. Thank you, Senator Scar. The legislation, in my view, does very little, virtually nothing, to respond to the substantial findings of the Murphy review. And I just really question what the point of a bipartisan review is when you can't respond to very significant and heartfelt recommendations from that committee. I don't see anything in the bill that really diminishes the rivers of gold that the corporates are earning and sufficient restraints on their abilities to prey on the most vulnerable, particularly our children. I've listened to the charities who have to respond to the carnage caused by addiction. It's their voices we should be acting on, not those that are making the money. I've listened to arguments at the second reading made by some coalition members that this could be unintended consequences that, similar to tobacco regulation, I don't find them persuasive. We're not banning gambling. We are debating how it can be promoted, and we are debating the nature of the promotion of gambling, and that the behaviours of many of the companies can be rightly described as predatory and underpinning addiction. This bill will pass today. The numbers are clear. And I think when we come to the review in 3 years, we'll find that organisations like Anglicare will tell us nothing has changed, if not, has become worse. I hold Anglicare in the highest regard and have volunteered for them. And I think that they will be saying to us, as they do now, that the regime that underpins gambling, advocacy and promotion is founded on quicksand, moral quicksand. And I can't bring myself to vote for these bills in good conscience.
Senator Henderson.
Thank you very much, Chair. The Coalition won't be supporting this amendment. In my second reading speech this morning, I laid out the many and vast number of amendments that the Coalition has worked on and brought forward, and this is now a vastly stronger bill than previously, of course. But I just want to reiterate that in the bill now, with the Coalition's amendments, there are now tougher restrictions on broadcasters, and the data shows that in relation to children switching on to watch live sport, that preceding 15-minute window is the principal window when most Australians seeking to sit down and watch their favourite game switch on to wait for the whistle to blow and the game to start. So we've now extended, in the bill, there'll be an extended blackout period that's been tripled from 5 minutes to 15 minutes. Of course, there is a current prohibition in relation to gambling ads not being able to be shown in children's television programming in the industry code, but unbelievably, the government's bill, before it was amended, allowed up to 3 gambling ads per hour in children's television programming, and also, of course, didn't deal with gambling ads being directed towards children. So that has now been resolved, and that's now, of course, been prohibited, reflecting the current prohibitions in the industry code. There's been an extension of this restriction window. The restriction window now starts at 5 a.m, as is the current law, rather than 6 a.m. And very significantly for the commercial networks which apply the same broadcast rules to simulcasts of their programming, their terrestrial program on their BVOD platforms, that is only on the condition that there will be no gambling ads allowed during video-on-demand catch-up TV programs. There'll be tougher online restrictions because the government's bill previously weakened the online rules in a number of respects, including dropping the 5-minute window. But there's been some very significant amendments now incorporated and proposed in this, now incorporated into this bill and passed in the other place, banning predatory inducements. So these amendments combat some of the worst harms being caused and directed towards addicted gamblers, where many Australians are really suffering. So there is a ban on staff commissions relating to customer activity to stop the horrendous conduct where gambling companies have been chasing those customers, incurring very large losses. There's a ban on inducements to red-flagged customers, including via social media, targeted advertising, with very strong obligations on the wagering companies to monitor customers' activity and very big fines for breaches of that provision. So despite what responsible wagering says in talking about the framework that is in place in relation to limiting inducements and red flagging problem gamblers and other gamblers showing real signs of harm, there are no laws at all. And there were no provisions in the government's bill and until it was amended in the other place. So these are very significant changes to the law, with the regulator having very, very strong powers in relation to the direct marketing of inducements. There will be a complete prohibition for all new account holders, and of course there will be the cooling off period for 3 months after for people who have deregistered from BetStop. The other really important thing, and this is incredibly important for families, including of course for children, every single family in Australia, because of the Coalition's amendments, can go to the Global Opt-out Register, a one-stop shop to stop all wagering ads online. This will be established and paid by industry. There'll be 12 months of design and implementation. But for those who don't want to use the one-stop shop, the register, they can be assured that every online platform will be required to display the opt-out option for gambling ads very prominently, and so that's another improvement to the bill. I think one of the most significant elements of the bill, and one of the most significant amendments brought forward by the Coalition, is that publishers of gambling advertisements are now going to be directly liable for publishing illegal gambling ads, such as from illegal offshore casinos, and they are a scourge on social media. They are everywhere, and they are so hard to detect because they are so misleading and deceptive. They mimic the logos of the legitimate licensed wagering companies in this country, and that is a very, very big step forward. And I can tell you These ads are all over Facebook. They are costing Australians billions of dollars, and the provisions now in this bill will ensure that the regulator has very strong powers, not to just play whack-a-mole against the illegal overseas websites. They take them down and they pop up in a flash. There is now direct liability by the publishers of these advertisements in Australia, so that before a wagering ad is actually published, the publisher must ensure that that ad is being served by a licensed wagering provider in this country. So I very much respect my good friend Senator Scarr and Senator McLaughlin. One of the great features of the Liberal Party is that we respect the freedom and the individual conscience of every senator and member who sits on the backbench with the ability to cross the floor when they feel that they have no other choice. I did it last year in relation to another matter, and so I totally respect the very strongly held views of Senators Scarr and McLaughlin, but I do say that this is a vastly improved bill, and I'm really proud of the work that the Coalition has done in this respect.
Senator Cadell.
Thank you very much. I'd like to withdraw the amendment on sheet 3971 in my name, and I would like to move the amendment on sheet 4008 in my name.
We've got a question before the chair.
Senator Cadell, I'm informed we've already got a question before the
sorry.
chair, so
Okay.
I don't think you can move it.
I shan't move then, I shall merely withdraw.
Thank you.
But if I want to talk about the reasons that this was important, I think it's a lot of talk around about the Murphy report and what has been watered down, which seems to be everything from the Murphy report today, except one thing, and that is the action on foreign match lotteries. Because foreign match lotteries said that there was a part of, even the government response in February said that they should be tightened up and the regulation around them, so they're part of BetStop, no credit cards, falling part of everything in. But someone with the right phone number somewhere across Australia got that, said not good enough. And so in between the recommendations, it's been an outright ban. The only thing that has got harder from the report to the legislation is the action on foreign match lotteries. And it has a real effect, because everyone talks about this as a gambling restriction bill and everything like that. But it's also a get square. It's friends in right places get the right answers, because we have the Lottery Corporation, which runs the lottery, the one you would know in every state except Western Australia. That's still owned by the state, so maybe that was on the call. Out there saying, oh, we're trying to protect Australians, who knows if they're going to get paid? A question that Senator Hanson-Young was able to ask in the committee was, how do these people know they're going to get paid if there's a opt-out in there? But what they forgot, the current CEO of the Lottery Corporation was the CEO of the Illinois Lottery in America, where some of these things are taken, and he had to admit on the stand the next day that he has never not paid anyone, whether they be a corporation or an entity or whatever. He admitted that everyone always gets paid in the American lottery, but it was just an argument that was happy for them. They also had to come forward about how they were protecting Australians, but they forgot page 71 of their 2025 annual general report, where the Lottery Corporation actually states that they are seeking to increase licence value by by using regulatory and advocacy to restrict competition, such as foreign match lotteries. They forget to say, they're out there saying that this is against newsagents, because the Australian Lotteries and Newsagents Association, they're saying, no, this is against our members, this is bad. But I phoned 4 newsagents in my own electorate, probably didn't get the tape measure out, but probably the 4 closest to my home, and asked them about it. And you know what they said is the greatest threat to their business? The Lottery Corporation. The people themselves are advocating to shut these foreign match lotteries down. I said, why? And it's all to do with your phone and your app. There used to be an app, the Lot app on your phone, where if you bought a ticket for your local news agency and you scanned it, you could see if you're a winner or a loser. You could take it back to the news agency, you could get your winnings, you could put it on again if you want. You could not put it on, you could buy a magazine, buy a chocolate, invest in your local business. But no. Also in this 2025 annual general report, it talks about increasing yield. When you have return to player odds, when you have these things, the only way to increase yield is lower your costs. And how do you lower your costs? You cut out the people that sell your products so you sell them yourself. So now on the app, when you scan your ticket, you have to have an account now. Never used to have an account. You now have to have an account on your phone with the lot to scan your ticket you bought at your news agency. And as soon as you scan it, if it's a winner, it will say, shall we put this money in your account for you? Not go back to the lottery, not go back to your news agents. Shall they take the money straight away and put it on your online account? And if you lose, play again. Play again. They are cutting out the news agencies, they are cutting out small business all across Australia to improve their yield. And they came to give testimony that it's all about protecting Australians, but their annual general report given to the Australian Stock Exchange said it. It is about increasing value of their licence and increasing yield of their business. And by coincidence, today they have reported their 26 figures. And now we know why. Profit down 22%. Profit down 22% for the Lottery Corporation, and they're talking about the same things in their annual general report today. So, the only thing that gets tightened is the only thing that returns profitability and yield and value to one company, the Lottery Corporation. Also, maybe it's done for Western Australia. Who knows? They've had this bad GST thing come out recently, and they've maybe this is a consequence that we can't touch Premier Roger Cook's little band there. So this is why this amendment that I will foreshadow coming up later is to make this a level playing field, to allow competition, because without these foreign match lotteries, and there was lots of other things, the trade lotteries and all those, they're rorts, so I agree, get rid of those. There is no competition and there is no options for news agents to turn to sell products if you eliminate these things. If you eliminate competition to the one company that has the licence to sell this across Australia, bear in mind the Lottery Office has a licence out in Northern Territory, employs 50 people, and I say, I think the amendment's likely to go down, but I say to Jacqueline, I say to your staff, thank you for putting up this fight for small business, thank you for being strong, thank you for continuing to fight this good fight. I am sorry that we have lost it. I am sorry that you'll be letting your staff go over the next year and a half or next year. And I'm sorry that a big corporation that publishes their greed in their AGM and comes to a Senate hearing and tries to dress it up as something else has won this. Australian small business deserves better. Australians deserve better. That is why my foreshadowed amendment would fix that if it was carried. And let's not forget, the only thing that gets tightened from the Murphy report in this whole legislation is the one thing that delivers special profits to one corporation.
Senator Cadell, just before you resume your seat, I understand you're withdrawing your amendment. You need to seek leave to do that. Are you happy?
I thought I had, but I seek leave to withdraw the amendment in my name in 3971.
Thank you. Is leave granted? Leave's granted. Thank you, Senator Cadell. Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you. Well, the amendment before us, of course, goes to the heart of the Murphy report. All of the expertise, all of the advice to successive governments, to successive parliaments, has been if you want to limit the harm of gambling, particularly to those most vulnerable, young people and those with a gambling illness, that you stop the dangerous advertising. And Senator McLaughlin hit the nail on the head. This isn't about banning gambling. This is about stopping the promotion of a product that is very dangerous and very harmful to a number of Australians. Just like we've done with tobacco advertising. We're not banning tobacco. When you ban tobacco advertising, they didn't ban tobacco. It was about the advertising. We're not banning gambling. We're following the advice of the experts to stop the ads. And by the way, a lot of people who gamble, they don't like the ads either. Who are happy gambling, they don't like the ads either. People who play sport think ads have ruined the sport, certainly ruined the enjoyment of sitting down and watching your favourite team. Of course, what has been put forward tonight, rather than a ban on gambling advertising, is this opt-out register, like a do not call register. The government have called it ad stop. I've got a couple of questions to the Minister. Minister, how many people are expected to use ad stop? How many people, how many Australians does the government predict will use this register?
Senator Chisholm.
Thanks very much. Thanks very much, Senator Hanson-Young, for that question. I don't have a number before me, but I'm happy to see if the department can provide some help on that front. But the point about the opt-out register is that it will be established and administered by ACMA. The focus on that will be ensuring that it is in a prominent place that is displayed on each relevant online platform. It's enforceable by ACMA and it can impose a penalty if not remedied within 30 days. So it will be prominent, it will be easy to identify, and that will enable those who do want to use that the best opportunity to do so.
Senator Hanson-Young.
Does the government have those figures and you just don't have them in your lap? Do they exist?
Senator Chisholm.
Yeah, thanks. I'm trying to establish that. I'll come back to you.
Senator Hanson-Young.
I'd like to understand how ad stop is going to actually work. What information does an individual have to give the government to be able to register fully, to have no gambling advertising appear on any of their devices? What personal information will be required?
Senator Chisholm.
Thanks very much. Thanks, Senator Hanson, for the question. So the wagering opt-out register will provide Australians with a single mechanism to opt out of receiving wagering advertising across online content service providers that elect to show wagering advertising under the new triple lock rules. Together with other measures, we have created a layered consumer protection framework allowing Australians to opt out either directly through individual platforms or through a single register. The register is expected to be administered by a third-party register operator appointed by ACMA, similar to the operating model used for BetStop, with ACMA overseeing the administration of the program. It would aim to allow consumers to register once for their advertising preference to apply across participating online platforms, rather than requiring them to manage separate advertising preferences on each service. Individuals will remain on the register unless they elect to deregister. Online content service providers will be required to connect to the register to match registered details against their user accounts and ban wagering advertising to registered individuals. The register is expected to use a limited set of identifying information, primarily email addresses and mobile phone numbers, to enable matching between registered individuals and online content service providers. Detailed operational arrangements, including registration requirements, matching processes, privacy safeguards and platform obligations, will be prescribed in opt-out register rules made by ACMA.
Senator Hanson-Young.
So do we know what level of personal information the register will require from an Australian citizen? Does it require their phone number? Does it require their email? Does it require their home address? Does it require their full name and date of birth?
Senator Chisholm.
Thanks very much. And as I can only reiterate what I just gave in the answer before, Senator Hanson-Young, the register is expected to use a limited set of identifying information, primarily email addresses and mobile phone numbers, to enable matching between registered individuals and online content service providers. Detailed operational arrangements, including registration requirements, matching processes, privacy safeguards and platform obligations, will be prescribed in opt-out register rules made by ACMA.
Senator Hanson-Young.
The register takes the information that the citizen has given them, their name, their email address, their mobile number, maybe or maybe not their date of birth, takes their details and then gives those details to match them with, Minister, you said participating platforms. Who are those participating platforms?
Senator Chisholm.
Thanks very much for that. Thanks, Senator Hanson-Young, for the question. That would be determined, my understanding, by ACMA in terms of the rules that they're making. So, say that again. Sorry, just to clarify, online content service providers will be the participating platforms.
Senator Hanson-Young.
So I want to understand from the government how widespread this opt-out is, because we've heard from the Liberals and the coalition members that this is going to be across the internet. This is going to be the strongest opt-out scheme. Which websites does the government expect will be included on this register?
Senator Chisholm.
Thanks. The simplest way to answer that question, Senator Hanson-Young, would be those websites that want to show wagering ads.
Senator Hanson-Young.
So any website that wants to have gambling ads on them would have to be registered. And what happens? How on earth does ACMA search the entire internet to make sure they capture every page that wants to have gambling ads? How many people will be employed at ACMA to do this?
Senator Chisholm.
Thanks very much. Thanks, Senator Hanson-Young. The onus would be on the platforms to check the ACMA regulations.
Senator Hanson-Young.
So the onus is on X website to tell ACMA that they want to run ads. Who's double-checking that? Where is the accountability? Where is the cop on the beat?
Senator Chisholm.
Thanks very much. Thanks, Senator Hanson-Young. That is obviously the job for ACMA as the body that will be responsible.
Senator Hanson-Young.
So how many people will be employed by ACMA to consistently scour the internet to make sure there's not a site that's running a gambling ad that hasn't self-registered?
Senator Chisholm.
Thanks very much. Thanks, Senator Hanson-Young, for the question. I don't have a definitive number of staff other than to point to the decision of the industry-funded levy that will be responsible for ensuring that this service does work effectively.
Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you. So we don't know how many staff this is going to take. Are they going to be working 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and the internet doesn't turn itself off?
Senator Chisholm.
Thanks very much, Senator Hanson-Young. I've talked through the detail about how this will operate. We expect that they will have the resources they need to administer this.
Senator Hanson-Young.
How much will this cost to implement this register, and to ensure that it is being complied with properly.
Senator Chisholm.
Thanks very much. Thanks, Senator Hanson-Young. I don't have a number as to how much that will cost, other than I'd just point to the information I provided before about the cost recovery.
Senator Hanson-Young.
I mean, this is a bit bizarre, isn't it? And we are being told to ram through this place tonight what is being held up by your government as a new regulator, a new registrar under ACMA, a new role for the regulator. You don't know how much it's going to cost. You don't know how many people are going to be required to do the job. You don't even know how far stretched the work is going to be. And how on earth is it that we can be expected to be voting on this tonight when you can't even tell us how much the job costs?
Senator Chisholm.
Thanks very much. Probably the best example I can give Senator Hanson-Young is to look at BetStop as an example. So that costs $20 million to build, and the cost recovery levy will allow for the actual costs to be recovered from industry.
Senator Hanson-Young.
To be clear, BetStop is a very confined thing. You register yourself on BetStop, and that's that. In order for the department and your government to keep clean the entire internet of gambling ads, you're going to have to be scouring the internet from day to night, every day of the week. I mean, this is how laughable this policy is. You can't explain how it actually works. You can't explain the people power it's going to require. You can't explain how much it's going to cost. And it is designed to fail. I put it to you, Minister, this is designed to fail. I'd like to know who makes the call on who's going to pick up the phone and call KO, call news.com, call Instagram, call Facebook. Domain, realestate.com, Uber Eats. I mean, and various gaming apps, online and standalone applications. Who is going to be on the phone making sure these companies are doing the right thing? Is that the role of ACMA?
Senator Chisholm.
Thanks. Yes, absolutely.
Senator Hanson-Young.
Does the government have a prioritised list of which websites, platforms and applications will be targeted?
Senator Chisholm.
I can only just reiterate what I said before about all those who want to sell gambling advertising would be responsible for meeting this demand.
Senator Hanson-Young.
And so just to be clear, an Australian citizen who doesn't want to be bombarded with gambling advertising needs to send their details, their name, their email address, their phone number to the government, to ACMA, the government agency, and then they will get on the phone and they will call Spotify, they will call KO, they will let news.com know, they will let Pornhub know that John Citizen over here, this is his email address, this is his mobile number, this is potentially his date of birth, and even though he likes Pornhub, he doesn't want to see any gambling ads. I mean, are you really suggesting that that is what public officials are going to be spending their time doing?
Senator Chisholm.
Thanks, Senator Hanson-Young. And I think you sort of have touched on what is the key point here, is that if Australians are motivated to want to get out and not see these ads, then they'll have the opportunity to do it. We've talked through what the rules will be around who can and can't advertise as a result. I think the other thing that is relevant in these discussions is around what the fines would be as well. So there's obviously going to be, if you are doing the wrong thing, an opportunity to be held accountable for that. So that would be $1.82 million for corporations per contravention, which is 1,000 penalty. Penalties can be 1,000 penalty units. So there is a substantial incentive there, obviously, for these companies to do the right thing, and it's both ensuring that Australians have the opportunity to opt out, but also the punishment if they do the wrong thing is severe at the same time.
Senator Hanson-Young.
This is putting lipstick on a pig. It's not going to work. You can't even explain it. You don't know how much it's going to cost. And to seriously suggest that public officials are going to need to spend their time scouring the internet, from porn sites to news sites to gaming sites to sports sites, and that Australians are going to feel comfortable handing their details over to the government to do that, you know this is a farce. You know this is a farce. Who advised the government that ad stop would work?
Senator Chisholm.
Thanks very much. Thanks, Senator Hanson-Young. It's obviously been the work of government as we've developed this package over recent months. I think I'd point to the example of Bet Stop and Do Not Call Register as evidence that these sorts of policies can work and be impactful, as the best examples of what this would be based on.
Senator Hanson-Young.
I mean, ACMA doesn't fine anybody, by the way, let alone random websites on the internet that are running gambling advertising and targeting young, vulnerable, impressionable men. Could the minister please explain how the government is going to stop the predatory gambling industry from finding who the weakest customers are?
Senator Chisholm.
Thanks very much. Thanks, Senator Hanson-Young, for the question. And I think I'd point to the range of reforms that we've pursued through this legislation as being relevant to this. And as I mentioned, when I first spoke, this is the most substantial reforms around gambling harm that any government has ever taken, the strongest action that any government has ever taken. The blackout period for live sports restrictions, so that will change for blackout rules from 5 minutes before live sport to 15 minutes before live sport, between 5 a.m. and 8:30 p.m. That is important. The banning of commissions and financial incentives to staff and affiliates based on customer activity. A wagering service provider must not provide, offer or arrange any commissions to staff or any third party involved in the referral or provision of online gambling to an individual based on customer activity. The banning of direct marketing of inducements and red flag customers. So this goes to the heart of what you're talking about. So this prohibits direct marketing of inducements to Australians who are exhibiting indicators of gambling harm. The ban of direct marketing of inducements for 14 days after opening an account. The ban of direct marketing of inducements during a cooling off period for 90 days following Bet Stop deregistration. Customers are required to opt in and receive future marketing inducements. The start time of the frequency cap on live sport rules for children time from 6 a.m. to 5 a.m. to align the bill with commercial television industry code of practice currently in force. The banning of gambling ads in content principally directed for children. The live sport restrictions extended to online platforms, and also the opt-out prominence, which I've mentioned, the opt-out register. The cost recovery expansion, which is obviously significant and we've been talking about, and then also the illegal ads on social media as well. So I think you can see across a whole range of areas, this package goes to the issues that you've raised. We believe it's substantial, we believe it gets the balance right, and we think it's going to be in the best interests of the country.
Senator Hanson-Young.
That would be true if any of it was actually doable. But we've just discovered you don't even know how much any of this is going to cost. It's laughable to think it can be implemented. And of course, this is the gambling industry that have spent years creating a business model that is all about deceiving people and sucking them in. And the biggest suckers of all seem to be the Albanese government. I want to come back to my question about inducements. It feels to me that the government has fundamentally misunderstood the business model of the gambling companies and how they use inducements. Because they use inducements to get people addicted. So their whole process is to induce people into gambling more, taking bigger risks, feeling special because they're doing it, even when they're losing. Come back for more, come back for more, come back for more. It is an addictive business plan. That is the point. How on earth do you expect the gambling industry to identify the red flag customers? Do they wait until they're addicted, or do they flag them beforehand?
Senator Chisholm.
Thanks very much. Thanks, Senator Hanson-Young, for the question. And as we've been up front and as has been in the news and we've seen through the Senate inquiry, legislative inquiry as well, we understand that inducements can quickly turn for people and they become toxic. And it also means that gambling no longer remains fun and goes to an addiction and becomes a problem. The Senate inquiry showed us how the most toxic version of inducements, and we condemn those actions in the strongest possible terms. We also dealt with this at our national conference when this was something that was raised from the floor and that people identified the heightened risk of gambling harm, and we included a commitment around measures around inducements at that as well. Our strengthened measures as part of this include additional protection for consumers at critical points where they risk tipping into the domain of gambling harm. The new additional measures are banning inducements for 14 days after signing up with a gambling company, banning inducements on all red flagged customers, banning inducements for 3 months after a person deregistered from BetStops, banning commissions to staff or affiliates based on customer activity. These gambling companies know who to target and who would bet more, so these amendments will require them to use that intelligence to identify and protect potentially vulnerable customers. So that is the focus of this government and how we intend to ensure that we're doing our best to reduce the harm caused by inducements.
Senator Hanson-Young.
The gambling companies who have set up an entire business model designed to induce people, to make them addicted to their product, to suck them in, to keep them there, to trap them, to groom them like predators, they're the ones who you're expecting us to believe should be trusted to red flag the most vulnerable. I'm saving you. I mean, Andrew Wallace said this was putting Dracula in charge of the blood bank. It's a very good description.
Senator, just to remind you to refer members of the other place by their correct title.
The very brave and courageous and honest Mr Wallace, who had the guts to say what needed to be said out loud, has described this sham of an inducement policy as putting Dracula in charge of the blood bank. How does the government explain to the Australian people why they believe that the gambling companies will do the right thing?
Minister.
Thank you. And I suppose a key point is that the government sets the indicators for red flags, so not the gambling companies. So the risk indicators will be evidence-based and will take the appropriate time to settle them via legislative instrument. I'd also point to the fact that there were many gambling advocates, including Mr Tim Costello, who asked us to impose duties on gambling companies to identify customers at risk of gambling. So we believe that this is something that will be important, and we believe that this is workable and it will make a difference.
Order, Senator. You don't have the call just yet. I will give you the call, Senator Hanson-Young.
To be fair, and I think it's worth putting on the record here, the Reverend Tim Costello asked the government to ban inducements and asked for the government to have done it 3 years ago. So I don't think it's a good idea for the minister to come in here and verbal the Reverend. Does the government believe that free tickets to the football, business class flights, Christmas hampers, tickets to the races where you get to hang out with the hot models in the birdcage, does the government believe they're appropriate inducements?
Minister.
Yeah. Sorry, Senator Hanson, could you repeat the question? Sorry.
Senator Hanson-Young.
Does the government believe that gambling companies offering business class flights, tickets to football games, tickets to the races, special passes to the special marquees at the races where they get to hang out with the hot models, Christmas hampers, or thousands of dollars in free credit for bets, are any of those appropriate inducements for any customer?
Minister.
Thanks very much. Thanks, Senator Hanson-Young. My understanding is that those inducements would not be allowed for any red flagged customers.
Hang on, Senator Hanson-Young. Just hang on a second. I will come to you. I'll come to you, and I do acknowledge that Senator Pocock also has some questions. Senator Hanson-Young.
So just to be clear, the government's position is that those types of grooming, predatory inducements are okay for the majority of gamblers.
Minister.
Well, obviously the point I made before about government would set the indicator for red flags, not the gambling companies. So that is something that my understanding would be done at the appropriate time through a legislative instrument would be used to do that.
Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, it's concerning to hear that the ACMA is going to be the one enforcing this. I don't know if you were aware, but Entain broke bet stop rules 500 times, and ACMA took so long to investigate that they couldn't levy a fine, and then they decided not to take it to court because, I don't know, too hard or something. So some serious concerns there. But I wanted to drill into some of the detail of your bill. It allows 3 ads per hour between 5 a.m. and 8:30 p.m. on television. What evidence does the government hold that 3 gambling ads per hour up until 8:30 p.m., including during PG programming, shows like Lego Masters, won't continue to normalise gambling among children?
Minister.
Thanks very much, Senator Pocock, and I understand you put this question at the start as well. And the broad objective with this is about reducing exposure, and that's why we settled on the 3 ads per hour as the best way to do that.
Senator Pocock.
Thank you. So it's about reducing exposure and not actually stopping the normalisation of gambling amongst our children. That's good to know. I'd say most Australians want the government to stop normalising gambling amongst young people, not just reducing exposure to 3 gambling ads an hour. What evidence do you have that there is a drop-off in viewership after 8:30 p.m. to justify allowing, as Senator Scarr has talked about so well and passionately, the second half-time of State of Origin, all these great sporting events, to have gambling ads? How'd you pick 8:30?
Minister.
Thanks very much. Thanks, Senator Pocock. My understanding is that Oztem data says that child audiences decrease after 8:30.
Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Chair. I'm really glad you mentioned that, Minister, because the department's own analysis of Oztem data shows that on average 160,000 children are still watching TV at 8:30 p.m. and you can bet the house that on State of Origin night there are multiples of that average of 160,000 children. So what is the average viewership of sports programs by children after 8:30 p.m. according to the government's analysis?
Minister. Thanks, Senator Pocock. I don't have that data, sorry.
Senator Pocock.
Why not? How can you bring legislation to this place telling us that you are somehow reducing the risk for exposure to children, and then when I ask, well, how'd you come up with 8:30 p.m. as a drop-off, and you say, well, we don't have that data?
Minister.
Thanks. As I explained before, Senator Pocock, I said that the Oztem data says child audiences decrease after 8:30 p.m. If we can provide some more information around that, I'm happy to do it.
Senator Pocock.
Thanks, Chair. So, Minister, just to clarify, so it's the government's view that 160,000 children on average per night, that's an acceptable number to be viewing unlimited ads after 8:30 p.m.
Minister.
Thanks, Senator Pocock. So 8:30 p.m. is the watershed that the broadcasters currently subscribe to under the rules. So that was part of the thinking as well. And obviously the whole point of this, as I've mentioned at the start, is the balanced approach that we've taken to these reforms around advertising and doing what we can to ensure that we're minimising that harm and the access that children have to the content as well.
Senator Pocock.
Chair, thank you for clarifying, Minister. So getting the balance right is allowing 160,000 Australian children on any given weeknight to see an unlimited number of ads when they're watching TV after 8:30 p.m. And I was just wondering if I could get you on the record and you could confirm that these reforms are not about stopping normalisation among Australian children. They're about reducing exposure.
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Senator Pocock. In my view, they're about doing both. And I think that's what we've tried to achieve substantially through this package. And I think that's what we're always striving to do, about getting that balance right around advertising and ensuring that we're protecting vulnerable people at the same time.
Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Chair. So Minister, what evidence is there that 3 ads per hour will stop the normalisation of gambling amongst Australian children?
Minister.
Thanks for that. Thanks, Senator Pocock. Well, as I've said, we think that this gets the balance right in terms of ensuring that we have ensure that there's less ads that will be available. The frequency cap works alongside other restrictions like the sport restrictions and the ban on children programming, the ban on radio advertising during school drop-off times as well. So I think if you look at the range of measures that we've done, there has been a focus on ensuring that there will be less ads that will come into contact with young people.
Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, I think many people take offence when the government just makes stuff up. There is no evidence that 3 ads per hour will stop the normalisation of gambling amongst young people. So that is not somehow getting the balance right. That's just the government saying that we're aiming to do that, but we have no evidence to do that. And in fact, Professor Samantha Thomas and her colleagues from Deakin University submitted to the inquiry that there is zero evidence of which they are aware that supports 3 ads per hour as a safe or proportionate number of ads for children. We wouldn't allow 3 tobacco ads for children. They cite an ABC investigation which found that children 10 to 17 years watch TV in far greater numbers during evening prime time compared to the morning or afternoon slots. So children are likely to see quite a few ads before 8:30 p.m. and then directly afterwards when they are still up. And in relation to Friday night footy, which I know is a concern for a lot of parents, they love watching Friday night footy. They hate these damn ads, and they expected that they'd have a government that would actually listen to them and get rid of them. There is published peer-reviewed evidence which shows children will stay up after 8:30 p.m. to watch an entire game. So, Minister, on what basis did your government make this decision that children go to bed or stop watching TV at 8:30 p.m? And how can you seriously be telling us that this is somehow getting the balance right if there is no evidence to back you up on that?
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. Well, the overall goal was to reduce advertising, and that's what this bill does, Senator Pocock. So it does it across, as I mentioned before, a whole range of areas, including TV, including advertising, including in radio as well, so including in live sport. So there'd be no ads, for instance, during in-play on Friday night football. There'll also be a ban on advertising on jerseys and also on the naming of stadiums at the same time. So I think when you look at the whole of package, it does deliver on that aim of ensuring that we are reducing the number of advertising, and that is exactly what the bill does.
Senator Pocock.
Thanks, Chair.
Sorry.
But, Minister, you just told me that your aim was also to stop the normalisation of gambling amongst young people. So is your aim just to reduce the number of ads on television, or is it to stop the normalisation of gambling amongst young Australians? Maybe you can just talk us through what your aims are with this legislation, because every time we raise something you just say, well, that's also an aim, but then you keep coming back to this thing about just reducing the number of ads, which there's no evidence to suggest that that'll actually work.
Minister.
Thanks very much. Thanks, Senator Pocock. So I'm happy to talk you through what the government wants to achieve through these through these bits of legislation. So, as I've mentioned repeatedly, that this is the strongest ever action that any government has taken in regards to tackling the harms of gambling. As part of our extensive consultation, we've listened to a range of views across the community, and we've also ensured that we are taking action to do that. So I've mentioned what we've done in regards to inducements and the work that's been happening there. I've also mentioned in regards to the amendments that we're doing in regards to identifying those and identify and protect those potentially vulnerable customers. On advertisements, there is an expectation that what you see on TV should match the experience online. To meet this, we'll ensure the current protections through the Commercial Television Industry Code of Practice into law and extend them to online streaming services. This means restrictions on gambling ads online will match those for broadcast, with the cap now starting at 5 a.m. The rules that are in place for advertising during children's shows will also be enshrined in law. This was always the intention of the bill, but it is now in black and white in the legislation, and we'll also extend the blackout of gambling ads before live sport from 5 to 15 minutes. For services subject to the triple lock system, the opt-out choice must be displayed prominently so people can make an informed choice. We are providing further choice for Australians by ensuring that the wagering opt-out register, a one-stop shop where people can choose not to see gambling ads and have it applied across their online services. So these reforms are delivering real action to protect Australians from gambling harm. The amendments make the reforms stronger, where Australians need protection most, while ensuring that new rules are practical, enforceable and delivering. So I think overall, and to sum up, we're protecting children from the harms of gambling, we're reducing the saturation of targeting of wagering and advertising, and making those who profit from gambling pay for the protections to help keep people safe.
Senator Pocock.
Thanks, Minister. It doesn't seem like the government's very clear about the aims. Well, we hear these talking points that you read out, but it doesn't seem like there's much of an aim there. So maybe I'll read out what Minister Wells said the aims of these reforms were in her press release. The bill delivers on the Albanese's commitment to break the connection between gambling and sport, minimising children's exposure to wagering advertising and stopping the saturation of wagering ads on radio, TV and online. I was interested if you could tell the Senate how this bill breaks the connection between gambling and sport, where we will see gambling ads on sport after 8:30 p.m. and we'll see gambling ads during sport, during replays. We'll see gambling ads during sport if Australian teams are playing in World Cups overnight and potentially millions of Australians are waking up to cheer on their favourite team. The NRL and AFL will continue to receive commissions on bets placed on those sports. How does this reform break the connection between gambling and sport? That's a huge claim.
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Senator Pocock, for the question. And I think there's a number of key areas about where this applies. Obviously, is the ban 15 minutes before live sport and then during live play. So that was substantial and will make a significant difference. There's also the ban on advertising on jerseys and also the ban on the naming of stadiums at the same time. So across those range of areas of live sport, also on jerseys and also in regards to stadium naming rights, there's three key ways where we're breaking that connection between sport.
Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, this sounds a lot less like a break and more like a hairline fracture with sport, where we'll get rid of some of the links, but we're still going to flood you with ads after 8:30 p.m. during sport. If you're watching a replay, unlucky for you, you're going to see gambling ads. If you're waking up at midnight to watch the Socceroos or the Matildas or a Rugby World Cup, you're going to see gambling ads. How can you seriously claim that you're breaking the link between gambling and sport when you have a patchy ban that Peter Murphy warned would not work?
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Senator Pocock. Well, I disagree with your assessment of the reforms. I think they are meaningful. They will make a difference. they'll obviously be impactful on the sporting codes as a result. And I think that's the evidence of how significant it is in terms of the impact it will have on them when it comes to their sponsorships, when it comes to naming rights, and also when it comes to the fact that they will not be able to advertise during live sporting games.
Okay, any other senators with questions? Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you. Just back on the area of inducements, could the minister please explain what indicators will be used to create a red flag?
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Senator Hanson-Young. All I can do is reiterate the points I made before, is that the government will set the indicators for red flag, not the gambling companies. The risk indicators will be evidence-based and will take the appropriate time to settle them via legislative instrument. And we think it is important that we do hold the gambling companies to account on these matters.
I'll just come to Senator Hanson-Young and then I'll come to you, Senator Henderson. Senator Hanson-Young.
Minister, so we are to understand that your government is acting on one part of inducements, but you can't give us the details of who actually, of what those indicators are, i.e. who cannot be hassled, cannot be groomed, cannot be preyed upon by the gambling industry. You haven't decided that yet. You haven't worked that out yet. I mean, is it going to be based on age? Is it going to be based on whether someone's prefrontal cortex is fully developed yet? Is it going to be based on their income, their disposable income? Is it going to be based on whether they have a house or whether they're a renter? Do they have a mortgage? Is it going to be based on whether they have children and dependents? Is it going to be based on whether they even have a job? Surely the government must have some idea who they believe should not be preyed upon and groomed by the gambling industry. Because if you can't give us an idea of who you think should be protected, then it really begs the question, is anyone going to be?
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Senator Hanson-Young. So to provide a bit more of an example that might be helpful, Senator Hanson-Young, as that is being prepared, escalating wagering expenditure, the number of deposits into a licensed interactive wagering service account within a session, wagering at unusual hours, failed or declined deposits into a licensed interactive wagering service account, removal or relaxation of gambling minimisation measures, any other indicators determined that would be made as part of the instrument. So that's to give you some examples of what would be looked at. Oh, that is in the bill, sorry. That is actually in the bill, sorry, Senator Hanson-Young.
All right. Look, I'm mindful of the times we're under. I would like to rotate the call around, if that's okay. Did you... Okay, one follow-up, and I will then come to Senator Henderson. So, Senator Hanson-Young, I'll come to you now, and then I'll come to Senator Henderson.
All of those indicators, Minister, are all indicators that somebody is already addicted, that the gambling companies have already got to them, that they have already been groomed, they have already been preyed upon, that life is not good. What an absolute failure. So the gambling companies can groom and prey on young men, on young women, on people who can't afford to be gambling their weekly earnings. And the only indicators that they should be flagged for not being induced, coached in, groomed any further, are those that are already have already been preyed upon, that are already addicted. It fundamentally misunderstands the business model of the gambling companies. They use inducements to groom gamblers to make them into addicts. But once they're addicts, oh, well, maybe they might get a red flag. It beggars belief that the government tonight is asking the Australian people to believe that this gambling bill and these measures are worthy of any sort of praise. No wonder the late Peter Murphy's own husband has called it for what it is. Falls well short of anything that's required.
Minister?
Thanks, Senator Hanson-Young. And the list I read out before is some of the specifics that are contained in the bill itself. Further indicators will be made by the Minister following consultation, so it's not an exhaustive list.
Senator Henderson.
Thank you very much, Chair. Look, Senator Hanson-Young is right to raise serious concerns about the predatory inducements used by wagering companies. Because up until the provisions that are now in this bill, there were no laws at all which stopped this insidious, revolting, disgusting behaviour. And it is repulsive what some of the wagering companies have been doing. Chasing massive losses incurred by those who are addicted to gambling, watching patterns of behaviour and targeting those people. And I have heard cases even where people were red flagged, they were still being targeted. They were still being targeted. However, with the amendments brought forward by the coalition, agreed by the government, for the very first time, Senator Hanson-Young, these practices are and will be, assuming this bill is passed, will be unlawful. And I do reject the way that you're characterising the provisions that have been passed in the other place. Because what's important to understand is the first obligation when it comes to red flagging individuals at risk of gambling harm is that a licensed interactive wagering service provider must monitor the customer activity of individuals who use the licensed interactive wagering service to identify individuals that may reasonably be considered to be at risk of gambling-related harm. Now, that is a positive obligation.
Order, senators.
And you raise the issue of trust. And you have got a good basis, Senator Hanson-Young, and I'll take the interjection, to raise the issue of trust. There is now civil penalties which will apply, 1,000 penalty units, if there is a breach of that obligation. $364,000 on an individual and $1.82 million for a corporation. So the failure to monitor customer activity of individuals considered to be at risk of gambling-related harm will, for the first time, be a breach of the law and give rise to a very, very significant fine if that provision is breached. And as the Minister has indicated, there is an unlimited number of bases on which the gambling companies must identify whether a customer is at risk. Because I agree. I mean, even if someone is red flagged, we know of many cases where wagering companies have dodged this obligation and impose more harm on these people who are gambling and who cannot stop. And so apart from a number of indicators, including wagering expenditure. You know, someone betting at 3 in the morning, that should raise alarm bells. Someone betting very frequently, someone making frequent deposits into their account where there's been failed or declined deposits, where there's been a removal or relaxation of gambling minimisation measures. They are indicators that someone is at risk, but that's not a conclusive list, and that's why it is important that the minister, by way of a legislative instrument, has the ability to add to that list, to add further indicators for the purposes of ensuring that the gambling companies are doing everything to red flag and identify those at risk of harm. And so when we hear the stories about wagering companies talking about frameworks and how they've got all these processes in place, the coalition doesn't trust them either. And that's why these predatory inducements, if this bill is passed, will be unlawful. There are very, very significant fines that now will be applied.
Order,
will now be applied if the breach has occurred. And I also just want to raise concerns in relation to Senator Hanson-Young's the way that she has reflected on the wagering advertising opt-out register, because what's very important about the opt-out register, Senator Hanson-Young, through you, Chair, is that this is giving Australians choice.
Senator Henderson, I think I have a point of order before the chair, if you wouldn't mind taking your seat. Senator Hanson-Young, do you have a point of order?
Just on a point of order, Chair. I'm actually quite enjoying Senator Henderson's answers to questions, but I am wondering whether she's sitting on the wrong side of the chamber.
What is your point of order, Senator Hanson-Young? Clearly there was not a point of order. Senator Henderson?
Well, can I tell you, Senator Hanson-Young, through you, Chair, that this bill was deficient, and for the first time, if this bill is passed, the predatory inducements, the preying of gamblers at risk that we have seen over and over again by wagering companies in this country will be unlawful. And we've been very vocal, including through the Senate inquiry, about the fact that this bill, as the government presented to the Parliament, was not good enough. But I am proud, and I am proud that we jointly work together in relation to supporting a Senate inquiry to shine a light on what is going on. So credit where credit is due, frankly, Senator Hanson-Young. This is a very significant step forward in holding wagering companies to account. But I do want to just quickly reflect on the concerns you've raised about the wagering advertising opt-out register, because this is a very important initiative to give Australians choice. They don't have to use it. They don't have to sign up to the register. If they don't want to see wagering ads online, whether it be on Instagram, whether it be, and of course they need to comply and log in and be an adult, but whether it's Instagram, whether it's news.com.au, whatever the online platform is, they can go to that individual online platform and opt out individually. They don't have to use the register. But if Australians want one place to go, a one-stop shop to ensure that they never see a wagering ad in this country online again, they just need to sign up once. And again, an online content service provider that provides an online content service, wagering advertising content to an individual who is on the register, if they contravene that particular obligation, there will be very significant penalties to a maximum of $364,000 for an individual and $1.82 million for a corporation. So Australians have a choice. They can either do it through the individual platforms or they can go to the register. And for families or individuals, Australians who do not want to see gambling ads in this country online, this initiative, brought forward by the Coalition, agreed by the government, is a very important choice for Australians to make. And I am disappointed with the way that this has been demonised. The government, of course, it was a former Coalition government which legislated BetStop, which is a very important initiative. And in the same way, if they can do it for BetStop, they can do it for AdStop. Because we were not happy with the fact that there was the burden imposed on Australians of having to dig down a tunnel every time they wanted to opt out. Because there's also now an amendment passed by the Parliament in the House, in the other place, that the opt-out option must be prominent. But this gives Australians a choice. This is a very important initiative, and I would ask you to be a bit more gracious, Senator Hanson-Young, in relation to the important way that this register can give Australians the ability to click once, to go to the register, and to never again see another wagering ad online.
Thank you, Senator. Now, hello, Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Chair. And Minister, or Minister Henderson, maybe the question to you. And yes, credit where credit's due. I've got a question about this flagging of customers with risk indicators, Minister. Isn't it the case right now that wagering companies under the Northern Territory rules, where all these companies are registered, are already supposed to manage flagged customers with risk indicators?
Minister.
Thanks, Senator Pocock. I just wanted to table a correction to the revised explanatory memorandum relating to the Interactive Gambling Amendment Bill 2026. Thanks.
Okay.
Thanks, Senator Pocock. They'd be better put to the Northern Territory Government.
Senator Pocock.
Well, bit of a concern that you don't even know that, Minister. Maybe I'll answer for you. Yes, they are. Under the NT rules, these wagering companies have an obligation to actually flag customers with risk indicators. And I'm interested why you now want ACMA to oversee that if it's already happening. And given you haven't put up a national regulator as recommended by the Murphy report, are you happy with the regulation happening in the NT?
Minister.
Thanks very much. Chair. Thanks, Senator Pocock, for the question. So this will be a new system at the Commonwealth level that will ensure consistency for gambling companies. We believe it is important reform and that it will make a difference, which is why we are happy to support it and bring it forward.
Senator Pocock.
Thanks, Chair. Minister, it almost sounds like you're making the case for a national regulator here. And after all the evidence that the Murphy inquiry heard, that's why they recommended one. Will the gambling industry have any input into the development of your risk indicators?
Minister.
Thanks very much, Senator Pocock. I mentioned that I talked through what was in the bill and that the Minister, by legislative instrument, may determine indicators for other purposes. And that there would be ongoing consultation with that. I would expect that the gambling companies would be part of that consultation. We make no apologies for wanting to be tough on them and ensure that they're being held to account as part of this legislative reform.
Senator Pocock.
Well, Minister, why would you allow the gambling companies to help develop the risk indicators? Surely you're going to the experts. You just said that you're sure that they probably would be involved
order,
in
senators, please,
consultation.
Order, senators. Please make sure you go through the chair in terms of your remarks.
So the government's going to develop risk indicators to flag customers, and they're going to talk to the industry, which currently is meant to be flagging customers with risk indicators, but just isn't doing it because they don't have to, because we have a useless, ineffective, under-resourced, no full-time staff regulator in the NT. And the Albanese government thinks this is just cool and normal. Of course you get the gambling companies to come up with risk indicators, because they're the experts. They're the experts in gambling harm. They're the ones who have been denying and then delaying and then influencing our Prime Minister Albanese, and I'm keen to get to some of the questions about where he's getting information in a bit. But consultation means that they have a seat at the table. It means that you are literally developing risk indicators with the very industry that you're trying to protect those people from. Minister, how are we meant to accept that you're serious about this if this is what you're telling us you're going to do with risk indicators?
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Senator Pocock. And what is absolutely of no doubt is that this law strengthens the role that ACMA can play, which is the appropriate regulator at the national level. Of course, the gambling companies have the data, are the ones that have the data, so of course we would want to talk to them about what data they have. So yes, as I said before, we would consult with them about how this is implemented and to ensure that it does work effectively. As I've said repeatedly, we make no apologies for wanting to hold the gambling companies to account on this. It is a tough new provision, one that we believe will be impactful and will make a difference.
Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Minister. On a number of occasions, the Prime Minister has been quoted as saying that if we implement the Murphy report in full, then we would see more people betting with illegal offshore operators, a claim that has only ever been made by the gambling industry. I'll read you a quick part of a transcript so you've got some context. Sabra Lane said a full ban is what Labor MP Peter Murphy pushed for. She died last year. She headed up an inquiry into gambling. The committee handed down a bipartisan report finding that gambling is a health hazard, insidious and needed to be banned. Why won't the government honour her legacy with a full ban? Prime Minister. Well, what we're doing is make sure that we get these reforms right. There is such a thing as the internet. There is offshore gambling as well, which is therefore difficult to regulate and has implications across a range of areas as well. Minister, what evidence has the Prime Minister been relying on to make such claims?
Minister.
Thanks very much, Chair. Thanks, Senator Pocock, for the question. And I think when you look at the history of these matters and how impactful that they've been, and it's always hard to respond to a question like that when you haven't seen the transcript and seen the context of the interview, which is important, often important in these matters. But we know that there has been a level of offshore gambling and that when that happens, that no Australian benefits from that. In fact, illegal gambling companies, there's no taxation, there's no regulation, punters may not even get their money back. So this bill is tough on illegal gambling. We make no apologies for that. We think it is something that is a threat to the Australian industry.
Senator Pocock.
But Minister, you surely concede that Australians are concerned where they hear the Prime Minister essentially parroting industry talking points, and there is no researcher in the country that can point to research that can justify that. And then we hear on Radio National, who provide a great service in this country, an interview with the founder of Paddy Power, Stuart Kenny. And when he was asked about this argument that the Prime Minister and Responsible Wagering Australia have been putting forward that has been absolutely panned by researchers, he said, and I'll quote because I think it's worth getting into Hansard, I used that argument all the time when I was lobbying. I was the main lobbyist in Ireland. I knew all the politicians. That was the first line I always used. As an industry, we've been using that argument for 20, 30, 40 years. But look at Spain. They put a blanket ban and there was virtually no pickup in the illegal offshore market. This is a load of baloney. I used to use it all the time. Minister, is the government misleading the Australian people with a load of baloney and giving us talking points that really aren't backed up by any evidence?
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. And no, I don't believe that's the case, Senator Pocock. And it's always very difficult to respond to questions like that when you haven't seen the transcripts and the words and the context of which those claims have been made. But illegal onshore gambling is a serious concern. That's why this bill strengthens ACMA's powers to disrupt illegal operators and block access to unlawful services. Australians should not be denied important consumer protection simply because illegal operators ignore Australian law. This bill strengthens protections in the regulated market while also making it harder for illegal operators to target Australians at the same time. So we obviously believe, as part of this important reforms, that targeting illegal offshore companies is an important part of that, and I do believe it is of concern to many Australians as well.
Senator Pocock.
Thanks, Chair. But Minister, targeting illegal offshore gambling, which is illegal and should be targeted, is very different to the Prime Minister of this country getting up and saying, if we stop gambling ads, if we stop your kids seeing gambling ads, people are going to go to illegal offshore operators. There's just no evidence for that. And so the Albanese government is just parroting the line from industry. And for extra measure, because we heard this during the Senate inquiry, obviously, from the gambling companies, I asked Curtin University to fact-check the illegal offshore gambling claims made by Responsible Wagering Australia and passed on to the Australian people on our national broadcaster by the Prime Minister. And here's what they said. None of the witnesses disclosed that the H2 gambling capital research was commissioned by Responsible Wagering Australia itself. The central argument of the industry case was presented to the committee as independent market monitoring, when it was actually research paid for by the industry peak body with no methodology before the inquiry. The French and Polish studies relied on in RWA's submission concern illegal online casino markets, a product class already prohibited in Australia. In one case, in a country that prohibits online casino entirely, and the UN figure is a global estimate of illegal betting that says nothing about the marginal effect of Australian advertising settings. On H2's own timeline, the offshore market doubled between 2019 and 2024, a period of saturation advertising in Australia. Peak gambling ads. Like, if Aussies think back to 2019 to 2024, like that is where gambling ads hit the roof. That's where I think Aussies just had a gutful. We were seeing them everywhere. And it was during that time that, according to this research, it doubled. I'll go back and quote, advertising is demonstrably not what contains the offshore market. Enforcement is. And so sure, crack down, enforce them. But this comes to the denial then delay that we've seen from the Albanese government and ultimately landing on what experts say, and I think what the community says and what a handful of senators will say is ineffective reforms. I understand that most in the major parties think that this is a great thing for the country, but I'm just wondering if you can put on the record whether it is still the government's view, the Prime Minister's view, that implementing the Murphy report would cause people to shift to the illegal offshore market.
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Senator Pocock. And what I can do is guarantee that I think the best part of this bill is that we're doing both of these tasks in terms of restricting wagering advertising in Australia, which is important and something that a lot of people identified as wanting to happen, but we're also cracking down on illegal gambling services as well, offshore illegal gambling services. So I think that is something where we are taking both issues head on when it comes to advertising and restricting the nature of advertising, the number of advertising that we'd see in Australia, but also cracking down on illegal gambling services at the same time.
Okay, now, hello, Senator Pocock again.
Minister, I just wanted to follow up because, part of the strategy, it seems, from the gambling lobby was post-Murphy to obviously lobby very hard, but then to really lean on sports and free-to-air TV and say that rather than protecting Australians, we need to get the balance right. And part of the strategy, it seemed, was saying, don't look at us, look over there. Look at pokies, look at lotto, look at all these other things. Don't worry about us, we're a small part of the market, and not to be regulated first. Like the real harm is happening over there. And I was very troubled, I know many others were troubled when they heard the Prime Minister say in the House in 2024, and I'll quote him, we know when we look at where the harmful gambling comes from that almost 70% of that harmful gambling is actually poker machines. More than or around 15% off the top of my head. It's about that figure. It comes from lotteries and lotto and those tickets as well. And when the Senate asked where these mystery statistics came from, the Deputy Prime Minister, who was acting Prime Minister at the time, said, and I'll quote, the Prime Minister was relying on a recollection of published material. I asked every researcher that my office could contact and said, like, where does this come from? Can you find it? No one could find it, but it sounds suspiciously similar to comments attributed to Mr. V'landys in the Sydney Morning Herald, which read, V'landys argued that independent statistics show that out of 100 people who sought help from a problem gambling hotline, 70 were due to poker machines, 15 due to lotteries, 8 due to racing, 4 due to sport, and 3 due to casinos. Apparently, when the ABC contacted the NRL to find out where these stats came from, the NRL refused to respond, just as they refused to respond to questions on those from the Senate, and they refused to turn up to the Senate inquiry. Now that a couple of years have passed since these remarks, do you or any of the officials know if there's any more clarity about where the PM got those figures?
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Senator Pocock. No, I'm unable to help you on that, Senator Pocock, but I do know that the legislation before us tonight will be really important, and I think that there's a lot of Australians out there that are keen to see this legislation passed because it will make a difference in terms of the impact that it will have for Australians who are sick of seeing the proliferation of gambling ads that we have seen over recent years. As I've mentioned consistently, we believe that this bill gets that balance right in terms of what we're trying to achieve, and we urge the Senate to pass it.
Senator Pocock.
Thanks, Chair. So, Minister, just for the record, are lotteries more harmful than wagering products?
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. So I might be able to provide some helpful information, Senator Pocock. My understanding is that part of that those numbers are based on a Queensland Government Statisticians Office report from Queensland Treasury around gambling numbers. The share of gambling numbers is based off that. So I presume from that it would be based off Queensland numbers or nationwide numbers is what I'm advised.
Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Chair. Please could you table that for the Senate?
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. I'll see if we can find access to it and provide it.
Okay. Now, Senators, the question before the Chair. Oh, Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you. I'd just like to ask the Minister whether how the gambling ads currently on the AFL website will be blocked.
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. My understanding, Senator Hanson-Young, is they'd be required to be triple locked.
Senator Hanson-Young.
So, so right now, if you go onto the AFL website, right at the top of the banner, is the odds, sports bet. It's there for everyone to see. What will the AFL now have to do under these rules? What is it that the AFL website will require customers or anyone going to their website to do?
Minister.
Thanks. For someone who was accessing the website, they would have to be Thanks. If they wanted to see gambling ads, they'd have to be age assured. Just let me finish. They'd have to be age assured, registered, and not opted out to see gambling ads.
Okay, Senator Hanson-Young.
What I'm asking is how will the AFL website change, or what will change under this legislation? And right now, anyone of any age from anywhere in the country, you log on to the AFL website and there's gambling ads there.
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. My understanding is that the AFL website would have to provide the option of the triple lock system for all users.
Senator Hanson-Young.
So, at the moment, you can access the AFL website to work out what the ladder looks like, what the lineup's going to be. You don't have to log in. You don't have to have an account with the AFL. It's a publicly available website. Are you suggesting that every sports fan in the country, young or old, child or teenager or adult, are now going to have to create an account and log in order to see the details of their favourite team's next game?
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Senator Hanson-Young. My understanding is that if the AFL wanted to show wagering advertising, they would have to offer a triple lock system. If they cannot offer a triple lock system, they cannot show wagering ads. Under these reforms, I believe that's a good thing.
Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you. So, in order to have the triple lock, people are going to there has to be an account. So, just making it, I just want to be really clear. The AFL will not be able to have any gambling ads on their website as it is today.
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Senator Hanson-Young. Unless they offered a triple lock. Yeah.
Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you. I'd like to ask about how all of this is going to be monitored and the auditing process of all of these various new laws. Does the government believe that the NT Gambling Commission is a viable option for keeping watch of what gambling companies around the country are doing?
Minister.
Thanks. I'll leave commentary on the Northern Territory regulator to the Northern Territory government, but ACMA will monitor and enforce these laws. The laws also give ACMA the capacity to raise revenue from the gambling companies, which can be used to resource the enforcement should it be needed.
Senator Hanson-Young.
I know it's an uncomfortable question for the minister, but gambling companies around the country are regulated and registered and have their licences through the NT Commission because it's the only one in the country. We've called for a national regulator. Peter Murphy called for a national regulator. Your government has said no. All of the experts said we need a national regulator. You've said no. So the reason these companies, these gambling companies, get to trade and exist is because they are registered and regulated via the NT. I would like to know whether the Albanese government believes the NT Commission is sufficient.
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Senator. I can only reiterate what I said before. We're talking about Commonwealth law. We're in the federal parliament. We do believe that this strengthens the hand of ACMA as the body responsible for these laws federally. We've got the power to regulate that in line with our constitutional power, and the laws empower ACMA, who can impose additional requirements when they do. So we believe that this will be significant. It will give ACMA power to do more, and we also think that it's important that the gambling companies are the ones who are paying to help ensure that ACMA can do this regulatory job effectively.
Senator Hanson-Young.
So just, I might try and help the minister out here. ACMA's job, under your laws that you're putting through today, is to oversee the advertising, the communications element. But ACMA is not the body that gives the registration to the gambling company. So ACMA can have a whole list of fines. I doubt they will, by the way. They can't seem to fine anyone. But if, let's just say, they do find Sportsbet in breach of the law and they fine them, they can't do anything to restrict their licence. Maybe they fine them 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times. They can't shut the gambling company down. They've got no power to regulate what the gambling company actually does. That is all left to the NT Commission. I want to know whether the government thinks the NT Commission is sufficient for holding the gambling companies to account. It's got nothing to do with ACMA.
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Senator Hanson-Young. And I'll leave commentary on the Northern Territory Commission to the Northern Territory Parliament, as they're the ones responsible for its administration. But what I can say is that this bill provides ACMA with the full suite of enforcement tools for each offence under the legislation. This gives ACMA the flexibility in its regulatory posture in light of the breadth of organisation captured by these measures, and we believe they will have the power to take action that will be meaningful and will ensure that the corporations are held to account, including up to fines of up to $1.82 million for corporations per contravention.
Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you. ACMA has no power to strip a gambling company of their licence. Is that true, Minister, or not?
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, that is my understanding, is that they are licensed by states and territories, but I would reiterate the strong provisions under the bill in terms of the opportunity for ACMA to provide the full suite of enforcement tools, including that fine that I mentioned before of $1.82 million for corporations per contravention. So we make no apologies for wanting to be tough on the gambling companies and holding them to account as part of this legislation.
Senator Hanson-Young.
So the government is setting up a regime where they're asking the parliament to pass a law. They're telling the Australian people this is the toughest laws ever on gambling, and yet the Commonwealth has no power over the licence of the gambling company. I mean, what on earth happens when these gambling companies continue to contravene and break the law? You have riddled yourselves useless, impotent. Why hasn't the government moved on the recommendation for a national regulator? Why has the government refused to give itself the power to hold the gambling companies to account and to be able to remove their licences?
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Senator Hanson-Young. And we obviously have a different approach as part of this bill, but we believe it will be incredibly effective in terms of holding these betting companies to account. We've talked about the power that we have to impose heavy penalties that is set out in this bill, that I've talked about the potential fines for $1.82 million for corporations per contravention. So we do believe that this does set out and give ACMA the powers to hold those companies to account, obviously recognising that they're licensed in the states and territories.
Senator Hanson-Young.
So I just want to be clear here. This is as if the government, this is what the government is setting themselves up for. To promise the Australian people that you'll put in place new laws to restrict the actions of the gambling company, but if the gambling company does not obey those laws, there's nothing you can do about it. This is like fining people for speeding day after day after day, drink driving, speeding, or they might even crash and kill somebody, and you've got no power to put them in jail. This government's bill is it is useless. It is useless. And you want us to believe that fining these gambling companies a couple of $1 million when they breach some advertising law, while they're banking $104 billion made off the losses of Australians. You know how much money the gambling industry spends on advertising? $600 million a year. And you think a little slap on the wrist of a $1.5 million fine is going to be the boogeyman in the corner holding them to account? It just beggars belief that the government thinks that the Parliament should take you seriously. It is quite clear that this entire piece of legislation is designed to look like you're doing something while doing nothing. It is riddled with holes, loopholes, carve-outs. It is designed to fail. There is a reason that the gambling industry is happy for it to pass. Because it's not going to change the dial one iota.
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. And you're completely wrong, Senator Hanson-Young. And I've listened for a couple of hours now to your commentary on this matter, dripping in cynicism the whole time, full of innuendo about the motivations of a government trying to do the right thing in this matter. But we absolutely stand by these laws that are before the Parliament now as ones that will work and make a meaningful difference to the Australian people. We know that for a lot of years there's been a lot of Australians who want to see action. They don't want to see the proliferation of ads on TV that we've seen from the gambling industry. This deals with that. They don't want to see children impacted by these ads at the same time. So we've reduced the risk that will go before children at the same time. So you can add all the cynicism that you want, but this is an important bit of reform that will make a meaningful difference for many Australians, and it does hold the gambling companies to account at the same time. So we absolutely stand by these laws. We know that they will make a meaningful difference. We've done the hard work of ensuring that we get the details right, so that we get the balance right between having an impact and reducing that harm and those people that are going to be impacted, but ensuring that the industry can continue at the same time. We think that's important. We think we've got that, and we've also got the ability for ACMA to ensure that they can enforce these provisions, have a strong hand in terms of determining fines that help hold those gambling companies to account.
Senator Hanson-Young.
Why hasn't the Minister for Communications stood up and done a press conference since this dog's breakfast of a deal was done?
Minister.
Thanks, Chair, and I'm sure the Minister's been very busy focused on getting this legislation through the Parliament. I also believe the news bargaining legislation is before the Reps and hopefully here before the Senate tomorrow as well. So Minister Wells has a big agenda when it comes to this portfolio, and I'm sure at the appropriate time we'll be happy to do media.
Senator Hanson-Young.
Why has no one from the government stood up and taken questions outside this particular sector? You are the only person. You are the only minister who's had to take any questions on this dog's breakfast since it was announced. Says everything, doesn't it?
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks for the high praise, Senator Hanson-Young.
No further speakers? We have before us on sheet 1 to 9. Oh, Senator Hanson-Young, I'm sorry.
That's okay. I was just giving some of my colleagues an opportunity to speak if they wished. I'd like to ask the government, do they believe that the public broadcasters should be able to show gambling ads?
Minister. Minister, you have the call.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Senator Hanson-Young. My understanding is that the ABC does not show ads of any type, but the SBS does show ads. They operate as they operate on a level playing field with other broadcasters.
Senator Hanson-Young.
Does the government believe that Australian taxpayers should be funding a public broadcaster that advertises a dangerous product like gambling?
Minister, you have the call.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Senator Hanson-Young. What I can say, Senator Hanson-Young, is that it would be appropriate for the SBS to be subject to the same rules as its competitors, and in terms of the reforms that apply to broadcasters, that would be the case.
Yes. Senator McLaughlin, you have the call.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. This is not a question directed to the Minister, it's just a reflection on the debate at committee at this point in time. I know my calls to oppose this bill will fall on deaf ears because the die is cast, but I just think it's a lost opportunity, and I'm not convinced in any way by the argument that something is better than nothing. This is, as I said, a real lost opportunity to regulate. And I ask senators to reflect, why does the industry need the ability to have incentives? Why does the industry need to advertise? It's because its business model is predatory and is designed to facilitate addiction, which is why I'm voting against it. I don't think this bill seeks to regulate, I think it seeks to facilitate. This industry is founded on the darkest practices known to corporate Australia. And tonight, you either stand with the faith-based organisations that live and work in the community based on compassion and love, or are you with the faceless board members that are counting their cash flows and their investor returns? That's, for me, the simpler choice this evening, the moral choice. And when I vote at the third reading, I'll have one thing in my mind: the children of Australia.
Senator Scarr.
Thank you very much. Minister, can you explain the logic to me of the first 25 minutes of State of Origin, with kick-off at 8:05 p.m, being covered by gambling advertisement restrictions, but those restrictions being lifted for the subsequent 55 minutes of the match and half-time?
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Senator Scarr, for the question. I don't know if you were there when Senator Pocock went to some of these matters around free TV or broadcast TV issues, but I would point out that obviously during live sport, the changes would be that there would be no advertising during live sport, so that is a significant change that we think will be impactful. I mentioned the 8:30 time slot because that is when, I'm just trying to recall my notes on that, that is when the OzTem data says that the number of children decline. I understand the point you're making about State of Origin, where obviously being a Queenslander, a lot of people across the states are staying up and watching that, but we do believe that this will see a reduced number of ads as a result across the whole board. That will be impactful and ensure that fewer children are having to come into contact or visualise gambling ads as a result.
Senator Scarr.
Minister, do you accept the proposition that there are going to be hundreds of thousands of Australian children who are going to be exposed to gambling advertisements during State of Origin after 8:30 p.m?
Minister.
Thanks, Senator Scarr. I think the key point with this, Senator Scarr, is that under this legislation, and we've always been very clear about, we think that this is about striking a balance, which that we're doing in this legislation, about ensuring that there will be fewer ads that people see as a result of that. That will no doubt be the case that's delivered as part of this. So anyone watching a sporting game won't see them during live coverage. We think that's important. The 15 minutes either side is also important. So I think you've got to look at the whole package to ensure that there is less access to advertising as a result of these changes.
Senator Scarr.
Thank you, Minister. I have considered the whole package and I've considered it very carefully. And I also note you're not the Minister with responsibility for this portfolio, and I appreciate that you haven't had the carriage of this matter. Minister, you say there won't be any ads during live sport, but the fact is, isn't it, after 8:30 p.m. there will be ads, unlimited ads, during scheduled breaks and non-scheduled breaks of, for example, the State of Origin?
Minister.
Yeah, that's essentially correct, Senator Scarr, but the point I was making before, which is applicable, is that this needs to be seen across the whole package and how it applies across the whole industry. Obviously not on jerseys, not on stadium naming rights. Those other elements are really important, which obviously if you're watching a game currently, you'd see that throughout the whole match. So I think across the whole range of reforms, be it in advertising, be it in restrictions on stadium, be it in restrictions on jerseys, the 15 minutes before a game, there will be less ads as a result of the changes that we're talking about. I think that's important, and I think that'll be welcomed by Australians.
Senator Scarr.
Well, Minister, I think it would be more welcomed by Australians if there were no gambling ads during the State of Origin. That's my strong view. I think it would be welcomed by more Australians if there were no ads during Friday night football, as Senator Pocock referred. Minister, Queensland has secured the Olympic Games in 2032. Swimming finals on after 8:30 p.m. at night? Will there be an opportunity for gambling companies to have unlimited ads during Olympic Games finals held after 8:30 p.m?
Minister, you have the call.
Thanks, Chair. And it's getting a little bit technical, obviously, in terms of how it applies, Senator Scarr. My understanding is that the Olympic Games would be covered as live sport, and obviously it would depend on when the scheduled breaks were as part of that.
Senator Scarr.
So, Minister, assuming that a final is held after 8:30 p.m. in relation to, for example, swimming, and Australians are passionate about swimming, the final is held after 8:30 p.m, is there an opportunity for unlimited gambling ads during scheduled breaks of those finals after 8:30 p.m?
Minister, you have the call.
Thanks. Thanks, Chair. It's getting into the hypothetical territory, obviously, Senator Scarr, but I'm answering the question, if you let me go here, Senator Hanson-Young, and dealing with obviously Olympics and who knows what time these things would be on. But if they were obviously outside the 8:30 time period, there would be no restrictions on the number of ads.
Senator Scarr.
So then it necessarily flows that Australian children who are watching their Olympic champions swim in, for example, swimming finals, it could be any sporting event. We know it extends to any sporting events after 8:30 p.m. They will be exposed during both scheduled breaks and unscheduled breaks to potentially unlimited gambling advertisements. That's correct, isn't it?
Minister, you have the call.
Yeah. Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Senator Scarr. That would be the case, but as I've been reiterating, as we've discussed some of these, you do need to look at these reforms in the overall sense. So they're restricting the number of ads that are on during the day, up 5 a.m. till 8:30. Obviously, the changes that we've made in regards to radio at school drop-off times, the changes that we've made during live sport and the 15 minutes either side, obviously the restrictions on jersey advertising and also stadium naming rights. So I think when you look at these across the whole range of measures that we're taking, they are significant changes. They are going to reduce the exposure, and that's the aim of this bill and that's the aim of the government.
Senator Scarr.
Minister, you refer to the 15 minutes either side of a sporting event, but it's the case, isn't it, that if the sporting event starts after 8:30, then it's irrelevant, because whether or not it's 15 minutes before or 15 minutes after the end, there are no gambling restrictions after 8:30.
Minister, you have the call.
Thanks, Chair, and apologies, Senator Scarr. It is only the 15 minutes before the sporting event, live sporting event, not the 15 minutes after. The other thing I'd point to in terms of these changes is obviously the statutory review that will come into place, so the opportunity to look at these matters and how they've been impactful in 3 years' time.
Senator Scarr.
Thank you. So, Minister, just in relation to the statutory review, why is it that the statutory review is going to take place after 3 years and not, say, after 2 years?
Minister, you have the call.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Senator Scarr. I believe, as just government believed, that 3 years was the appropriate time to get the right amount of data to ensure that we're making informed decisions.
Senator Scarr, you have the call.
How do the provisions in the legislation ensure that any statutory review is entirely independent, that the statutory review will be open to public submissions, that the public submissions will also be made public, and that the people who are appointed to undertake the statutory review have the relevant expertise?
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Senator Scarr. So I can provide a bit of detail on the statutory review in 3 years' time. We will include a statutory review mechanism to assess the operation and effectiveness of the following parts of the bill. Part 7C, restrictions on wagering and advertising. Part 7D, restrictions on inducements. Part 7E, wagering, advertising, opt-out register. As a minister, I'll be required to initiate this is according to Minister Wells, not me, obviously. As Minister, Minister Wells would be required to initiate the review as soon as practical after 3 years from the commencement of the Act. The review process must include public consultation to ensure stakeholder and community input is considered. In terms of who would do with the review, the legislation does not prescribe which entity must conduct the review. The Minister will determine the most appropriate reviewer or review body at the time. This could be the department or an independent reviewer. The Minister is then required to table the report in both Houses of Parliament within 15 days of receiving it.
Senator Scarr.
So, Minister, I just note that you said the reviewer could be the department. So I think this chamber needs to reflect on that. We just have confirmation from the Minister that this statutory review, which is meant to be this wonderful check and balance in relation to the effectiveness of these provisions, could actually be undertaken by someone within the department, an internal review. We don't know who it will be, but presumably they're marking the government's own homework. And given this package that has been delivered up to this chamber, what confidence can we have as a chamber that that statutory review will be sufficiently independent, will be sufficiently rigorous, and will be conducted by people with the relevant expertise? And in this regard, I note the amendment which has been foreshadowed by Senator Pocock, which actually calls upon a panel of reviewers with the relevant expertise in terms of gambling harm, with respect to the marketing devices which are used by the gambling industry, with respect to their impact on children. One of the benefits of the review which has been undertaken in relation to this legislation is we have a pretty good record of all the wonderful experts who have undertaken research in this space over many, many years. But we have no comfort whatsoever from the review mechanism which is being proposed that it will be either A, independent, B, conducted by relevant experts, C, that the public submissions will actually be published so that the public has a right to see what submissions are made, including from the gambling industry. So what comfort can you provide, Minister, that there will be a rigorous, independent statutory review undertaken by appropriate experts? And why would the Minister possibly consider, and I'm not talking about you here, Senator Chisholm, I'm talking about Minister Wells, that a statutory review undertaken by the department would be appropriate?
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Senator Scarr, for the question. I can make it clear that the government's intention that it will be a statutory reviewer. It will not be internal. It would be done by an appropriate external person. And any persons who undertake the review would be required to meet integrity standards, including declaring any conflicts of interest, which would be standard practice.
Senator Scarr.
In relation to the opt-out register, Minister, do you think the opt-out register will be up and running by the time of the statutory review?
Minister, sorry, you have the call.
So we believe the global opt-out register would take about 12 months, but we will have the platforms having to make available the opt-out service from January 1 next year.
Senator Scarr.
So can you just explain to me the difference, and you might need to take advice on this, in relation to the platforms being available from January 1, but it being taking approximately 12 months, and I'm not going to hold you to every month, in relation to 12 months for the register to be operational? What's the distinction that's being made there?
Minister, you have the call.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Senator Scarr. From January 1, if a platform wanted to have gambling advertising, they'd have to have the triple lock option available on their website. It will take us about 12 months to build the opt-out system that we are implementing as part of this.
Senator Pocock.
Thank you.
David.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Minister. I have a few questions left. A couple on the ACMA. Your own impact analysis said that this partial ban that you've gone with will be more expensive and more time-consuming to enforce because it's patchy, and a full gambling ad ban as recommended by the Murphy report would be cheaper to enforce and have more benefit for Australian. The ACMA and department told us that the ACMA would be getting 0 extra staff for ongoing compliance. They may get some for implementation, but then that will fade away from the forward estimates back to 12 staff. 12 staff to oversee everything that you've been telling us that they're going to do. Minister, is it still the case that the ACMA will be getting 0 staff to manage ongoing compliance with the government's patchy ban? And just as a reminder of the need for staffing, this is a regulator that failed to investigate a single breach of BetStop within 12 months and so couldn't fine Entain for 500 breaches of BetStop.
Minister, you have the call.
Thanks very much, Chair. Thanks, Senator Pocock. My understanding is the cost recovery levy will cover ACMA costs for staff, for BetStop inducements and also opt-out requests at the same time. My understanding is that the important point here is that the levy to industry will help us meet that need.
Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Deputy President and Chair. So, Minister, will the cost recovery also cover compliance with the ad ban? Is that what you're saying?
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. That's absorbed.
Senator Pocock.
Absorbed, meaning that there's no additional funding for ACMA and they've just got to do that. And so you are giving ACMA, that is full of hard-working public servants who are struggling to keep up, who had Entain breach BetStop 500 times, they couldn't process that fast enough to fine them, and then the higher-ups at ACMA, who I think have a lot to answer for, decided not to go to the federal court because, I don't know, or why would you go after a betting company that has breached BetStop 500 times? Seems like a lot of effort maybe, I don't know, I think they probably should have. And now you're saying that they'll just absorb the cost of enforcing a patchy ban that your own analysis says is going to cost money to... This just gets better and better. I'd also ask about the penalties. Often hear in this place that when the government is under pressure to do something, they say, well, we'll double the penalties and that'll fix it. But one of the issues with ACMA is that they very seldom actually use these penalties on gambling companies. And so I'm interested what will change if you double the penalties. How will ACMA, given you're not giving them extra staff, actually be able to crack the whip and hold these companies to account?
Minister.
Thanks very much, Chair. We have confidence in ACMA that they'll be able to meet the challenge that is obviously being set for them here. There is obviously the interactive wagering cost recovery bill, which will ensure ACMA has resources that will be recovered from wagering services providers. We've strengthened their powers in these areas and we expect them to make use of them.
Senator Pocock.
Minister, just on inducements, I found this one of the saddest parts of the government's decision around this bill, and you know, I commend Senator Henderson for at least doing something on inducements, but this was something that wasn't even a loss of revenue for the NRL, AFL, for free-to-air, who the gambling companies lent heavily on to ensure that you didn't implement the Murphy report. You could have banned inducements. You could have banned inducements and you probably would have avoided a lot of pain for Australians, and you probably would have prevented suicides. And so I just wanted to read you an email that I received from a person in Victoria recently. It starts off, my partner of 40 years took his life in 2024 by jumping out of our rented 4th floor apartment. He gambled this money away on the phone using apps. Sportsbet, from where he was banned, and I believe he was also able to set up another account with Bluebet. I've not contacted by the betting agencies. However, I do know that they would have offered him inducements and have access to his account as he left a suicide note. They recently contacted him to inform him that an account charge as he hadn't used the betting account for a period of time. I was unaware that he was continuing to gamble online. He took his life in shame, shattering mine, his family's and our friends' lives forever. I understand the government is debating gambling reforms in the current sitting of Parliament, that the government wants the Parliament's assistance in passing these laws. I do not believe they go far enough to save lives. I'm speaking from a very raw experience. I don't believe because of the trauma that a lot of people speak about. Also lost a nephew to suicide due to gambling 10 years ago now. Minister, I have so many of these stories. I assume anyone who's listening does. And you had a blueprint for reform. And Peter Murphy stood up in the other place and said the most urgent thing that the Parliament can and should do is ban inducements. And you know, in some ways, you can actually make a fairly strong case around gambling ad revenue for free-to-air. I have sympathy for free-to-air. I think we, as a Parliament, could have found a mechanism to actually plug that gap, provide them with the transition. But on inducements, it's indefensible. It is totally indefensible what your government has decided to do. Let's go straight to the Murphy report. An industry that encourages losses from people who cannot afford to lose while banning people who win deserves to be called out. While inducement advertising and VIP programs are used by online wagering service providers to attract customers and develop market share, they can also do this by offering fair value and showing that they care for their customers. Imagine that. Imagine that. Just having a good product and good customer service. The committee notes that the inducements and VIP programs are also used to entice individuals to return to betting after a timeout or to continue to bet and lose. There is no doubt that banning inducements and inducement advertising is a key measure for reducing online gambling harm and ensuring that one of the significant incubators of gambling harm, VIP programs, have no place in Australia. Minister, in your amendments with the Coalition, you have online gambling companies offering someone an inducement in the first 2 weeks after they signed up to an account. And then there will also be a ban on offering inducements for 90 days after someone comes off of BetStop. Murphy report said ban these damn inducements. You're admitting that they are harmful and you're saying, well, for the first 2 weeks you can't induce someone. For 90 days after someone comes off BetStop, you can't provide an inducement. If they're so harmful that we can't allow a person with an addiction to receive them when they get off BetStop, why not ban them altogether?
Minister.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Senator Pocock. And I just wanted to start by, I didn't catch the name of the person you were referring to in regards to someone who took their own life in regards to a gambling addiction, and I pass on my condolences to that family and for anyone out there who's listening who's been impacted by that as well, and acknowledge the role that they've played in this reform process over a number of years. At the same time, it has been important and impactful on government and on others as part of this debate, I'm sure. In regards to the changes around inducements, and we've had a number of discussions around this across the chamber. The changes that we have here are significant and meaningful, and they have been based on a number of iterations. Obviously, I've mentioned before about the role the National ALP Conference played in people raising these issues. Senator Henderson has made a contribution as well as this, but there's no doubt that the reforms that we have in here are significant and will make a meaningful difference. So to reiterate what they are, ban direct marketing of inducements on red flag customers, ban direct marketing of inducements for 14 days after opening a new account, ban direct marketing for inducements during a cooling off period for 90 days following BetStop deregistration, and then we go on to other changes that we've made as well as part of this bill. So I understand the point that you're making, Senator Pocock. The government has moved in this area. These will be substantial reforms that are going to make a difference. And as I've been saying consistently, we make no apologies for wanting to hold these gambling companies to account for their behaviour.
Senator David Pocock.
Thank you, Deputy President and Chair. Minister, I just finally wanted to touch on privacy. I know Senator Hanson-Young has done some really good work on this space, and to be honest, I've been really surprised that we haven't heard more from libertarians and others who are concerned about this in the coalition, because I'll just read straight from the Office of the Australian Information Commissioner's submission to the Senate inquiry. The bill would require a new cohort of entities who have not previously had to conduct age checks under other laws or regulations, e.g. social media minimum age, to implement age assurance should they wish to offer online wagering advertising. This includes large online content services such as sports streaming services, broadcasters and news websites. The excessive collection of personal information is of great concern to the Australian community. In particular, the OAIC notes that this bill, the one that's passing tonight, will require online content services to verify your exact age, not to verify whether you are over or under 18, to verify your exact age. And to quote them again, the OAIC recommends that the bill does not refer to age without further clarification, as this introduces a disproportionate privacy risk to individuals by requiring collection of an exact age rather than an under/over 18 threshold. Why are we requiring Australians to give up their precise age and not just to verify whether they're over or under 18? Why are we doing all this so that a predatory industry can continue to advertise to Australians?
Minister.
Thanks very much, Chair. Thanks, Senator Pocock. My understanding is it's just age assurance to ensure whether they're over 18 or not, over or under 18. So that is the justification for how this would be applied.
Senator David Pocock.
Minister, thank you, Chair. Minister, but that's not what the OAIC said. They said that the bill just says age, and that's how you interpret it. Given there is such a massive intrusion into people's lives who just want to be able to watch their streaming service or scroll the news or do whatever they want to do online, why didn't the government consult with the OAIC prior to releasing the bill?
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Senator Pocock. My understanding is that there was consultation with both that and the Attorney General's Department as well.
Senator Scarr.
Thank you, Minister. I'd like to progress a point which Senator Pocock raised in relation to these egregious obligations upon Australian people to share very private information in order to take the benefit of what flows from the opt-out register. Isn't one of the benefits of an opt-in system that people who want to participate need to share their private information, whereas under an opt-out system, you don't want to participate, but you still have to share your personal information?
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. We believe that the opt-out model in the Gambling Reform Bill allows individuals to avoid wagering advertising content if they choose, without imposing a complete prohibition on advertising to adult users. The bill also specifies that the opt-out must be clear, simple and prominent, effective and easily accessible. Online platforms must also display information about the means to opt out in a way that is prominent to individuals using the service. It goes on to talk about how the bill provides ACMA with the powers to issue and hold these providers to account. So that is why we believe that the opt-out model is a better one for the reforms that we're talking to, and believe that that is why we've pursued that in the bill today.
Senator Scarr.
Minister, do you accept the proposition, though, that an opt-in system would mean that there wasn't an absolute prohibition on gambling advertising, but someone would have to positively opt in and choose, make the choice, exercise their freedom of choice to receive the flow of gambling advertisements?
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. All I'd say, Senator Scarr, in response to that is that we believe that this model is a better option, the opt-out model. We believe it allowed individuals to still have that choice that they want to take if they do not want to receive gambling advertising, but believe that any other option would potentially see a complete prohibition on gambling advertising as a result.
Senator Scarr.
Minister, what are the reasons that gambling companies are so wedded to inducements? In the course of framing this legislation and coming up with these checks and balances, which I'll move to shortly, why is it that gambling companies are so wedded to the concept of inducements?
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. Obviously, there are matters that I'd be happy for you to put to the gambling companies themselves, Senator Scarr, but I am aware of the evidence that was provided about the impact that these are having, and it was alarming, and that's why the government have taken the action that we have in regards to inducements. We want to ensure that these laws restrict inducements, and particularly for those people who are most at risk of harm. And that's what we believe that this bill does a good job of. We believe that's important. Obviously, the impact that we saw from the Senate legislative inquiry. I've talked about the influence of the Labor Party National Conference and indeed other members of the Parliament that have put forward suggestions in regards to this matter that we've taken on board.
Senator Scarr.
Why did you make a decision not to prohibit inducements altogether? Why is it impossible for the gambling industry to operate without inducements? You've recognised how invidious inducements are. You've recognised the harm that can be caused by inducements. Why didn't you make a prohibition against inducements?
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Senator Scarr. And I believe that this is where this legislation gets the balance right, is that we've focused on those inducements that would have an impact on those people who are most at risk. For many people who enjoy having a bet on weekend as part of their social life, receiving a bonus bet is something that they enjoy and it doesn't cause them any harm. That's why we think we've got the balance right as part of this legislation.
Senator Scarr.
Minister, you refer to the fact that those who enjoy a bet enjoy receiving a free bet, but on the other hand, are you aware of the extensive research that has been undertaken? Extensive research that's been undertaken that indicates that inducements lead to greater bet frequency, lead to higher bets being made, and in many cases are a catalyst for gambling harm.
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. And I think that's why I'd focus on where this package has been strengthened, and the measures include protection for those consumers at critical points who might be at risk of tipping into that domain of gambling harm that you talk about. So that's why those additional measures that we've seen as part of this, banning inducements for 14 days after signing up with a gambling company, banning inducements on all red flag customers, banning inducements for 3 months after a person deregisters from BetStops, and banning commissions to staff or affiliates based on customer activity as well. So I think it's often the case of, as we've seen with other issues that we've discussed as part of this legislation today, at looking across the range of reforms to see how we've adequately dealt with these matters that impact on those people who are potentially impacted by gambling harm.
Senator Scarr.
Minister, do you accept that if someone's taken advantage of the BetStop service that's available, that almost by definition there's someone who's vulnerable and are at high risk? So what is the justification for someone who's been on the BetStop register, coming off the BetStop register, gambling companies being entitled to offer them inducements after any cooling off period? Aren't they necessarily red flag by definition in terms of them having been on the BetStop register? Isn't it akin to an alcohol company running down the street and giving a bottle of whiskey to a recovered alcoholic after 3 months?
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Senator Scarr. Obviously, and I think what you're alluding to there is the banning of inducements for 3 months after a person deregisters from BetStop. So we believe that is an important part of these reforms that does help protect those people who might be at risk. We also wouldn't want anything that we do as part of this legislation or changes that might discourage someone from registering with BetStop in the first place, and that there's potential around some of these changes that would be impactful on that. So that's why we think that that reform is important.
Senator Scarr.
Right, Minister. Goodness me. What evidence did the government receive to justify what you've just said to us here, that behavioural interpretation in relation to someone who's put themselves on BetStop? What expert advice did you receive that not offering inducements to someone who's been on BetStop would prejudice the rates of people taking advantage of the BetStop service? Who did you get advice from in relation to those matters?
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Senator Scarr. And probably just so I can help provide some clarity, for those persons who were coming off those 3 months, they would still have to reconfirm consent to direct marketing of inducements after that period of time. So it would be up to that individual to say whether they wanted to receive these. I talked through at the start the substantial consultation that was gone on as part of this bill. Obviously, there's been a number of factors that have been influential as part of these discussions as we've come to the final package that is before us in the Senate today. But there has been heavy consultation across industry, those people who advocate for anti-gambling measures, those people who've been impacted by these matters, obviously the Senate Legislation Committee hearing as well. So across a whole range of areas have been impactful in terms of deciding the legislative piece that the government has taken before the Senate tonight.
Senator Scarr.
Well, can I put it to you, Minister? I don't think you've received, I don't think the government has received, and I know this isn't your portfolio, I don't think the government's received any expert evidence in relation to this 3-month cooling off period after BetStop, the 14-day cooling off period after someone opens their account, the two advertisements an hour, or is it 3 advertisements an hour? 3 advertisements an hour. I don't think any expert evidence was received in relation to that, because I don't know of any expert, having read all the submissions, who's opined that any of these measures are going to be efficient or effective to achieve their purpose. So this has been one of the fundamental issues with this whole process. This is a compromise package. It is not informed by evidence. It is not informed by the evidence of the experts who have been studying gambling addiction for decades. And that is what the experts are telling us. And in relation to inducements, inducements are invidious. All of the research indicates that inducements lead to bigger bets, high frequency gambling and greater gambling harm. All of the evidence suggests that, and I commend the members who provided their views with respect to the Murphy report in relation to the importance of banning gambling inducements. And one of the other factors that was raised in that report was especially the impact on young people, especially the impact on young Australians. And we're talking about Australians, well, 600,000 children, the statistics tell us, 600,000 children under 18 are actually engaging in online gambling. It's horrendous. And one of the issues with these inducements, free bets, bonus bets you referred to, is it distorts the cost of gambling in the minds of those young people, and it lures them in and causes huge gambling harm. Now, Minister, you're a decent person. You are a decent person. I've got no doubt about that. And I know you don't have carriage of this matter. But my final question is, what do you say? What do you say to the agencies in Queensland, the not-for-profits, the faith-based organisations like Vincent de Paul, Vinnie's, Salvation Army, Anglicare, who are always there helping Queenslanders in need, in their direst hour, always there to pick the pieces up and do whatever they can, who have given a collective cry from the heart to ban gambling inducements and to ban gambling advertising. What do you say? How do you defend this compromise package to those faith-based organisations?
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Senator Scarr, for that question. And what I'd say to them is that this is the strongest action on gambling reform that any government has ever undertaken in Australia. It is going to make a substantial contribution to minimising gambling harm, minimise the impact on children, and it is going to ensure that we hold the gambling companies to account. So I'm more than happy to engage with those organisations in Queensland. I'm even a member of some of them, Senator Scarr. But we understand that these are important matters. We do believe that the government has worked diligently on these and we've got the balance right in terms of the reforms. They're going to have a meaningful impact on those people who are at risk. We're going to ensure that it does minimise the exposure to young people, but it does ensure that those people who do as part of their life and they do enjoy as part of their social activity to have a bet, they're still able to go and do that, which is important as well. So we do think that the balance is right in terms of these reforms. They are going to make a meaningful difference. We are going to hold the gambling companies to account for poor behaviour, and that is an important thing that I think the Australian people will welcome, and those organisations that you mentioned will welcome as well.
Senator Hanson-Young.
This is a morally corrupt piece of legislation. What we have just heard from the Minister is that the government wants you to believe that just because they say this is strong, that it is. When all of the evidence, all of the expertise, all of the lived experience shows it's not, because it is riddled with loopholes and tricks. This is a piece of legislation that is designed to look like the government has listened, while the entire time facilitating the very business model that drives people to gambling harm and suicide. This Parliament has heard over and over again the pleas from parents, mums and dads and grandparents around the country who have had to bury their sons. We have heard from children who have lost their fathers. This is an industry that grooms and preys on people. Nobody starts out thinking they want to be groomed. Nobody puts their first bet on thinking they are going to be the ones who have to sell their home because they've got no money left in the bank. No one in this country is putting their hand up and saying, please groom me. I'm a gambling addict. No one, I put it to the government, wants to see the damn ads. No one wants to be tricked into spending money they do not have. No one wants to bury their kids because a gambling industry has preyed on them and groomed them. This is a morally corrupt piece of legislation. And the reason the government tonight cannot answer the questions is because they know it is wrong. The reason this legislation is being rammed through the Senate without any of the details, without any of the bureaucrats being able to answer the questions of how this system will work, is because both the Labor Party and the Coalition know it's a farce. This is a stitch-up. It is a three-way deal between the gambling industry, the government and the Leader of the Opposition. No one is buying it. You can pretend all you like. We can hear as many times as you want about how this is the strongest reform. It is not going to move the dial. And you know what Australians are really frustrated about? And when I talk to the parents who've had to bury their sons, the fathers whose houses are now remortgaged over and over again because their kids are suffering from a gambling addiction, they look at the government and they say, but this came from your own side. You have 94 seats in the other place. There was a majority in this chamber, if you wanted to take it, to put in place reform that would actually protect people. But you squibbed it. You're too scared. You're cowards. And I know that, I feel extremely heartbroken for the members on the government side, the Labor benches, who know how bad this is. And you've got to sit there like silent, stunned ducks, pretending that somehow this is great. The fact that the minister has not been able to sell this proves it. You've got people from the Coalition side crossing the floor. Everyone can see what is going on here. You've been captured by the industry. You're scared of what the big sporting codes are going to say. You're worried about what kind of coverage you'll get from the media companies. There is no one in this country more addicted to the gambling industry than the Labor Party. We can see it for what it is. And the terrible thing is when you have someone in your household or a loved one who has an addiction, trying to get through to them is really hard sometimes. The shame shuts them down from even having the conversation. The anxiety, the embarrassment, the shame, the horror. They isolate themselves. They become lonely. They do things they would never have thought they would ever do before. That's what's going on that's what's happening in the Labor Party. You've got an addiction, and we're trying to help you. But we can't get through. The Australian people have been crying out, grabbing you by the shoulders, trying to wake you up. And you're so deep. You're so deep. You're ashamed. I get it. We would help you. This place would have helped you. But the first thing you'd have to do is admit you've got a problem.
I'm looking around the chamber. I will put the question that's currently before the chair, if nobody seeks to stand. I will put the question that moved by Senator David Pocock, items 1 to 9 on sheet 3863, that the amendments be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. No. The noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. lock the doors. The question is that amendments on sheet 3863, moved by Senator David Pocock, be agreed to. Ayes will pass to the right of the chair, noes to the left. I appoint Senator Pocock, teller for the ayes, and Senator Little? No. Senator Grogan? Senator Grogan, teller for the noes.
I have your marks off as the teller.
No, thank you.
The result of the division is ayes 11, noes 29. The question is resolved in the negative. I will just allow senators to get back to their places before I call Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to move Green's amendment on sheet 3995. This amendment implements one of the key recommendations from the Murphy report, and that is the establishment of a national regulator. And the reason we need this is because, as we've heard tonight in the committee debate, that there is nothing the government can do to hold these gambling companies to account if they fail to follow the law. There is nothing the government can do to strip these companies or even—
Order. Senator Hanson-Young, could senators either leave the chamber quietly or cease talking? Senator Hanson-Young, you have the call.
The reason we need a national regulator, Chair, and the reason the Murphy report recommended, and every single expert on this matter has recommended it, is because without